In recent times, mental health disorders have become a pressing public health issue, depression being one of the most common of them. Depression is a common illness worldwide with more than 264 million people. According to WHO, projections indicate that depression may be the second leading cause of life lost after heart disease. At its worst, depression can lead to suicide. Almost 1 million lives are lost yearly due to suicide, which translates to 3,000 suicide deaths every day. For every person who completes a suicide, 20 may attempt to end his or her life. Recently, a young Nigerian known as Ayodele Bandele was reportedly been found dead hours after he was declared missing on Tuesday, January 12 in Lagos State. Before he was declared missing, he left a disturbing note on his Instagram story where he hinted suicide after opening up on how he battled depression for 7 years. This trailed reactions on social media. Depression is real. Anyone can get depressed, even the teenagers. The World Health Organization has said that globally, depression is one of the leading causes of illness and disabilities among adolescents, and suicide is the third leading cause of death in 15 to 19-year-olds. We spoke to a child and educational psychologist who spoke on the causes of depression among the teenagers.
A lot of people believe that depression happens to only adults, but research has proven that teenagers also experience depression. Now, talking about what causes depression in teenagers, there are a whole lot of things that could cause depression um, among teenagers, but it's usually as a result of some kind of exposure to experiencing something different. So for some of them, they might experience a failure. Maybe they wrote an examination and they failed. It could cause depression. Sometimes it could be loss of a loved one. Maybe one of the parents passed on, or even a situation like a divorce. For some children who have very fragile personality, something like a sudden change of environment or a sudden change of school, something that is just unpalatable to them can cause depression in teenagers.
Here is a viral video of a mother in Kenya who narrated how she lost her teenage child.
And it was a Sunday evening and we had just had supper. And I thought that it was just one of his antics because he was a difficult boy. He became very difficult after he failed his Form 4 exams. And so finally, when they kept going and coming, and I was in my room. When I went outside, I found my son hanging on my veranda. And the most wicked sight in my life is to see his tongue hanging almost up till here. Because he had...
What should be done? What are the roles the parents are to play in curbing these disturbing issues of depression?
So the first thing that I would say that parents need to do is to realize that this is possible and to wake up from this, what I call it, denial that seems to exist in most African families. When parents do these two things, then they become naturally more observant. They begin to look out for the signs in the children. Yes, teenagers have a lot going on for them. They're going through hormonal changes. They're going through a lot of physical, psychological changes. And so, yes, they would have mood swings. They'll have high and low days, but it'll come and go. But once it lingers, for 2 weeks, thereabout, please, and please, we need to talk to a specialist. We need to talk to a doctor, first of all, because sometimes parents do not know how to access specialists. So we need to talk to a doctor who will then refer whether to a child psychologist or to a psychiatrist or whoever they think is best in that situation.
It is reported that majority of Nigerians lack awareness about mental health, plus non-available mental health services. These barriers have long-lasting consequences, as depressed patients who are untreated are more vulnerable to suicidal thoughts and suicide. There is therefore a need for more mental health practitioners in the country in order to meet the needs of the ever-growing number of people who will need to be treated. The first step towards tackling these issues, however, is raising awareness and talking about it.
Well, thank you for joining us on Plus News Update. I am Vivian Oguche. Now, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has approved the use of the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use in Nigeria. The Director General of NAFDAC, Mojisola Adeyeyi, who made the announcement while addressing journalists at the agency's headquarters in Abuja, said that the vaccine can be stored in temperatures between 2 to 8 degrees centigrade. She explained that there are 3 additional vaccines currently at various levels of testing. However, evaluation on the AstraZeneca vaccine showed effectiveness against the UK variant of the virus, which was reported in Nigeria. Dr. Adeyeyi also disclosed that the South African variant of the virus is yet to be reported in the country, adding that the agency has over 30 herbal remedies undergoing review for listing as well.
NAFDAC has approved the COVID-19 AstraZeneca vaccine for emergency use authorization. Our goal is to safeguard the health of our people. So we looked at their data, and from the phases 2 and 3 conducted, Covishield was found safe and well tolerated in adults above 18 years old. NAFDAC is the first national regulatory agency in Africa to have guidance on regulatory preparedness for emergency use authorization, licensing, or access to COVID-19 vaccines.
And on to a story we have been following. Barely 24 hours after the abduction of 41 school students, teachers and family members from Government Science College, Kagara, gunmen have again attacked some communities in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. A resident is also said to have been killed and at least 2 others injured, while a yet-to-be ascertained number of persons have been abducted. The villages attacked include Serkingzama, Lagbe, Siyiko, Koki, and other adjoining villages, all in Gumana ward of Shiroro local government area. The co-convener concerned Shiroro youths, Sani Koki, said that the attack took place on Wednesday night while the state was still grappling with the shock of the abduction of students, teachers, and others at GSSS Kagara. According to Sani, the gunmen stormed the villages in large numbers, heavily armed. Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has met behind closed doors with Governor Bakar Bello of Niger at the State House in Abuja. The governor was in the State House to update the president on the security situation in his state, where some staff and students of Government Science Secondary School, Kagara, Rafi Council area of the state were abducted by gunmen on Wednesday morning. The president had earlier, in a statement by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, condemned the abduction and dispatched a team of top security officials to the state to coordinate the rescue operation in the state. President Buhari also expressed sadness over the killing of one of the students by the kidnappers, vowing not to relent until normalcy is restored in the security situation in the country. And still on the Kagara abduction, the Niger State government has released the names of the students, teachers, and other residents abducted from Government Science Secondary School, Kagara. A list which emanated from the State Ministry of Education shows 27 students were abducted alongside 5 staff and 9 members of their families, making a total of 41 persons abducted from the school. 3 of the staff abducted are teachers, while 2 are non-teaching staff. The names of the students are Jamilu Isa, Shem Joshua, Abbas Abdullahi, Isa Abdullahi, Ezekiel Danladi, Haliru Shaibu, Mahmoud Suleiman, among others. Meantime, Nigeria's Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Magashi, retired, has rallied Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits who have turned kidnapping into a thriving business. Magashi speaking against the backdrop of the abduction of 42 people, including pupils from the Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, early on Wednesday, told reporters in Abuja that the bandits were having a field day because they knew people in communities they attack would not fight back. Magashi, while fielding questions from reporters in Abuja, urged Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits and stop being cowardly. According to him, tackling the increasing level of insecurity in the country is the responsibility of all.
Is it the responsibility of the military alone? It's the responsibility of everybody to keep alert and find safety when necessary. But we shouldn't be cowards. At times, the banditry will only come with about 3 rounds of ammunition. When they fire shot, everybody runs. In our younger days, we stand to fight any aggression coming to us. I don't know why people are running away from minor thing like that. They should stand and let these people know that even the villagers, they have the competence and capability to defend themselves. But our own duty is to ensure no Nigerian is hurt and we're capable of protecting the integrity of this nation. And we will continue to do it.
Well, other parts of Africa now, Senegal has received its first delivery of COVID-19 vaccines, which it purchased from China's Sinopharm. Like other African countries that have struggled to procure vaccines, Senegal turned to China as it awaits disbursements through African Union and the World Health Organization backed programs. The 200,000 doses, enough to vaccinate 100,000 people, arrived on a chartered Air Senegal flight from Beijing to Dakar, where they were received by President Macky Sall and the Chinese ambassador to Senegal. As a lower middle-income country, Senegal is eligible for around 1.3 million doses for free in the first wave of disbursement from the WHO's COVAX program. But shipments are not expected to start until late February, and most will arrive in March. Well, outside Africa now, Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth's 99-year-old husband, has spent a second night in a London hospital after he felt unwell at Windsor Castle and was admitted in what Buckingham Palace said was a precautionary measure. Philip, the monarch's dutiful consort, who turns 100 in June, felt ill and consulted a doctor before he was driven to the King Edward VII's Hospital in London on Tuesday. He walked unaided into the private hospital and he does not have COVID-19. Police and media were seen gathered outside the hospital on Thursday morning. Well, business news now. Largest figures from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed on Wednesday that the country's external reserves dipped by $565 million from $36.198 billion as of February 1 to 35.633 billion naira as of the 15th of February. The reserves, which had gained in recent weeks, started a downward trend on January 26, on which date it declined to $36.34 billion. Figures obtained from the CBN showed that the reserves, which commenced the year at $35.65 billion, rose to $36.52 billion as of January 25. However, the largest or latest monthly economic report of the CBN stated that despite the increase in economic activities globally and positive news of a COVID-19 vaccine, the external reserves declined due to lower foreign exchange receipts and sustained intervention to stabilize the exchange rate. Well, entertainment news now. The company behind South Korean boy band BTS has announced a project to find the next K-pop sensation through a global audition program that is expected to air in the United States in 2022. Big Hit Entertainment said that it was teaming with Universal Music Group to find, develop, and train a new K-pop boy band. Len So-yoon, a Big Hit's global chief executive, said that the new project would apply Big Hit's success formula established over the past 16 years to the U.S., the center of the global music market. The new K-pop group will record on a new Los Angeles-based record label within the Universal Music Group.
To share the news of an exciting new collaborative partnership between Universal Music Group and Big Hit Entertainment. Today's announcement has three key elements: a collaboration in which we will utilize Big Hit's newly creative platforms and technology to enhance our artists' connections with their fans around the world. And third, an enhanced fan and artist experience.
Well, sports news now. Defending champion Novak Djokovic has declared himself fighting fit for the Australian Open final after ending the incredible run of Russian qualifier Aslan Karatsev with his best match of the tournament on Thursday. The Serbian world number one eased into his ninth decider at Melbourne Park with a 6-3, 6-4, 6-2 win under the lights at Rod Laver Arena, and will battle either Stefanos Tsitsipas or Daniil Medvedev for the title. While Karatsev would have been regarded as one of Djokovic's more unlikely semi-final opponents, the world number 114 put up a decent show as fans returned to Melbourne Park following a 5-day lockdown.
This is best as I felt in the entire tournament. I mean, felt great. I could swing through the ball. I mean, no pain. Just best match so far. It came at the right time, and I'm just I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to feel this way for sure. You know, I'll definitely train one of the next 2 days. Probably more likely the one that is closer to the finals on Saturday. But, you know, recovery is priority right now. I'm feeling the ball well. I'm playing well. I had enough match play, enough practice. So right now it's just gathering all the necessary energy for the most important match of Australian Open.
And it's a wrap for us this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
first point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labour Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagbu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice-chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Esso Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieve national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine art career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. Is all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn your ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world. And then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga, Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jags, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. He gets so he could gather money and go back to school, and you know. So I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People may even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it. You know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but yeah, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field. But, you know, the dream started to come alive again. You know, I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and, you know, that spark started to burn again. You know, I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do, or rest. Man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray, and that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this is what's popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing like, I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but like, that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Welcome to the show. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where you're up to speed with the biggest entertainment stories, analyze and dissect them for you, for your digestion. I am Ife Oluwa-Oshinke, and I have with me Ife Omai and Quincy Jones. White Quincy Jones.
Bego.
He's not white.
He's not. He's nothing like.
I asked this guy his favorite ethnic food, and guess what he said?
What? Rice.
Spaghetti.
No, wait. It's a lie. It's a lie.
No, you did not.
It's not exactly. No. He didn't say ethnic food.
Spaghetti.
He said your
Are you
favorite
Italian?
food. He said your favorite food.
He said spaghetti.
Wow. Okay.
All the T's went missing.
Yeah, spaghetti.
Spaghetti. Okay.
Yeah. Favorite local food. Favorite ethnic group. We're talking about tribalism and.
Yeah, we're talking about
Okay, what food do you like from another ethnic?
You're not
group
going to
or
listen
from
to me,
another
are you?
tribe?
Are you Italian or something?
Wow.
And he said spaghetti. Why you say spaghetti? Okay,
I lose.
now.
I lose.
Spaghetti.
I lose.
Yeah, what's your favorite ethnic food?
Pounded yam and egusi soup.
So now you have one. I thought they were. I thought they were.
Why do you say it like that?
I thought you said pounded spaghetti.
Wow. This guy.
He's like that. He's like that. He is like that. I can't believe Quincy would say spaghetti.
He said
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Why would I call
much.
him White Quincy? Why would I call him White?
You asked for my
Quincy?
favorite food, dude.
I asked you for your favorite ethnic food.
Maybe
When me, I was talking about.
I did not hear the ethnic. Since T's just kept missing in my mouth, you know?
Ethnic food. All right, so let's talk about Ghana jollof, Nigerian jollof. What's your favorite?
Yeah, I heard that conversation.
What's your favorite?
Be
real, though.
Ghana jollof.
Of course.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Whenever we shoot this show, then they move us go another country because I feel really weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like
Ghana jollof can. I think when you don't hit Ghana jollof right, you can manage it. But if you don't hit Nigerian jollof rice, you can manage it. That's the problem. So I feel like people haven't just eaten the right
Ghana jollof.
But proper Ghana jollof is
Where did you eat Ghana jollof?
In Ghana.
Okay. Which place?
Accra,
A particular place?
Odoko. That's the first time I ate jollof rice in front of my uni. Well, pre-uni, like an A-level.
Oh, you schooled in Ghana as well?
Yeah. Like an A-levels thing.
So I was telling him that
No
you
wonder.
get shredded beef in your jollof. He was shocked. Like,
Okay, I don't know about shredded beef.
Really? So all those black things, what do you think they are?
They're not beef, they're liver.
Beef.
Oh, what's that thing? Is it liver or kidney?
Beef.
But that's regular. You said beef, bro.
No, beef from liver, depending on where you ate it.
I did beef you.
So at least if you know.
But Nigerian jollof is nice, so.
Ghana jollof is
Nigerian
too dope.
is nice.
Yeah, Nigeria is dope.
To be honest with you,
See, because of you guys, I'm going to have my aunt make
Ghanaian-
better Nigerian jollof for the off. You will see.
When should we be see? This time we need it.
And Nigerian jollof is even too different. All the time, there's like too many variations of Nigerian jollof. If you cook it on fire, if you cook it on the pot, on gas.
Do you understand?
It's too different.
It
but
comes at you in different shapes and sizes.
What about wache? Don't you think wache is amazing? You don't like wache?
There are days. I have to have not eaten it in a long
Thank you.
time.
How about
shito?
shito?
Oh, shito is nice.
It is?
Shito is nice.
It is?
Shito is nice. You know my favorite is water soup and fufu. That's what they call it there, fufu. But it's not really our fufu.
Groundnut soup.
Oh
yes! I'm having an Iraq.
Yeah.
Groundnut soup.
Yes.
It doesn't even sound right.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine the soup. You go to pack a groundnut.
No.
When you take one okele, granite will be inside.
What about what's it called now? That one that you eat with raw pepper and fish, like raw
yeah, I know what you're talking
pepper.
about. The one that you open, the one that you
I
wrap
saw
in
that
a
on
leaf.
Mr. Easy's page.
The one that you wrap in a leaf.
Yeah.
That smells horrible.
Yes.
Okay.
Kenke and pepper, raw onion, raw tomato,
that's nice.
and fish. That is super dope.
Yeah. Did you know this? Like, they eat with their hands for almost everything.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They have
Even
what?
for rice.
Even for Indomie.
They have what?
They eat with their hands
They
for
eat with their
everything.
hands.
And you know, I kind of like that.
For
At first, I was
Indomie.
really weirded out when I got there. I'm like, why are you eating with your hands? But there's something actually about like
It's
contacting
kinda
your
sweeter.
food with your fingers. I don't know. Maybe it's in my head, but
It's
actually it tastes nice.
psychological,
Yeah.
trust me. Anyways, enough
Before
of the...
Pretty thinks that we're from the village.
But we're
now.
trying to make him black, you know. It's too white for our liking. How can somebody's favorite food be?
I'm at the center of the table
spaghetti.
today.
How can
Spaghetti.
Wow.
I know, come on, man.
Opa.
We need to take you to Ghana.
You say, Opa.
We need to take you to Ghana for a holiday.
Bro, I don't mind. I really want to
let's
be
do
in
that.
Ghana.
Are you sure it's
Actually.
the food you are going for or something?
No, it's not the food. It's everything aside the food, actually. the scenery, that's actually secondary.
Ghana
But primary is the women. Bro, that's the truth.
The women, right?
Are you playing with me? I follow like 50 billion Ghanaian beings. I'm not even joking. So it's just like, hey, I'm in Ghana. Hey, I'm in Ghana. Then copy it and just be pasted.
Anyways, we're not going to spoil you guys. We're just going to go to it. And yes, so the first story for the day is, it says at some point it was rumored that Tiwa Savage stopped being friends or ended an alleged romantic relationship with Wizkid after he allegedly refused to have her on his Made in Lagos album, one of the dopest albums so far. Well, the latest from the FC camp is that after they brought out an old tweet of Tiwa Savage, Wizkid could not take her on a date, which happened to be as far back as 2011, you know, when the Starboy album just came out. In the tweet, Wizkid initially posted, "Happy birthday to my favorite female vocalist out of Nigeria, at Tiwa Savage. Enjoy your day, mommy, Weezy." And she wrote, "My baby, thank you so much. I wish I was a few years younger today so you can take me on a date. Laugh out loud. Love you on." What do you guys think?
This tweet just makes me laugh. I don't think you even say something like this anymore in this day and age.
Yeah, love you, mommy.
Yeah, and you're the best.
You'll be like, baby girl.
Like best thing anymore. Like,
you'll be like, right now, probably be like, baby girl.
Yeah, you know, he won't say you're the best thing I've ever heard. You're the best thing after fried rice. He's not gonna say that. So that just shows that this tweet is very old. Okay, you know, the problem with this tweet isn't that she said it. It's because years after.
Bro, it
was rumored that they had a thing, so it makes.
But it was rumored though. It hasn't been confirmed.
We just saw him tap her.
Why is this guy about to laugh? Like, it hasn't been confirmed. T-Bills has guns. Are you guys joking?
First of all, I think T-Bills made that rumor very...
I'm listening, sorry. Please, T-Bills rumor.
I think
I'm
listening. Isn't a T-Bills rumor?
Oh my gosh. I think T-Bills made that rumor a lot more legit because of the way he reacted to Wizkid. Yeah. And then also, you know, Wizkid tapping her behind in videos. Like, that was
apart
just
from videos, you know, on stages and stuff.
Yeah,
all over the
all
world.
Over
and
the
then
place.
they decided to kiss it on every stage they performed. Like 4 different or 3 different situations.
Yeah. Maybe they're just friends, you know.
What kind of friend is that?
Benefit.
Exactly. So that's okay. You know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with a grown lady liking somebody a lot younger, as long as the boy's not a
Which
child.
Which is my next question.
It's not a
Would
problem.
you date a woman that is like 10 years older than you?
Yeah, but wait, let me talk about Wizkid and Tiwa Savage first now before you switch.
Okay.
Before you switch trajectory.
Go on.
Look, I don't know. I know they did, so you know, I'm not in their bedroom.
No, you're not.
You know, but
I
just strongly.
But why not your
I
house?
just.
Why not just?
Actually, it could be their kitchen. It could be you know.
It could happen anywhere.
It could happen anywhere on the couch, you know, on the floor. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
From the bed to the bedroom. I don't know what that means.
So
either way, I think they actually probably did have a thing sexually.
Why do you think so?
It's just glaring, bro. It's just obvious.
Glaring?
You just look at it and you can see
I have
it.
girls that I can touch all over, but
That's not it, bro. You can see.
Let me even tell you what Ife does. Ife touches the girls and the girls complain. You can see that the girls
wow.
On TV, I
wow.
say that.
Not complain, but they're like, if you leave me alone, it doesn't look like we're together. So don't act like as if you have friends like that. No.
Counsel, you have the floor.
He's the pest that disturbs the friends that he has. That's the kind of touching. That's not the same thing we saw with Wizkid and Tiwa Savage. So don't try and insert yourself in this category.
Please play music videos and
okay, so you've been accused live on TV that you inappropriately
not
touched.
inappropriately.
That is not
okay. Is it appropriate?
It's more of a nuisance to these women.
Okay, they say you practice being a nuisance consistently with women's bodies.
That is not true. These women want me as much as I want them.
That defense just sounds wrong.
You need a lawyer.
Yes.
Anyways, in case this comes out years later, disclaimer. I don't know which Ife is talking about. There's Ife Lanion, there's Ife Omai, and I don't know what Ife you do, but definitely not me.
That's your disclaimer.
Yeah, that's my disclaimer.
Sure.
It works.
All right, so I think they did. I think they did it. I think they did it more than once. I think they consistently did it, and it was sweet. I didn't to add that part. But in the case of would I date someone older, I've done that like almost all my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about currently?
The older, the better.
Currently?
I'm a single Pringle, bro. Just floating in the Pringle box. Like, yeah.
So what about you? Will you date a man that's 10 years older than you?
Of course.
20 years?
Why not?
30 years?
Yes.
40 years?
Maybe 40 is a bit much.
30 years?
I'm in my 20s.
30 years?
30 years.
Yes.
30?
Yes.
So the person is 50.
50 something actually,
Yes, I
because
can.
she's
50,
20
obviously, 50 something.
Yes, I can.
The person is probably late 50s.
I can.
60-year-old man.
No, that's an entry 40.
58, Inko.
That's okay.
Will you manage?
58 is okay,
Will you
man.
manage 58?
I would
Will
be
you
okay.
marry one?
What thing they use pass each other?
The thing is, you're generalizing what 50-year-olds look like, you see.
Yeah,
So for
true,
me, the
true.
50-year-old man is like, you know,
Really
on
fit
point.
and stuff.
Oh, so you're
You
going
know,
to pick the
mentally-
only existing
Exactly.
50?
No.
Right.
No, there are a lot of
Right.
50-year-old men. I see myself when I'm 50.
You
still
better
very...
shut your mouth. You're already unfit right now. What are you on about?
Oh my goodness. Wow. You are here for the jugular and the kidney.
Okay, I'll stop. That's the
No,
last.
please
last time.
continue.
Please do not.
We're enjoying
Please
this.
continue. Me, I'm enjoying
Wait.
it. Because when he started the show, he started with me. Now, tables turn over. Yeah.
Hey, I don't even know where to start from.
Okay, let me remind you what she said. She says you're unfit at the moment.
Stop it now, you two.
You said it.
I could do 100 push-ups in the morning.
Yeah, you cannot.
Are you gonna put your money to
I
it? I'll
will
do it
put
after
my
the show.
money
After
on
the
it,
show, how much
yes.
are we putting?
Can you do 10?
5,000
Can
there.
you do 10
Wait.
Can you do 10 right now without
Right now, I
panting?
wish I could without. Come on,
You're not
who
gonna
doesn't
stop.
pan?
You're not
Yeah,
gonna
I'm not gonna
100.
stop. 100, 5K.
Rihanna.
Do you take that? Do you take the bet?
And you would not pant.
Well, no, don't say I will not pant.
And you're gonna
It's
go
10
the,
push-ups,
the,
bro.
not the.
He said
the-
100.
I said 100.
100?
Yes.
Yeah.
How much?
5,000.
5K.
Can we,
And if
can
you
we
don't-
add another zero, please?
And if you can't do it, would you give me 5K?
Oh, definitely.
100. It's a deal. It's on, people. Yes.
50K, bro.
Challenge accepted.
Me, I'm with
Pray for
50K,
me.
bro.
Wish me the best
higher
of
the
luck.
better.
So I can't even climb stairs. When he's climbing stairs, he'll be doing.
Hey, God. On TV.
What stairs are you talking about exactly?
If it's okay, continue your show, please.
I see where you're going.
Very disgusting, man.
Anyways, we have to move into the next story. The hit-and-run driver who allegedly killed Nicki Minaj's father, Robert Maraj, has turned himself into the police. The 7-year-old man, Charles Povich, turned himself in on Wednesday, February 17, 2021. According to court document, Povich allegedly got out of his car, stood over the injured man, and asked if he was okay before fleeing. Povich was arraigned in the Nassau County District Court on charges of leaving the scene of an incident causing death and tampering with physical evidence. It's a 70-year-old man. you know.
Yeah, that was a shock to me.
Yeah,
I
shock
wasn't,
us.
as in,
I
was
wasn't
not
expecting
at
that.
all.
Yeah, I thought there would even be a conspiracy theory
Do you
that is one of the
understand? Like,
enemies
Nicki's
that
enemy
sent
has come
somebody to
to-
kill
I was
a
looking for super
father.
story stuff.
Yeah,
I was-
I don't know. There's just this thing that comes with celebrities that you just expect
There's
drama
nothing
around
that,
anything.
there's nothing happens in their life
naturally.
is normal,
Yeah.
you know? Like, I wanted drama, no offense, but...
We did.
I
We
did.
did want
I
drama.
did.
You didn't.
Sorry, it's just a hit and run.
It was kind of cute that he actually went and
Yeah.
checked on the guy.
And he
like,
ran away.
Yeah, maybe
Cuteness dismissed.
You could have called 911 though. You could be fleeing and calling 911. How about that?
they'll track you.
Your number, true.
They'll track you.
And they'll find where the satellite. We watch film.
Yeah, we do.
That's
And maybe he
hardly
watches
really as
films too.
effective as
Exactly. Maybe she's probably the reason why he also did what he did.
He was
probably
watching
felt
too
like
many
the government
movies,
was
yeah.
as effective as they claim
The
they
movies,
are.
yeah.
I'm happy for Nicki's family. I think there is a big
At least
relief
closure.
that comes with
Yeah.
knowing exactly what happens and there's no loose ends. Because I think death has a way of like making you very obsessive.
Think about
like
several things.
yeah, you know, like if you don't have some, not that it's really that important to be honest, like you know why the person died because the person still died. But when you don't know, all of a sudden you're like very obsessive about that. I had a friend that went through this
constantly because they didn't know how his mom passed away, and there was all these ifs and maybes and buts, and he was obsessed with it. And I started to look really crazy because then the conspiracy theory started to enlarge and like, okay, there's somebody from France and he's a Russian and she's a spy. You know, it goes wild. So I think that really brings peace of mind, that you can't really juggle your mind anymore. So you have to just come to terms with mourning this person and moving on and all of that. So I think that is what it would give them, not that it would make them happier that they found the person who kills, because it doesn't actually make you feel any better. But it is what it is, and it happens, and I think that's something about life, that it's just really, really fickle. Like, you don't know, you could just be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And
or even the wrong place at the right time, the right place at the wrong time.
But where? Everything, all the mathematical
wisdom,
probabilities. Yeah, so I'm happy for them, and good job to the guy who did that. He clearly has a conscience. I don't know if, personally speaking, I would turn myself in.
Turning yourself in is reducing probable sentencing.
Because they'll find him anyways.
Because now you'll be you get empathy
cooperating
towards
with
it. You get empathy from whoever. Oh, he turned himself in.
And he's
no,
70.
he killed somebody actually. Yeah, he's 70. Should he be driving? You understand what I mean? There are different options. There are different sides to it. I don't see.
If he's a fit 70-year-old man like I will be, then yes, he should still be driving.
I see where you're going with that, and I respect that.
God.
What do you mean you respect? I don't understand.
I respect that. Can I not respect your wish?
Do you want us to zoom in to some places?
Yes, come on, man. Could you know? See my shirt cannot even come.
Okay.
It's because you're wearing a small shirt.
She's in for a drink.
I know what this is. I know what it is.
You do?
What is
Yes.
it? I don't even know what it is.
Witchcraft. Witchcraft is what it is. Just move on.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
You guys haven't taken your turns on this.
Well, what's he called? It's great that he turned himself in, but I think he should face the law because he killed somebody. Full stop, to be very honest.
But it's not like it did it. It's still going to be manslaughter anyways, because it's not like, there was premeditated. It wasn't like it was premeditated, accidents do happen. But should we stop when accidents happen? That's
Yes, you should.
Yes, of course we should. But will you stop? Okay, let's bring it back home.
Please don't bring it home.
Let's bring it
My
home.
view changes instantly. Not because I would run, but
I would not turn myself in. I wouldn't.
I know I
In
would.
Nigeria,
I would take care of the person.
if you hit somebody, depending on the area, would you come down from your vehicle?
Okay, so I once actually hit someone a while ago, probably maybe 5-6 years ago. Yeah, I hit this guy. It was a weird situation. It was a guy. The guy was trying to cross. He jumped into the road. I promise you that for free because it was a freeway. And I was trying to avoid him. So instead,
Is that
I
why your
picked
car
him
still
here.
has that dent?
No, it's not. My car has no dent. I apologize. My car has no dent.
Just
So I
joking.
picked him up here
I think Tebo has
and
turned
dropped
again.
him. I did tell you. I picked him up on this side of the road and I dropped him on the other side of the road because I was trying to avoid him. Then I stopped, and this is Ogba. And it's before they had their, really super tarred roads and all of that. So it's like busy and noisy and very, very aggressive. And then I stopped, and then a lot of people, and I tried to calm the situation with energy, like, then I lifted the guy by myself, put him in my car, and then got somebody to follow me. And then one bad guy was chasing after me like I was going to kidnap the guy and go, took him to the hospital and paid the bills.
Okay, so in
and it's fine.
regards to that particular moment, I think I would stop and get out. But let's say I hit someone and whatever happens, and I leave that scene. I am not...
No, but he won't die instantaneously.
Have you seen situations where people actually hit other people, and then when they come down from their cars, they're trying to mob them, they're trying to do this to them, they're trying to hurt those people?
Yes.
You guys, that's a normal procedure in Lagos, where you're not seeing. They try to mob you, they try
Wasn't
to
that
beat
kick,
you up.
that hit you?
No, the people around.
Will try to beat you up,
instantaneously,
like,
your phones,
in fact, that
everything
moment,
in the car.
That
You,
very
the person
moment.
that hit the person.
Yes, the person.
That very moment they will say you are drunk. You see, I'm seeing high now. He don't drink. He don't drink. You know they see him. They'll start.
I've once been accused of being a SARS police officer. I'm not even kidding
It's
you.
your voice. It's oppressive.
She's trying to say you look like one. Well, Tea Time continues right after this break. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we would rather complain than go to register.
If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since then?
Will inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like our Lord.
Inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
They don't even consider it that it's important to make the place conducive for people living with disabilities.
More accessible.
Because Nigeria has actually gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled.
Somebody rigs the election and then he's, fraudulently sworn in, he goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean brown envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope will, I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, But quickly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And of course, you know I would do it. We bring you the best. And yes, talking about the best, we have the best siblings in the world joining us on the show today. And they go by the name Stones and Jezreel. And Stone and Jezreel. And if you are a religious follower of the show, we've had Stone like twice or thrice, or maybe, I don't even know. But we've had Stone over and over again, spreading the gospel of good music. But I'll be telling you a little bit about this sibling. And they are dedicated to using music as a tool to uplift people through the poetic words in their songs. S&J's writing and musical influences include Nas, Lauryn Hill, Fela Kuti, Emily Sandé, and Bob Marley. The duo formed after Stone's rap crew split up and Jezreel moved to Ireland. The combination of Jezreel's soulful, melodic voice and Stone's poetic rap style led to the duo teaming up to create their own style and sound. And since have shared stage with the likes of Michael Bublé and opened for Rihanna, Akon, Coolio, Two Face, P Square, and a host of others. The follow-up singles, This Kind Love 1, featuring Face Off, Even If, were received nationally and internationally, with the band scoring 2 nominations for an IMEA award for the Song of the Year, with Even If, an R&B Soul Artist of the Year in 2016. They have a new single, ladies and gentlemen, and in this one, they believe they can fly, as it's titled Fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's welcome to the show the phenomenal Stone and Jezreel. How you guys doing?
Hi, people.
Wonderful.
Thanks for that introduction.
Wonderful introduction.
How you guys doing, though? Nice to finally meet Jezreel. We've met Stone over and over. Stone feels like a co-anchor on this show already. Yeah, but how you guys doing, though? How you guys doing?
No, we're doing really good, really good. We're in lockdown in Ireland, but we're still pressing in. But all's good.
All right. Speaking of your music, you guys have been putting in a lot of work, and then we know you have new videos. Tell us about that. How has the pandemic really affected your creativity, or how has it improved your creativity?
Do you want to answer that, Stone?
No, go ahead. I'm an anchor here. Just
it's my turn.
Nice
I'm
one.
answer all questions. No, I mean, like the pandemic started off, everyone was kind of like in panic, but after some time we found a reading, so it was really about kind of setting up your space to be able to still stay creative, write songs and also even work on the songs that we had done before, and like what we're doing, we're bringing out songs that we had recorded, we've done the videos, so it really helped us to just sit back, strip everything back and say, okay, what's the next step? How are we going to take advantage of this? And I think our music is really, really timely at the time. At the moment, which there's a lot of people going through a lot in the world. So they need something good to hear, something to make them dance, something to make them happy and motivated. So it has really pushed us to bring out a lot of our songs.
General, I really want to know, because obviously I've spoken to Stone many times, and he had said all these great things about how he's working with his sibling and it's awesome, but I don't know if it's the same for you. These boys, brothers sometimes can be a pain. So I want to know from your own perspective, like.
You don't start.
So I want to know. Don't worry. We can mute him so he doesn't hear what you have to say. But I want to know what it's like working with your brother.
For the sake of girl power, I hope you're not going to attack me as you've been attacking the guys in the studio.
Oh, okay. You've been watching.
No, I would not. I'm prejudiced. I am prejudiced. I am for women only. I'm kidding.
Good. But I liked it though. It's good. You're pulling them out. No, yeah. It's obviously as working with your sibling, it's great because it's family. You can't walk away from family. No matter how upset you are at the end of the day. But we do have different personalities as well. We have different beliefs and ideas and opinions. Sometimes that clashes, but like I said, you have a focus, you have a purpose while you are together. So you stick to that, and that really drives you.
Right.
Alrighty.
Now, guys, nice to meet you for the first time. So let me ask you this, right? With the kind of music you make, you might have met a lot of artists all over the world, definitely trying to key their music in with a particular market, right? But where would you say you fit in, or your sound fits in?
Yeah, I'll sound like, if you listen to, I don't know if you've listened to some of our old songs as well, like it was mainly really pure English. There was no African lingua in it or anything. And at some point we started writing songs to include our language and Pidgin English and Yoruba and everything. But it's actually been accepted even by, like Irish people, Spanish people. So I think at the end of the day, music is all about the soul. It's all about how it makes you feel. Sometimes I listen to South African music and I don't even know what they're saying, but I'm like, this is such a good song. So it actually does cross over, not just in Africa and Nigeria. It is being played here and enjoyed here as well. So as long as you connect to the music, I wouldn't like to just kind of, say, okay, it's just meant for this particular set of people. So I think it's universal in my opinion.
All right, so that just brought me to the question, now that you just told me it's in pure English, it doesn't have any Nigerian lingo, people will begin to look at you like, oh, are these guys sellouts? You are Nigerians, for crying out loud. He's not going to sing. I'm just waiting for that day that, Stone will come and do, baby, but we haven't seen that. Should we be expecting anything like that from you guys, some Afrocentric sound?
I think we have some songs like that, and may not sound like the current kind of I don't know what the name of the sound is right now, but maybe not that beat. But at the end of the day, with music, I think you stay true to yourself. I may not be able to sing the slang and everything as much as, say, for example, I don't know, Yemi Alade would be, but my sound is unique to myself, For me, music is reaching the people that you have been called to reach, So it's not really about trying to sound like somebody else or sound,
sorry, not to look like, sorry guys, but do you think your sound is kind of conscious? Because when I listen to your music, I notice you guys are being particularly conscious. You don't hear a lot of F words, curse words, and all of that. Is that actually your strategy, or, that just happens based on who you guys are?
I think, I think more me. But yeah, I'll let Stone answer that.
Yeah, because it's a very important part of music, or we bringing music out there, what we're creating and actually giving to people. That is a very important part of it. So it's just one important part of it. We don't like to kind of put it in one place. It's quite general, but conscious is one important part of it. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Would you even go as far as saying that you're a Christian? Because I've seen Jesus in your music videos.
Lots of Jesus, actually.
Yeah. So would you go as far as say that you guys are Christian artists as well?
Well, I'm Christian by, that's my faith, and I don't hide that at all. It comes out in my music, I think, even if I don't say Jesus this or Jesus that, it is who I am. Do you know what I mean? So it will come out somehow in my music because that's what I represent.
The reason I say that is because most people would, be in that category, and because it's another industry in the music industry on its own, So it seems like y'all don't really want to be there, but you're in there. So where do we put you into, or are you going to
conscious musician?
Yeah, because I mean,
live music is conscious,
Right. So you don't want to be categorized as a gospel artist.
No, we won't say we're gospel artists, because if you listen to a lot of our other songs as well, we talk about love, we talk about different things, And if you have for all our fans that have been with us from the beginning, we have different things we talk about. We have another song that talks about Oroife and how the guy kind of treats the girl and things like that. So that might not come across as Christian, but so it will appeal to different people.
Right.
So.
Okay. Just before I let Quincy go, I wanted to know what
you want to let me go?
I want to know what your progressions are like. What are you looking at to make yourselves a lot bigger? Obviously, I don't think the ends of the world have heard your music, and I'm guessing that's everybody's, aim or whatever. So how are you planning on expanding? Like, it's a new year, we're just in February. So do you guys have any concrete plans? Are you going to also come to Nigeria, do some things here? Like, I want to know what your expansion plans are really. Who's taking it?
I mean, you're 100% right that we're trying to expand and get this to a larger audience. I mean, our plans, our strategic plans, they come, we have teams dealing with that. So I wouldn't want to be putting out the secrets of what we're doing, but definitely to know that we do have a lot of plans. And
Stone, it's tea time. You have to spill some tea. Even if you tell us that you have a new PA or something. Which one is all these PR answers you're giving us?
I sacked the last PA.
I call out the guys. You know this story. Huh?
we have we have a double album we're working on that's coming out this year.
Yay.
And from this single release, we're going to be dropping some other single releases. I know you said about Nigerian style, the style of singing. We do have songs like that. And some of them will come out, and we're working on some of them.
What Nigerian lingo is in that song?
You will have Nigerian lingo in it, yes.
Yeah, tell us one, just one.
Spill something, Stone.
We've been Niger people now, so
which Nigerian lingo is that? Oh yeah, Shebe will switch to pidgin. Maybe we could confirm that.
Let me sing one, just the chorus. Alright, wow.
Okay, we're looking forward to that, guys. Right.
Now, I want to ask you this. So the music business in general, all over the globe, has gone fully digital, right? And I want to believe that you guys have been making music well over at least over half a decade ago, right? Yeah. Looking at the awards and everything. Within that space and now, everything has changed. Literally about 80% of how the music business is conducted has changed. How have you been able to move with the change in times?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct there. And even with the pandemic as well, you find that you're not having shows outdoor, things like that anymore. I don't know about Nigeria. Well, I know about Nigeria. There's not much of a lockdown going on. I see people posting and going out to restaurants.
When we were experiencing it, people were not there.
But over here in Ireland, there's a lockdown, so you can't even have an event except it's online. So obviously that has also helped us to kind of look at our strategies and really, really focus on that aspect of being present online on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and things like that. So I personally wouldn't be much of a social media person, but I've had to kind of, get myself to that level to say, okay, this is the platform where people will listen to the music. So we've, like Stone said, we're working with, social media specialists and everything who are also kind of helping us and to get on that track as well.
Right. Sorry. One more thing, right? Music is now almost at a point where it's all about top of the mind awareness, right? And I think according to Nielsen Music, for the past 2 years, there's a general decline in attention span for people, for movies, for music, everything, right? So what extra thing are you guys doing with your music or for your music to keep that awareness out there, aside from this interview?
Keep the fans glued.
Aside from this interview, you get what I mean? What extra stuff are you guys putting out there or doing?
Yeah, so, okay, extra stuff that we're doing, apart from this interview, we have other interviews as well. We also have, of course, we're in Ireland, so as much as we want to be present around the world as well for people to listen, we also have to, promote our music here as well. So we have other things here that are in store. We're working with, people who are organizing like, online shows and things like that, so that we can get ourselves seen as well online as well. So there are other things that I do as well, and for the team, like working with charities, which is something that I like to do as well. That also kind of helps you to cut across other genres and other set of people that probably maybe might not be able to reach on a normal day. So there's a lot of that going on in the background as well, which we will also be showcasing on our social media platforms as well.
All right, speaking of social media platforms, we've seen, like he said, music has gone digital and all that. Now we see people promoting their music using social media, using TikTok, using all the, Instagram and all of that. But are you guys, you said you're not a social media person. Don't you think it's time for you to jump on that bandwagon and make it happen?
Oh, right. I mean, we already jumped on that. We've been on that bandwagon. It's just we were a bit slow by ourselves. So that's why you have to let the teams, handle this. So what we're doing now is handling that 100%. Because we had to move almost everything towards digital. I mean, the last time I recorded just from my phone, and it was a good recording, over the air. So a lot of things that has happened technically,
right?
And we have, it's like you have no choice. So there's a lot of positives in it because you have no choice anymore doing it the other way.
All right, so we need to go on the music break, but I don't know if you guys have seen it before, but I've never seen people perform via Zoom. So we're gonna be playing Fly, and that's gonna be the first video of this music break. But I'd just like you guys to do like a quick duo, just give us a rendition of Fly, before the people get to see the video officially. So can you guys do that together real quick? So you guys should decide what you want to do. Is it the chorus? Is it a verse? What are you guys doing together?
I'm gonna do the chorus.
And he's gonna do his verse.
Maybe.
Alrighty, let's get that to happen real quick.
Oh, I go so to your destiny is sure. Not them go tired if they wanna bring you on the low. Your life is in his hands, and nothing you can do. Not them go tired if they wanna bring you on a low. Oh, 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 oh.
I take a little faint and watch the clouds from my eyes, hustle on the pain and the reach without. Now I'm gonna change it out like I did from the rap. I just wanna put it out like that. Was gonna freestyle, but it comes out right from the head like not in the song. So go check us out. It's Stone and Jezreel. I gotta spell it out like S-T-O-N-E. Should I continue? A-N-D-J-E to the Z-R-E-E-L. You can find us everywhere. Social media, we right there now. Yeah.
And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's Stone and Jezreel dishing it out, hot, as they hot, and now them go tire if they try to bring us down. And we're going on a music break. Thank you, John, Stone and Jezreel, for joining us on the show, and nice to finally meet you, Jezreel, in particular. Stone, you can go and sit down here. All right? All right, man, thank you guys for joining us on the show, and we'll take it away with a music break real quick.
Dancing in the rain, now my worries fade away. Yesterday, why can't without you? Don't you worry about tomorrow. Yesterday, why can't without you?
I said, take a leap of faith and wash the clouds from my eyes. Stumble on the hustle and pain, but I rise. Do you and keep your head up to the sky. Everybody got a time when you get it, just fly, 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 fly with a little bit of courage and a little bit of light. Gotta be strong now, cause you're running out of time. Make sure the little torch burns out through the night till you die, die, die.
Your destiny is sure. Nothing to tire if they wanna put you on and go. Your life is in his hands and nothing to you owe. Nothing to tire if they wanna bring you on along.
Anybody way won't fight you, may they come, they already know. I'll be right beside you, like the wall of Jericho. They don't know, they don't know, they don't know what's going on. Monagiso, 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 my baby boo. I'll be a soldier for you, I'm getting better in Kung Fu. You should know I got you, and you don't need to guide me too. I'll be right beside you in anything that you do. If you ever need saving, I will be running to you, running, running, running to you. I'll be running to you, running, running, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running, running, running to you. I'll be running to you, running, running, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
When I'm looking for trouble, it's cause I know that I got you. Wanting my best, everybody, oh oh. And it's because of your kung fu. And anytime that I'm out of control, you hold me down. You never, never let go. Munagiso, my baby boo. See all the battles you'll be fighting, and I'll be right there with you. I may be small, but I'm mighty, and I go running for you. And anybody waves I be, yeah, no be you, pull it, I be alright. And if I ever need saving, I'll be running to you.
Running, running, running to you. I'll be running to you, running, running, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running, running, running to you. I'll be running to you, running, running, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, you don't need to worry, anything you want.
Sun up to sundown, love me no go round down.
Anytime you call me, baby, I go answer.
Any other brother, baby, you make them run away.
And if you want me coming to you, I go come to you.
Oh, you wanna see me, baby, don't tease me.
Tell me what you want, baby, say I'm not in my home.
Are you baby? Are you baby?
Welcome back, guys. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. I'm sure you enjoyed that break. And yes, that was Fly from Stone and Jezreel. What you guys think, man? We had Stone and Jezreel finally in the studio to meet Jezreel.
Yeah, she's a lot more, obviously I'm biased to women, but she's a lot more like chatty and, you know, I like her.
I think she's cute.
Alrighty, man. Nice to meet you guys, and keep doing your thing. And yes, you know it is. This is family. Yes. So moving on to you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna be testing you guys on current affairs. I did that yesterday. Yes.
What?
So yes. I
didn't
want
get
to
that
you-
memo, bro.
I'm gonna be checking you guys on current affairs. I want to see how intelligent you can be.
I think you
with
just
your-
enjoy embarrassing me.
No,
Why don't you do
come on,
world current
that's
affairs?
why I'm,
Who's in
that's,
Nigerian
that's why I'm
current
always
affairs?
asking, very easy questions.
Yeah,
All right,
that-
so okay, let's start. You see that this is super easy. No, you can't look at the screen.
Oli.
You
Sorry.
can't look. All right, what does the eagle in the Nigerian coat of arms represent?
The what?
Eagle.
There's an eagle.
Oh my goodness.
You said there is an eagle. What does it represent?
I'm kidding. I don't know. Growth, freedom.
The eagle represents strength.
Freedom.
Alrighty,
Oh,
alrighty,
strength.
he got that. That's
Right.
one. All right, so
Why
the
would
next
an eagle
one.
represent strength?
He's the designer. He's the designer of the flag.
Eagles are really
Just
strong,
leave the
you know?
designer.
Yeah, they fly really
Which
high.
kind?
as
They
well.
don't see lion or elephant.
Like, it's around
Or
strength.
hippopotamus.
An eagle is
And the
not
designer,
even
Just-
like you
and the
said.
designer, don't leave him.
Which is the second largest continent in the
Largest
world?
continent.
In the world.
Second largest.
Yeah, second largest continent in the world.
Australia?
No.
No. Second, largest in
Largest.
population or in
Yeah.
mass?
Largest continent.
In
Largest
what- in what
continent.
regard?
Yeah, there's no regard. Largest continent. Why you people were Tony in here?
Second.
You're me.
Wait. Second largest.
Africa. No. Okay,
Second
what's the
largest.
What's even the largest?
The largest is Asia, obviously.
Is it?
It has to be.
Or Russia?
Yeah, that's the largest. Asia, second
Then it
largest.
should be Russia.
It's not. It's Russia, a
Russia
continent.
is a country.
No.
Why you were
what's
Tony?
The continent Russia is on is big.
Second largest country.
South
Did you just say
America?
UK?
Europe? No, I said Why would I say
It can't be.
UK? Europe?
Come on, guys. We're leaving it.
Africa. She said
Exactly.
Africa.
Oh, she did?
Yes, she
He
did.
does
When did
that
she
with
say
it.
Don't pay attention to us.
Even yesterday, I said 2018. I was like, no, I kept on guessing. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
he said
sorry.
2019.
1-1.
See, we're not doing it again. We're
Yeah, it's
good.
okay.
No,
Don't
no,
get
no. Come and
the
take
show.
your
Which
mind. We're not
African
doing it
country first gained independence?
Egypt?
It's easy, man.
Ghana.
No.
How now?
Ghana was one of the first.
How?
They were.
Ghana was in.
It was early, Sha.
Egypt?
Not as
It was
early,
not
no.
Egypt. I don't know.
Come on, guys. Come on. You
I don't
got
know.
this.
I don't know.
Ethiopia?
No, Ethiopia
No.
was never even.
They would never colonize.
You know when? Wait, make I talk something now. Wait.
I think we need to play this game more often.
Wait. You know
It was
when?
actually in 1847.
1847.
1947, my apologies.
1947?
18K. I'm talking about Africa now.
Independence.
Yeah.
It's not South Africa, is it?
No.
No. South Africa even had a.
1847, yes, I was
18,
right.
18.
1847.
You say 19 now.
18, I said 18 first. And then I looked at your faces like...
1847.
Yeah,
That's
they
really
were.
early.
Bro, the only this thing I know that were really prominent are Egypt. Where's Haile Selassie from again? Where's he from?
Selassie is from Ethiopia.
Ethiopia now?
No, Ethiopia was
is it
never
Ethiopia?
colonized. Or maybe Somalia.
No.
I don't know.
Liberia, guys. All right, let's move into the next one.
Liberia. I thought Liberia and
Yes.
Ethiopia were the two countries that were never colonized.
Liberians were colonized by what country?
You tell us.
America, guys. All right, what's the current...
Okay, I need to argue that one with you because it was thought that Ethiopia and Liberia were the two countries that were not colonized. So, are you sure that the relationship that America had with
Liberia was colonized, but they gained independence really early, 1847. Really early.
and they were proper colonized?
Improperly colonized. Who is the current governor of the Central
I'll go
Bank
check it
of
out.
Nigeria?
A thief, Sha. I don't know.
Dude, really?
What?
Please, when you get the playback, understand he's the only woman on the show.
Yes.
May they not do mistake back on the
Who is the current governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria? Come, Amy.
No, he's not. Godwin Emefiele.
Yes.
Is he? No, he don't change now.
Gee, what
never
just
changed.
banned cryptocurrencies, bro? I thought you guys would know this because of the
Godwin
cryptocurrency
Emefiele.
How
ban.
do you think I would know
Who
this?
was the
I know
other
nothing about this
person?
place. Huh?
The finance person. That was. This
My
country
guy, it's
said no
Emefiele.
balance.
Let's move
Hey,
on.
Godwin Emefiele,
Let's-
I got it now.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
did.
you
Try,
didn't.
try. Yeah, you
So
did.
you guys got 1-1.
You say
I said
Eme.
I said Eme and he got it. So that's half. Okay, one of
I
the
thought you
half
said Emeka.
one.
I would have never said Emefiele. I swear. I never
Okay, who was the first governor
I hope
general
my parents are not
of
watching
colonial
this. They will kill
Nigeria?
me.
Who was the first governor general of colonial Nigeria?
Governor General.
of colonial, now you've just paid attention to details, Governor General
Doesn't mean I'll get it.
of colonial Nigeria.
Ask the viewers, they will tweet.
090 3000 for her.
I didn't tell you.
No, come on, man.
No, because you're probably
Governor
looking like these
General.
guys don't even know anything.
I might not even know anything, so...
Governor come on, Governor General. That term hasn't been used since the era of Lord
Lugard.
Exactly.
Lord Lugard. This guy doesn't get all your questions.
Because
Yes,
because I didn't give you clue.
No. They are
Who
too
was
easy for
known
my liking.
as the king of Afro?
They are too easy.
Who was known as the king of Afrobeat in Nigeria?
Are you being serious?
I'm kidding. This is
Really?
Wait, have you guys not heard the
It's
answer?
Wizkid, it's
Have you guys not
Wizkid.
heard the
It's
answer?
Wizkid.
I have like 3 people in
Really?
mind, though.
No,
Wizkid, Burna Boy.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, that's what
No,
was
that's
Watoni.
Fela
That was
Nicola
Watoni. It's Fela. You
She
can't
said
ask
that
for
was.
an
She said that was Watoni. Was it Watoni now?
Yeah, rubbish. You can't ask for an entertainment table that kind of question. Now, if you want to embarrass us, keep up with your government and your
Okay, what is
civilians.
the motto of the Nigerian police force?
Police is your friend.
Exactly.
Sorry. You should have just said. What's the biggest joke in Nigeria?
And the police
is
are
your
your
friend.
friend.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. All right, I think it's been
Some of them
amazing
are,
having
though.
you
Some of
guys.
them are.
Okay, so who won more? Who won more?
I think it's
Team, we're a team. You're the one.
Okay, I give it to you guys.
We're a
I
team.
give
We
it
did
to
it
you guys.
together.
All right,
did for
I give it
don't
to you
worry.
guys. You guys should share the cup. Take half, you take half. How will you guys
If you
do?
don't say no, give us prize. Why you got to answer a question?
Anyways, yeah, I think we should play this more often. So that
Yes,
we can-
and I think I should ask you a question.
Yeah, if
Come on.
you...
Okay, ask me anything. I'm very good,
I
right?
don't even know.
All right, anyways, we got to go. Thank you guys for watching.
You're lucky.
What? Thank you guys for watching. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet at us at +TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on our previous episodes, including this one and all our exclusive content, by subscribing to our YouTube channel at +TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on Outer TBN in London on Ben Television. A big thank you goes out to my co-anchors, Ifelua Omai, and of course, Quincy Jones. And yes, the entire production team. Thank you for watching +TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Ife Oshunkeye.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
My name is Mike Mina. I work in communications at the International Committee of the Red Cross in Kenya. I'm a Kenyan and I love Kenya. One of the reasons why I love Kenya is because of the weather. Look, I'm an outdoor person and the weather here allows me to be myself. It allows me to have fun because it doesn't get too hot, it doesn't get too cold. So throughout the year, there's always something to do for me. And the other thing that I really love about Kenya is the landscapes. I mean, just look at this. Quite beautiful. This is a town called Magadi, 3 hours from Nairobi, famously known for bird watching, production of salts, and for people who love the outdoors like myself, this is a great spot for landscape and nature photography. I love spending time with people. We are in Lamu. Lamu is a coastal town in Kenya, very beautiful place, a World Heritage town famously known for its rich cultural and built heritage. But despite this beauty and heritage, some areas in Lamu have been experiencing insecurity over the years. For example, back in 2014, there is a town that was attacked, leaving many widows behind with their children. Now, working with our main partners in Kenya, the Kenya Red Cross, we assisted some of these women to start small businesses in order for them to sustain their families. But not just the widows, we are also working with fishing communities to boost their income by providing them with boat engines, cooler boxes, nets, and other equipment to upscale their businesses and better support their families. We've also supported some youth to undertake professional certification at a marine college, and this increases their chance of getting jobs in the marine industry. Kenya is a key humanitarian and diplomatic hub that hosts different international organizations and institutions. Through various platforms, we engage these institutions to explain and advance our positions on different humanitarian issues and raise awareness of humanitarian needs of the communities that we serve. For many years, Kenya has hosted refugees from neighboring countries, and again, working with the Kenya Red Cross, we support the tracing and reunification of separated families in these camps. Our work here in Nairobi also has a lot of global significance for ICRC's operations. For example, the Logistics Support Center that is based in Nairobi is the second largest logistics support center in the whole of ICRC's global logistic network. And this Logistics Support Center plays a very key role in the delivery of humanitarian aid and other supplies and equipment in the region. At the end of the day for me, working with the ICRC among an amazing network of people, reaching out to others at their time of need is a great, great privilege that gives me most joy and purpose in the course of my work.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We're at the pyramids of Meroe, the graves of the kings and of the queens of Meroe in northern Sudan along the River Nile. An empire which stretched from here in Sudan all the way to Jerusalem, to the southern Lebanon, where the 25th dynasty of the pharaohs was contesting the world with the Assyrians. So we're in a very, very historic place, in a very symbolic place as well for this ancient civilization of Sudan. What's not obvious is the diversity of the people, first of all, but also the diversity of the landscapes. From a basically tropical, full of water south to a desert, this is one thing. The other thing is also the depth of history. It's easy to hear that, yes, there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt, but you really have to ask people and to read up in order to understand, if you're not a specialist of this history, in order to understand what this actually represents here. And it's not just the place we are here now at. Simply one of the great civilizations of this world, which has conquered and defended and conquered again and lost and conquered again big swaths of the antique world, and who has measured itself against the other big civilizations at the time. And somehow there is no way this cannot have an impact until today. And I think that's part of what you feel simply if you walk around. But you need to dig a little bit, or to travel a little bit to places where hardly ever anybody comes to, like the one we are here. The heart of an ancient super kingdom. In Sudan, you can walk in Khartoum at night, you can sit down anywhere, drink coffee or a tea, and nobody will bother. Not because they ignore you or they disrespect you, but they don't bother. You're just part of being there, and that's fine for everybody. It's this incredibly generous, open-hearted atmosphere of people who are just incredibly nice. I have not seen that anywhere else. And it's something I personally have the impression nobody knows who has not been to Sudan. You really have to be here to understand what it means to encounter people who are so at ease with themselves and that they can be so generous with everybody else. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. We have seen over recent decades a brutal civil war in the south, which has led to the split up of the country in two. Then everybody is aware of Darfur with untold suffering. And we are still in a situation where you have both in Darfur ongoing remnants of this big conflict. It's smaller now, but it's still there. And where you have in the south of Sudan, in two states, Blue Nile and South Kordofan particularly, where you have a combination of displacement, refugees, and ongoing fighting, which continues to affect tens and hundreds of thousands of people in this country. Yes, we are assisting with food. Yes, we're assisting with health or education or bringing families back together. But in the end, it's about the dignity of the people. Where you see it maybe most, in the work we're doing here in Sudan, most immediately, is when somebody who cannot walk anymore because he or she lost a leg is then suddenly able to lead a normal life because this limb has been artificially replaced. And it's not artificial dignity, it's real dignity, but through an artificial means. So this giving back some self-respect to people who have gone through the worst in life is something which makes you get up in the morning and want to do more of that. What gives me, in the end, the biggest joy is to be able to make a difference for individuals, for an individual human being who is affected by a horrible environment. Yes, we do work for numbers, but in the end, you look at the difference you can make to one person and to these many one persons.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
أنا ما اللي أري إن خير إسحاق يلي أري بلتين سعادة راسان وحضور أكيد على ذي رأي حضور أها نتاك كوري muddo badan aan tahay roogi iskoolaha ku dhakaday belitan haddii aan warbixin kooban siin ku sii degmada xudur waxyaabo ma jare iyo caanka ah tanibada caanka ah taasoo oo soo jireen macnaha muddo badan iyo hahayti dad oo ammaanada ka fayl waaye beerajo beeraley waaye dadka beeraley boqolkiiba boqol beeraley lan hoolan qabnee beer qab wal argay laakiin lan beeran qabna sidiisba ma jira beera ka noolin belitin may caanka iyo gaala xoolaha madileer gaala caanka iyo gaala eed miinka shaqdo anka hormarsan yiliin ka dhaqde erinka hakiga looda anka yar may kale la ka dhaqday shani la ka dhaqday wadankan malabka isiin ba aragteen oo koonfurtan iyo waqooyiga meel walba lagu isticmaalo oo la dhoofiyo aragteen wadankan Allah ku saare wadankan isgaraasan xudur isgaraasan burburkii dhibaatooyin badan la kulmay khaasatan dadka oo dhibaatooyin kula kulmaya kumadahay anna dawladda intii aan burburneeba dagaalada sokeynay bilowday daduna min sheegdo Soomaali oo oraad weligaanayn dhamar dad soo deginyi daris ana hasta korni ilma adeer dad iyo een oo una markii hore Soomaali la haysanay walaalhayni macnaha isquracdaan isla qadayani ehelsho madihana weerareeron qabiilhanin weerareen maalintaas ay ka badanaay oo beledkii ana ka dhaladay ku roori oo duqdi agaglagay la balaqaysadii alaabtay la qaaday gurigay la gubi waxyaabahaas tan ay ka yaab badanaay macnaha dabaatadii ninka humaytayna taas haytay xilligaasana martay walla ama ban lahayna haroogni marka mucjizooyinkaas isku jaran mo rabbaani kullina hadee may ka cabaraan dunuub oo hor an galni madaas baadantii dhabkaninka dhinu ku hor una galni leeyna noo gooyay macnaha xaaladda hudur hadda eedaan faylata waqtigii hadda waqtiyaan saniyaan dhow waqtinin ku faylaba ma jira wadankan dayuuro ma koo jirna dayuurad oo dawladda lata ama hay'adda lata marmar koo jireen dayuurad bareefada la helay dayuuraha ka adeegdo hayna ilaa hadda intii oo ka nagdeen qof oo dhab la ka deersay mas'ala ka dili ma jira oo macnaha amaan humu ku dhiiday male marka alxamdulillah xilligan eedaan faylay walba problema ma jiraan eedaan faylay xilligan
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I think the Lost Boys was crafted, I think, somewhere in Russia, if I recall it well, in history. Okay, and we had the same similarities, where almost more than 90% of the population that went to Panyendo were all boys, and they had one thing in common: running away from the danger. as the war began in 1983, and that war reaches almost the community in all South Sudan. And in 1987, I became one of the lost boys that was displaced by the war. When it reached, we were about 1,000 lost boys that left from the area. We had a trek until we reached Ethiopia in 1987. It was actually one of the first painful experience that I had because as a young boy, could be between 9 and 12 years old, because not knowing my exact age, we had a lot of problems on the way, and one of the problems was starvation, as you can imagine. Water was a big, and wild animals on the way. We left again in '92 until we reached a place called Nairus, which is very near to Kapoita. We stayed for a few months. Then UNHCR took us to Kakuma, and that's where I was registered as a refugee in Kakuma in 1992. There was a refugee settlement that was meant only for lost boys, and that started in 1998. And I had my toughest decision that I had to make, because at that time it was about 10 years or 11 years not knowing where my relatives are, and I was thinking, do I have to take a decision to go to America where I don't know how our people, maybe are they all dead or what had happened? So I decided to go to America. And in 2001, on April 8th, I left Kakuma. Then I reached in Atlanta, Georgia, April 10th, 2001. And that decision was really a best decision that I ever made, because I've been writing a lot of RCM, the Red Cross messages, to my relatives, and there's no reply. From, I think I started in '94 until 2001. I couldn't get any reply at all. And I was thinking, maybe there's nobody that's alive. And therefore I decided, okay, I have to go to America. The life is different, food's different. And I remember when I was with my American friends, they have different foods. And also it was tough even for us to get enrolled into universities and colleges. When I earn $1, I have to find out my parents. And I happened to talk with my brother for the first time in 2004. I was relieved. I was totally relieved. And I could know who is dead, I could know who is alive, I could know, and I was relieved then. So after independence of South Sudan in 2011, I decided, I thought, we have a country that we can all build together. And then I came here. Then when the war, the crisis started in December 15, 2013, I had to be evacuated. And I remember they were telling me to go to Nairobi. I said, no, I'm not going to Nairobi. I will go to Ganyel. I think I was unemployed for about 7 months, 8 months. And then I finally get a job with ICRC in June of last year. And attacked a village and took cattle, about 110 cattle, head of cattle according to the local source. They have killed 2 people and wounded 4. Now we are going to evacuate a woman and a 3-year-old girl from Nyal because there is no good medical facility in Nyal, so we are evacuating them to Ganyal for a better treatment, operations, and then we'll also bring a caretaker together with that child. It's not me alone that decided to come back home. We had a lot of us that came back home that are even working either with the government or with the NGOs, or that are doing their private work as well. Unfortunately, we were all hoping to come home and build a home together. But some of us, most of us that did came, went back to America. And I'm one of the few that decided to stay because I was thinking it's not the right time for me to leave, because when your people are in danger, why would you have to go back? I'm always hopeful and optimistic that things will be better because this is the country that we all loved. This is our land, and we lost boys that have seen it all. And we want to have a better future. We have our country have a better future. And this is the hope that we are always praying for, so that this country can be better for all of us.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we would rather complain than go to register.
If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since then?
Stories will inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like our Lord.
Inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
They don't even consider it that it's important to make the place conducive for people living with disabilities.
More accessible.
Because Nigeria has actually gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled.
Somebody rigs the election and then he's, fraudulently sworn in. He goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency. Yeah. But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean brown envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope will, I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, But quickly.
Well, thank you for joining us on Plus News Update. I am Vivian Oguche. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari says that the peace of Niger Republic must matter to Nigeria, which is the country's very close neighbor. He also commended the country's outgoing President Mamadou Issoufou and his government for keeping to their country's constitution with respect to runoff polls scheduled for the 21st of February 2021. According to a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, the president spoke while receiving former Vice President Namadi Sambo, who is the ECOWAS head of mission on the elections in Niger Republic. More news now. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo on Thursday presided over a meeting of the National Economic Council, NEC, in Abuja. It was the first physical meeting of the council since the COVID-19 lockdown of 2020. The council had been holding virtual meetings in compliance with safety protocols issued by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC. Constitutionally, the vice president is the chairman of NEC, which meets monthly to deliberate on the coordination of economic planning and programs of various levels of government. And now to a story we have been following closely. Barely 24 hours after the abduction of 41 school students, teachers and family members from Government Science College, Kagara, gunmen have again attacked some communities in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. A resident is said to have been killed and at least 2 others injured, while a yet-to-be ascertained number of persons have been abducted. The villages attacked include Sarkin Zama, Lagbe, Siyiko, Koki, and other adjoining villages, all in Gumana ward of Shiroro local government area. The co-convener concerned Shiroro youths, Sani Koki, said that the attack took place on Wednesday night, while the state was still grappling with the shock of the abduction of students, teachers, and others at GSS Kagara. According to Sani, the gunmen stormed the villages in large numbers, heavily armed. And still on the Kagara abduction, the Niger State government has released the names of the students, teachers, and other residents abducted from the Government Science Secondary School in Kagara. A list which emanated from the State Ministry of Education shows 27 students were abducted, alongside 5 staff and 9 members of their families, making a total of 41 persons abducted from the school. 3 of the staff abducted are teachers, while 2 are the non-teaching staff. The names of the students are Jamilu Isa, Shem Joshua, Abbas Abdullahi, Isa Abdullahi, Haliru Shoaibu, and Mahmouda Suleiman, among others. Meantime, Nigeria's Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Magashi, retired, has rallied Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits who have turned kidnapping into a thriving business. Magashi, speaking against the backdrop of the abduction of 42 people, including pupils from the Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, early on Wednesday, told reporters in Abuja that the bandits were having a field day because they knew people in communities they attack would not fight back. Magashi, while fielding questions from reporters in Abuja, urged Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits and stop being cowardly. According to him, tackling the increasing insecurity in the country is a responsibility of all.
Is it the responsibility of the military alone? It's the responsibility of everybody to keep alert and find safety when necessary. But we shouldn't be cowards. At times, the banditry will only come with about 3 rounds of ammunition. When they fire shot, everybody runs. In our younger days, we stand to fight any aggression coming to us. I don't know why people are running away from minor, things like that. They should stand and let these people know that even the villagers, they have the competence and capability to defend themselves. But our own duty is to ensure no Nigerian is hurt, and we're capable of protecting the integrity of this nation. And we will continue to do it.
Well, turning to other stories now, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has approved the use of the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use in the country. The Director General of NAFDAC, Mojisola Adeyeye, who made the announcement while addressing journalists at the agency's headquarters in Abuja, said that the vaccine can be stored in temperatures between 2 to 8 degrees centigrade. She explained that there are 3 additional vaccines currently at the various levels of testing. However, evaluation of the AstraZeneca vaccine showed effectiveness against the UK variant of the virus, which was reported in Nigeria. Dr. Adeyeye also disclosed that the South African variant of the virus is yet to be reported in the country, adding that the agency has over 30 herbal remedies undergoing review for listing as well.
NAFDAC has approved the COVID-19 AstraZeneca vaccine for emergency use authorization. Our goal is to safeguard the health of our people. So we looked at their data, and from the phases 2 and 3 conducted, Covishield was found safe and well tolerated in adults above 18 years old. NAFDAC is the first national regulatory agency in Africa to have guidance on regulatory preparedness for emergency use authorization, licensing, or access to COVID-19 vaccines.
Well, other parts of Africa now, Zimbabwe has kicked off its COVID-19 vaccination program after receiving a donation of 200,000 doses of the Sinopharm vaccine from China earlier in the week. On Thursday, Vice President Constantino Chiwenga, who doubles as the country's health minister, was the first to receive the jab at Harare's Wilkins Hospital. Zimbabwe aims to vaccinate around 60,000 healthcare and other frontline workers in the first round of vaccinations. The elderly and those with chronic conditions will follow. The Southern African country has so far reported more than 35,000 COVID-19 cases and more than 1,400 deaths.
Let's also take up the vaccine for our own protection, for the protection of the family members that we're living with, and for the protection of Zimbabwe at large.
And outside Africa, North Korea's state-run television on Thursday aired a video of leader Kim Jong-un's wife, Ri Sol-ju, watching a concert with her husband, her first public appearance on state media in more than 1 year. In the footage, Ri and Kim smiled while watching a concert marking the birthday of Kim's late father and former leader Kim Jong-il on Tuesday, the 16th of February in Pyongyang. Unlike several previous events, nobody was seen wearing masks or maintaining social distancing measures. Ri had often accompanied Kim to major public events but had not been seen since January last year at an event for the Lunar New Year holiday, stoking speculation over her health and potential pregnancy. Well, more news now. Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth's 99-year-old husband, has spent a second night in a London hospital after he felt unwell at Windsor Castle and was admitted in what Buckingham Palace said was a precautionary measure. Philip, the monarch's dutiful consort who turns 100 in June, felt ill and consulted a doctor before he was driven to the King Edward VII's hospital in London on Tuesday. He walked unaided into the private hospital and he does not have COVID-19. Police and media were seen gathered outside the hospital on Thursday morning. Well, business news now. The Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Mariam Katangum, says that no fewer than 6,569 persons in Kano State will benefit from the federal government's 656 million naira grant. The minister disclosed this on a Thursday in Kano during a workshop organized for Women Farmers and Traders Association on Trade Facilitation and African Growth and Opportunity Act program in Nigeria. According to the minister, the grant will be disbursed through the federal government's Guaranteed Offtake Scheme and general MSME initiatives. Well, sports news now. Japan's Seiko Hashimoto has been appointed the next Tokyo 2020 president after her predecessor quit over sexist comments he made. The former Olympics minister is a 7-time Olympian herself, having competed as a cyclist and a speed skater. Former chief Yoshiro Mori resigned following a backlash after he was quoted as saying, "Women talk too much." The Japanese Olympic Committee board currently has 24 members. 5 of them are women. Well, football now. Bayern Munich defender Benjamin Pavard has been quarantined after testing positive for COVID-19. Bayern said he was isolating at home and was feeling well. The French World Cup winner is the latest Bayern player to be sidelined by the infection. Midfielder Thomas Müller missed out on the Club World Cup final last week after testing positive while in Qatar. Well, it's a wrap for us this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Well, we'll be back later with more stories. I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own, it's an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. we feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and you know, one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And you know, initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life, but when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, you know, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, you know, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on, all right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but you know, when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, you know, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from ours, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no rights to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Welcome on the show. My name is Wally Scott. I've got too many drama on the show today. Let me just call it drama, because really it is drama. Now, let's start with this. The chairperson of the Nigeria Women's Football League, Aisha Falode, has called for patience from players owed salaries by clubs and says an agreement has been reached on how to clear the outstanding salaries. Pelican Stars and Delta Queens players had on several occasions cried out over months of unpaid salaries, with players of Pelicans presently owed 6 months' salary. Falode pleaded with the players to please remain calm. I've got a guest on the show today, Brownson Wana. Brownson, good morning. Okay, Brownson will join us later. We'll talk about this extensively. And don't forget that we have owing people salary in Nigeria is a norm. It's a normal thing. We like to owe people salary. And now Pelican, Queen Stars, and the rest of them are actually, and Aisha Falode is begging them to please cool down. Now, Super Eagles head coach Gernot Rohr remains tight-lipped over calling up Ahmed Musa for the side's 2021 African Cup of Nations qualifying doubleheader against Benin Republic and Lesotho. Now, Musa is looking for a new club after severing his ties with Saudi outfit Al Nassr last October. Now, let me discuss this. Let me discuss this extensively. I want to officially say that Gernot Rohr seems to me like a hypocrite. No insult intended, though. He just seems to me like a hypocrite. Because the truth be said, Gernot Rohr said, I'm only going to call players who play regularly. I'm only going to call players who are doing well with their clubs. And then he calls Ahmed Musa in the last match that we had. Ahmed Musa was clubless. Now, Ahmed Musa is clubless again. He's now telling the world and saying, okay, I might call him, but he doesn't have a club right now. Should I call him? Should he be discussing that with us? You are a man who told us initially, listen, I will not bring in a player who doesn't have a club, who is not playing week in, week out for a club. This is funny. Brownson, welcome on the show. Good morning, Brownson.
Yeah, good morning, Wally. How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very well.
I've got Brownson and Wana on the show this morning. Now, Brownson, Gernot Rohr says he's coy. He's thinking about calling Ahmed Musa. This is a man who told the world initially that, listen, I will not call players who are not playing week in, week out, who are not playing regular football. Why is he coy about Ahmed Musa at all? Why is he even calling him, thinking about him in the first place?
I understand that issues like this are going to cause controversy, looking at the fact that Musa is called clubless. But for today, I'll tend to tilt to Gernot Rohr's side on this one. Musa has served this country so much. At this point, the country Musa has always been there for the country. But right now, Ahmed Musa needs the country to get a club. Because if he doesn't get to play for the national team, I don't think clubs want to see what he still has to offer. So Gernot Rohr is looking at the fact that this guy is the captain of the squad. And of course, Musa has gone to 2 World Cups. He's the highest goal scorer in our World Cup history. And his record goes on and on. So sometimes I think there should be some exception to some certain players whom I think deserves it. For instance, if a Mikel Obi of then was in this kind of situation, maybe I would have also said, yes, let's give him a pass because of his commitment to the national team. So, Wale, I understand most journalists are talking about it and it's really controversial, but I think I want to stand with Gernot Rohr. I think Musa should be given maybe from now till the summer, which is July, to represent the Nigerian national team and see if he gets something this summer. But if nothing happens from now till July, and then he's still being called up, then we'll have issue with that. That's my take.
Now, Brown, pardon my sarcasm right now. I'm just being sarcastic right now. A child is dull, but the child has a good handwriting. Ahmed Musa has served us. He's played so well for us, but he doesn't have a club. So how do you manage that, really? He doesn't have a club. Yes, he has a good handwriting. He has done well for us, but he's a tall child, really. If you ask me. My opinion, really.
Yes, I mean, it's a very good scenario you painted there. But when a child, probably is very brilliant in school but doesn't have a good handwriting, it takes patience from the parents to always want to put him through, and all of that. So maybe a little patience with Musa. I'm sure this patience would pay off someday. It's not normal. It's not supposed to be the normal or right thing to do at this point. But I'm just saying, let's be patriotic with him. Let's show him some support. Musa needs Super Eagles right now. I'm sure he has represented Nigeria when things were very tough for him. But I can only speak for Ahmed Musa in this case because of what he has done. I'm looking at his, the dues he has paid for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So, we could just, pedal a little.
Brownson, you're obviously a Ahmed Musa fan, so I won't go there again. Let's just talk about him. Aishat Falodi has come out today to say, listen, let us try and pay our players whenever they work for us, let's learn to pay them. She's now saying people should cool down. Pelicans Queens are actually protesting right now. I've said they won't play their next matches. They don't play their wages. And it's a norm in Nigeria not to pay wages. It's not right.
It's really not right. And unfortunately, we mostly talk about this in African leagues, especially Nigeria. But Wale, what can we do? Our league is being run by the government, and the government sometimes will come and tell you that they are broke, no money to meet up some basic infrastructure in the state. We've not packaged our league enough to be very attractive to the private sector. And by the time even the MPFL, where two giants of telecoms were fighting each other for the signature. At the end of the day, one of them got it, yet clubs were still complaining. And when you talk of shirt deal, how many clubs have sponsorship deal for their shirts? How many of these players even have endorsement from the corporate sector? So it's a very big problem that I don't see it ending next year. I don't see it ending in 2 years. A lot of things has to be done for this to change. And it's so sad that Aisha she can do what she can. But it's a lot. But I really don't see this changing until we repackage our league, make it very attractive. Let's have this private sector. That's where the money is, not the government. The government can only do the little they can. The private sector runs league in everywhere in Europe.
Brownson,
look at Egypt, for instance.
Brownson, let me put you on the burner right now, on the hot seat right now. Most times, the government only does things for sports, knowing that sports is the high that we get, the opium that we get. And they only use sports when it's the campaign period. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I just think it's not right. They should do what is right, not when they only want our votes and campaign.
Well, you are perfectly spot on there. We understand how things are. It cuts across. For instance, there are some roads in my area where they use it every year. They've used it since 2011 to campaign. Until now, those roads are like that. Same thing with sports. These guys come on, they tell you that this will happen, that will happen. You see that from December 2022, players will not be owed salary again. And after May 2023 to July, down till God knows when, these players will get owed. That's because they've seen that what is the connecting factor between the youth and the government is sports. And this politician lashing on it and use it to get the vote. And when they get there, it's a very different, different kettle of fish when they get there. So it's really sad. That's why I'm really calling on the private sector to take over sports in Nigeria. They should come in, and I think it's also bothered to the LMC, League Management Company, and the guys in charge of Women League and the Male League to package the league. When the private sector comes in, we won't be talking about salaries, because deals will be coming on even for individuals. What stops one of these players from getting endorsement? Instead, they use some reality shows that we don't even know what those people do. They stay in one house for 2 months. You come back and you give them deals. These ladies that are supposed to be the star, they are hungry. So in Nigeria, they'll say life no balance, but it's unfortunate.
Stay with us, Brownson. Something really upsets me this morning. I woke up to see this and I was really upset. Serena Williams actually walked out on a press conference. Stay with us. She broke down in tears and cut short a post-match news conference after a 6-3, 6-4 defeat to Naomi Osaka. she actually walked out on the press conference. Serena Williams here. Stay with us.
I hit a lot on forced errors in the first few games, and I was just really nervous and scared, I think, in the beginning. And then I sort of eased my way into it, and for me, I think the biggest thing is just having fun, and it's the first day having a crowd in a while. Yeah. And I think, honestly, for me, I don't know, it's just always an honor to play her, and I just didn't want to go out really bad, so I just wanted to try my best.
The difference today was errors. I made so many errors today, so it was opportunities where I could have won. I could have been up 5-love, and I just made so many errors. So I think going through last year with the pandemic was definitely interesting, and so I have a little experience under my belt with that, I guess. But yeah, those are things that I haven't really thought about. I don't know, if I ever say farewell, I wouldn't tell anyone. So I don't know. I'm done.
She actually walked off. She actually walked away. She wanted to cry, and she actually walked off. Brownson, is this the end of Serena Williams? Is she going to say goodbye to tennis? With what you just saw now. She actually walked away.
Yes.
She sighed and walked away.
It's very emotional for me. I've always loved Serena Williams, and I wouldn't want her to say bye to the sport at this time. I still think somewhere, somehow, Serena Williams can win maybe 1 or 2 more Grand Slam. When I saw the pairing against Naomi Osaka, I felt sad for her. Maybe if it was final, it would have been different. She did all she could. She lost the 2 straight sets, so it means it wasn't a fluke. It was a whitewash, for me. Serena Williams has pushed herself so hard to see if she can get just 1 more or 2 more Grand Slams.
And break a record.
In the past 2 years, she has played in 4 finals, Wale, and she has lost the 4 finals. So it has to be a mental block somewhere. I think at this point, she needs a psychologist to really boost her. Otherwise, I think it would be very difficult for her to get hold of the Grand Slam. But I don't think she will quit the sport. Maybe not now.
Brownson, do you play table tennis?
I do.
There's something they call Winshi. Maybe Naomi Osaka is just Serena's Winshi. Maybe. Just maybe. But she always beats her. I don't know.
I mean, it's so easy. In 2018, it was a swift run.
2 straight sets.
2 straight sets. And this year again, 2 straight sets. It tells you something. I think she understands, she has studied Serena Williams a lot. She has watched lots of her clips. Serena Williams is very strong with her serves. And Serena Williams has a very good counter for it. So she's a coach that can teach her, especially playing at this level, another way of playing. But I still think Serena Williams is got something to offer. And it's very sad for me if she leaves at this point.
Okay, now, Rafael Nadal's bid for a record 21st Grand Slam title came crashing to a halt at the Australian Open on Wednesday as Stefanos Tsitsipas rose up to topple the Spaniard 3-6, 2-6, 7-6, 6-4, 7-5, and reached the semi-finals. Now, world number 2 Nadal had not lost a set coming into the evening clash at Rod Laver Arena and was locked on target for the last 4 at Melbourne Park after roaring to a 2-set lead over the listless Greek. He's actually listless. The match turned on its head when Nadal recovered in a messy third set. Let's watch a little bit of this and go back to Brownson. Stay with us.
I have no words to describe what just happened out on the court. My tennis speaks out for itself. It's an unbelievable feeling to be able to fight at such a level and just be able to leave it my all out in the court. Today's performance was, I started very nervous, I won't lie, but I don't know what happened after the third set. I just, I flied like a little bird. Everything was working for me, and I think the emotions at the very end are undescribable. They're just...
I lost a match in quarterfinals of an event that meant a lot to me. Australian Open is one of my favorite events, without a doubt. So I missed an opportunity to be in that semi-finals again. And that's it. Well done for him. He played better than me probably in the important moments. It was an equal match. I tried my best in every single moment, probably with the right attitude, no complaining at all in no one moment, even in the toughest moments. And just trying to, I think I stayed positive all the time during the match, fighting, and was not enough. Sometimes it's enough, today was not enough.
I think Tsitsipas had everything going for him, except for one thing, just the English language, the sentence. He said, I flied like a little bird. I think the word should have been, I flew like a little bird. But he didn't believe what happened to him. Brownson, Tsitsipas is stunned that he beat Nadal. He didn't believe it on the court. He said, I didn't believe what happened on the court today.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Nadal, you know, Nadal has a very strong serve. So one of the tactics that every coach wants to tell his player is to break those serves. If you break those serves, Nadal finds it very difficult and he feels very frustrated. And Tsitsipas did that very well. That tactic was well executed. For me, I think that was where the game was won and lost. Won for Tsitsipas and lost for Nadal. And I mean, when you're playing someone that has 20 Grand Slam in his cabinet, you know what that means for you. And, you know, it's like a legend. And Nadal needed this one to set new world record, the first player in Open era to win 21 Grand Slam ahead of Roger Federer. And he was really looking forward to this. Don't forget that Federer didn't make it to the tournament. And, I mean, it was a very good chance. But when you play a rising star, 50 Stefanos Tsitsipas, you're going to bring your A game to this one. The guy is young, he's got lots of energy, his reflex is very, perfect. But it was a big day for him, and I think he rose up to the occasion. Nadal will live to fight another day.
Brownson, I want to ask you a question. Every time Nadal has a problem, it's never his leg, it's never his stomach, it's always his right shoulder. And Stefanos always went for the right side of his arm. Always trying to look for that shoulder to actually shift or something, as usual. And he actually made it happen for himself. He always went for that shoulder.
That's tactical brilliance. And you have to give it to the coaching crew. They studied Nadal, and they know that if this guy's got injury, if you stretch him at that part of his arm, he will break down. That was exactly what, it was the tactics taken to perfection, and you must give kudos. Tsitsipas did well, but I think I want to give kudos to the coaching crew who spotted this out and, of course, executed by Tsitsipas. Unfortunately, Nadal lost, but Tsitsipas will have to look. I really hope that he gets to the final, because it looks to be like Djokovic's title to lose this year.
Okay, Brownson. Tennis fans were allowed back to the Australian Open tournament on Thursday after Victoria State lockdown was lifted. Victoria State Premier Dan Andrews announced the lifting of the lockdown and said the crowd allowed into Melbourne Park for the semi-finals and finals of the Grand Slam night be reduced from the originally agreed 25,000 a day tournament organizers. It is still They had agreed with the government to have 7,477 fans in each of Thursday's 2 sessions, and the same number from the singles final sessions on Saturday and Sunday evenings. Now, the number of spectators in mask night present a stark contrast in the first 5 days of the tournament, when there was a sometimes virile atmosphere, but lists for local hero Nico Kyrgios, second and third round matches on John Cain's Arena. Okay, we'll take a short break. We'll come back. Stay with us.
It's been really nice to be here, and I actually kind of like the lower crowds. It's kind of nice to just be able to walk around and go wherever you want.
Having a nice day like this and be able to come back to see the players, I think it's nice for us, it's nice for them as well. And you look, it's a beautiful day, it looks like everyone is happy to be here. So yeah, I think it's really great that we are able to come back.
Somebody said it was almost suicidal to have said the Australian Open should go on. Then later they said the crowd cannot be there, 25,000 people at a point. And then now everybody's gone. And then they've actually agreed to have them in the semi-finals and the finals number. Only 7,477 spectators. Even for me, that's a major, major amount of people. Brownson, what do you think? Over 7,000 people, Brownson. What do you think?
Vacation with your family, during this period. But so I think it's to relieve a lot of things. A lot of people are in depression and different things. Sports has a way of bringing them back, and it's a very good thing for the organizers to consider having fans back into the stadium. It will boost the players' morale. We hear those shouts and screams and all of that. So let's see how well that goes. I think it's a very, very good development. We hope to see that in football as well soon.
Well, I've always been a major player in saying that all sporting activities should just stop, for me, really. My opinion.
I think it's not necessary. What organizers have been able to do so far, let's look at the league games, for instance. I think when leagues stopped sometimes in July, I think, was it August, thereabouts, in 2020, it was a very difficult moment for sport fans around the world. People started getting back to life. Sports, you need to understand that sports is a way of life. I forget that we don't do it well in Africa or maybe Nigeria. Sport is a lifestyle for people. It's a way of life. Like, it's a tradition. So, it's something that we really cannot do without. Wale, please don't suggest that again. Sports should go on. I think systematically, people should start getting to stadium gradually. Maybe like a 10% to 20%, then to 50% thereabouts.
Thank you very much, Brownson. I agree with you.
Right.
Suffering many for Nigeria, so the only opium we have, the only high we get is sports in Nigeria. So
yeah,
I agree with you. Thank you very much for coming on the show, Brownson. And we hope to see you very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye. Now, backed by 24 points from Donovan Mitchell, the Utah Jazz extended their winning NBA run to 9 games on Wednesday. Now, Rudy Gobert added 23 points and Jordan Clarkson had 18, as the Jazz beat the short-handed Los Angeles Clippers 114-96. The Clippers were missing injured duo Paul George and Kawhi Leonard and were unable to pick up the slack. Lon Williams getting a game-high 16 points in the defeat. The Jazz have now won 20 of their last 21 games and topped the Western Conference by 2 games. Let's watch the highlights of the game and we'll come back. Stay with us.
Lou Williams zigs and zags his way to his left. Jumper is true for Lou. He has 7. Rebound senior. Here come the Clippers. Man drives. Blocked from behind by Mitchell. What a play to end the half. Nevertheless, the Clippers hanging around. No Kawhi, no Paul George. They went to Division I as Mitchell goes down the lane and down that. Man, a step away 3 with confidence. Gets his own rebound. A no-look in the corner for Coffey. Oh, the Brewmaster delivers again. And the Clippers close the lead down to 1. Continuing from effort to follow. Now another extended possession for Utah. They don't need any extra help, and Ingles makes it. Wow. 95-82.
Fantastic NBA action. That's all we can take on the show today. Thank you very much, Brownson Nwana, for being a guest on the show today. Thank you. Join us same time tomorrow for another edition of Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. My name is Wale Scott. And like I always advise you at the end of every show, if not for anything, at least for your heart, do some sports.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
From Ultima, the studios that brought you Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Project Fame West Africa, comes the world's #1 business reality show, Lion's Den, also known as Dragon's Den UK and Shark Tank USA. Aspiring entrepreneurs across Nigeria, here's your chance to pitch your business or idea to 5 Nigerian investors who are in search of businesses that are investment ready. Bring them on. Win them over with your pitch, and they will invest in your business and partner with you to make your dreams come true. But the question is, have you got what it takes to survive in the Lion's Den? To apply for Lion's Den, have an existing EcoBank account or open a new EcoBank account with a 10,000 naira deposit and visit www.ultima.ng/lionsden to fill out an application form. Applications close on the 28th of February 2021. Lion's Den is proudly sponsored by EcoBank and Chapel Hill Denham in association with Bank of Industry and Development Bank of Nigeria, with the LIRS as strategic partners.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
A
Another abduction in Nigeria as gunmen storm Kagara, Niger State, and abduct school children. And PDP governors charge federal government to decentralize the police. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mary Anna Combs. Armed men have attacked Government Science College Kagara in Rafi local government area of Niger State. At least one student was feared killed, while 27 students, 3 members of staff and 12 family members of the college were abducted by the gunmen. Discussing this with me today is security expert Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, Mr. Amakri, for joining us.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So, of course, this is yet another abduction. We just were happy, just rejoicing a few months ago that the Kankara boys were returned home safely. And now this. And one would wonder, really, is this becoming a routine thing for these so-called bandits?
I think we are not approaching this issue properly. Because Kankara boys came, they were rescued, and then now we have another Kagara boys again. And the reason why they are doing all this is because of the cachet of bandits that are around in the country, in ungoverned spaces, trying to make money out of the Nigerian government. And I think it's high time we face this. Before we were talking about service chiefs, now we have new service chiefs. And these new service chiefs should go ahead headlong to deal with these guys because we know where they are, we know who they are.
Really?
And we should be able to get rid of them.
Really? Do we know where they are? And do we know who they are? So what is stopping What is stopping us from getting these people if we do know where they are and we know who they are? Because I remember clearly that a presidential spokesperson said that we cannot really give these bands, tag them terrorists or proscribe them because we don't know who they are and they're not under an umbrella per se. So, but you're telling us that we know them and we know where they are. So what's the challenge?
Whichever spokesman is saying that is not being honest. You know, I think we've gone beyond the level where in Nigeria we will start beating around the bush or trying to play politics with security. I don't like people playing politics with security. These are bandits. Sheikh Gumi went and met them in 2 camps. Where in one camp they have 700 persons with fully armed. In another camp, they have 600 persons, fully armed. All the coordinates are in the hands of the security agencies. Now, these guys are not, from other reports that we've had, they are not Nigerians. So if they are not Nigerians and they are occupying our ungoverned spaces, why should we accommodate them? So I think with the new service chiefs now, I'm happy the IGP has already formed Operation POF ADA 2 to go into ungoverned spaces. And I think this is the time for them to do it. Flush these guys out.
There seems to, like you said, you call them ungoverned spaces. Are we supposed to have those in the country? I mean, we know that there are... Yeah.
There are many of them.
Exactly. So why do we still have these spaces, knowing what we know from when Boko Haram had been attacking and then the federal government saying that we have been able to take over all of these states? Why do we still have these ungoverned spaces? I always keep asking security operatives this question. How do we let outsiders come into a country as big as Nigeria, as powerful as we are, to terrorize our people, and then we still find a way to pay these bandits to leave us alone? Does this not mean that we are showing them our weakness and allowing them to play on these weaknesses and continuously find ways to take money, like you said, from our government. What is the job of security operatives in those areas? Because I know that in the north we have JTFs, we have all kinds of security operatives, including local security outfits. Why have they not been able to map out those areas to cover these ungoverned spaces so that we can find out where these people go in and out from?
You know, you are very, very correct that why are we still having these ungoverned spaces? We have these ungoverned spaces because, number one, we have governors who are actually hobnobbing with these guys. There are pictures and videos of governors in the northern states who are having meetings with all these bandits. We have the Kaduna State governor who was paying them before to stay away. And now that they are not staying away, he is all for it that we should flush them out. You know, so we have all these people who are coming out from all kinds of countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Niger, to come into Nigeria. Now, why are they coming here when other countries are also available? They can't go to Ghana. They can't go to Benin Republic, which is a smaller country than Nigeria, because those countries don't want to deal with them. In Ghana, they are ready to fight them out of the country. But in Nigeria, we are so lackadaisical, our borders are so porous, and then they come in and do whatever they want to do. So this is the problem that we are facing.
I want to dig deeper into this. I've visited many borders in this country that are not in any way policed. And there are several of these borders. And every time we have occurrences such as this, or we have issues of terrorism, we now remember that we have borders that are under-policed. But then once that phase rolls over, we move on like business as usual. So now that we have new service chiefs and they've all been talking tough, we've heard them say all kinds of things, why is there no concerted efforts to deal with those issues, those in and outs, especially from the northern parts of the country? I'll tell you what, for these kidnapping, the eyewitness said that the school in itself was dilapidated, and then there was a fence that was broken down, so those people were able to come in through those places. So this is a replica of what's happening in Nigeria. So we have places that are open to these people to come in, but then we cannot talk to the guys who are in customs, the immigrations. Why is there no concerted efforts? I'm talking from the presidency down to all of these people. The president, the ball stops at Mr. President's table, whether we like it or not. And these people work for him. One of the reasons why I'm guessing Nigerians gave Mr. President this opportunity to be a president is because he was a former general, and we're hoping that we wouldn't have to deal with things like this. So is it that Mr. President is not serious about the issue of security in this country, or does he not just simply care?
Well, he came into power saying that security is one of the major pillars that he's going to deal with. But anyway, as president, he's not going to do everything. Because when you look at the country, there are governors. Nobody's talking about the governors. There are local government chairmen. Nobody's talking about those chairmen. They are busy taking their money and security votes and then spending it the way they want to spend it. You mentioned the school. Look at that school. The gate is there, and of course, the sides are open. So that cannot be a perimeter fencing. In 2014, there was what they call Safe School Initiative. Safe School Initiative, which was put in place by the Economic Forum in Abuja. And it was supposed to create safety for all the schools in Nigeria. But you can see that school. There is no perimeter fence. All the schools are just there. They are sitting ducks, and they can be picked. They go to one school, they pick up people, and then, of course, you have negotiations, maybe some kind of ransom is paid, and then they spend it and go to another school. That is not what we expect. So the new service chiefs, I think, are more positioned. I think they are already thinking about it, and I think they are going to do something about it.
I shudder to think why they should be thinking about it at this time. Should they not be steps ahead of these people, knowing that we've had precedences? But I want us to go to a video that's credited to the Minister of Defense and what he had to say about these kidnappings and calling us cowardly. And he said that we should not be cowardly, rather, we should defend ourselves. Let's take a look at that video, and when we come back, I'd like to know what you think about it.
Is it the responsibility of the military alone? It's the responsibility of everybody to keep alert and find safety when necessary. But we shouldn't be cowards. At times, the banditry will only come with about 3 rounds of ammunition. When they fire shot, everybody runs. In our younger days, we stand to fight any aggression coming to us. I don't know why people are running away from minor things like that. They should stand and let these people know that even the villagers, they have the competence and capability to defend themselves. But our own duty is to ensure no Nigerian is hurt, and we're capable of protecting the integrity of this nation. And we will continue to do it.
So let's piece this video. Let's just, take it in piecemeals. Firstly, he says that we should not be cowards, that it's not just the job of the army. And he also made a statement that might, make me a bit critical of him and, the defense ministry, that they come with just very little ammunition. You're fighting a guerrilla warfare of sorts. It's not a technical war. It is a guerrilla warfare of sorts. And so you come with very tiny ammunition. What are you running after? Criminals? Again, he also says that in his days, we could stand and fight these sorts of people. It's 2021. What is a defense minister in the country telling the people of Nigeria? That the army is incapable, that he doesn't know why he was put there? Or is it that we all should just bring our pots and our pans out and start fighting because our security agencies are overwhelmed?
I think the defense minister is regretting that particular statement that he made, because I cannot imagine where he will call Nigerians cowards. There are people that, he is the defense minister. There are people that are having arms. Even herdsmen are carrying AK-47s around, while the peaceful citizens of this country are disarmed and they don't have any guns with them. And they cannot defend themselves when somebody comes to attack them and you are calling them cowards. I strongly believe that, I think the defense minister, I would say he was misquoted because I heard him loud and clear.
We all did.
I think he's regretting that very particular statement, because I don't see him calling Nigerians cowards. Then why do we have the military? The military is there to ground these people and make everywhere safe and secure for everybody. So I think he's regretting that statement. I will not credit it to him again.
Let's talk about the army or security agencies being overwhelmed right now, because it seems that way. It seems like the army is being overstretched with banditry and farmers versus herders, with all kinds of things that are happening in different parts of the country. And recently or lately, it's been the Southwest, heating up. And let's not forget the militants are still there, in the Niger Delta, even though there's not much attention coming from there. Is there something that needs to be done to strengthen, the might of our soldiers, our battalion? Is there something that needs to be done to help in policing our borders? Is there something that needs to be done? Do we need to bring people from the other paramilitary organizations to boost the efforts? Because it looks like we have our plate full.
our plates are really full indeed. But I can tell you one thing. I thank God for the new service chiefs that have come. And I know some of them. So the thing is that, you know, they have a pressure on them to perform. And if they have to perform, they will do all it takes to make sure that the country is safe. It's just like a house that is filled with rats, and the rats are running all over the place. You know, the way to do it now, number one, is to boost the morale of the fighting forces. Boost their morale, give them new equipment that they will need in fighting, take care of their welfare, and then, of course, they will provide, you know, they will go ahead and do what is needful. In the Niger Delta right now, we have a serious piracy and militancy problem.
Yes.
Many people are not aware of it.
Yeah, in Bonny,
you know, there
yes.
are many ships that are boarded, okay? And in that kind of situation, we believe that the Navy is, from the last time I checked, they are checking on all the security equipment that they have. About last week, they went out for a sea operation. You know, 14 ships actually went out to, you know, show their strength there. So we believe that with the pressure on the new service chiefs, they will do something.
Okay. Now, the Senate has urged Mr. President to declare a state of emergency. They did this, I think, yesterday. We want to play that video, and then when we come back, we'll talk more about it.
Okay.
I believe that there is need for something new, a different initiative, on especially how to protect our schools. And let me be a little bit clear about the incidents of abducting students from schools. Almost all the incidents of abducting students from schools happen in northern Nigeria. And we all know how much effort our leaders of yesterday, probably right from independence, have worked so hard to ensure that children go to school in northern part of Nigeria. And with incidents like this, we will be reversing all the gains that were made in convincing parents and wards to take their children to school. So there is need for our security agencies and government to ensure that we come up with a strategy of ensuring security in schools.
All right, so Mr. Makri, Senate President Ahmed Lawan there, you know, stating the obvious. For me, I'm wondering, maybe this new abduction is a wake-up call, or maybe this is just another thing that the Senate does, you know, when these kind of things happen. Then we remember that there's strategies that we need to adopt. But yes, the state of emergency issue, people have been calling for it, even as a result of what's been happening in the southwest and in the north, as we have these issues of herders versus farmers. Now we have this banditry. So is this something that is feasible? Is it going to be all across the country, or in those areas where these terrorists are more predominant? How realizable is this issue of state of emergency, and can we really go through with it?
Before the state of emergency, we have to think about the Safe School Initiative. The Safe School Initiative is something that started in 2014. Why are we not putting that project on ground? How to make the schools safe? Instead, that project has been abandoned. And there was a lot of money that was voted for that particular project. And when I see schools like the Boys High School in Kangara there, I feel very saddened. You know, but come to think about it, if the Senate president is now asking for a state of emergency, that means he's going to lose his job. Because when there's a state of emergency, all political institutions are on suspension. All political institutions are in suspension. We call in the military to take over and there will be martial law. That's what a state of emergency is. Maybe some people don't understand that when you're calling for a state of emergency, you are actually calling for martial law. And when martial law comes, the Senate, the House of Representatives, the State House of Assembly, all of them will go to sleep while the military take over and everything will be done with immediate effect. So I hope they understand what they are asking for.
So what strategies, because everybody's just saying we call on government, we call on security agencies. As a person who's worked in security, what strategies do we need to adopt immediately? You've talked about the safe school initiatives. Yes, I'm guessing that for all of the North has gone through, especially the northeastern parts of this country, what they've gone through, schools should have been policed and made safe over the years. We shouldn't be talking about this right now, but unfortunately we are, so let's talk about it. Apart from safe school initiatives, what other strategies can be employed to deal with this situation in the interim while the intel is being combed for or something? I don't know the words for the military jargons, but you know what I mean. While they're working on intel, what do we need to do in the interim? What strategies need to be put in place? Because these guys, I'm sure they're also re-strategizing to make another hit. Hopefully, if they get monies from this, they probably will be looking for something else to do. Maybe they'll hit another school.
Very well. Now, there are some low-hanging fruits that we can deal with right now. And, you know, when you have all this kind of kidnapping, some bandits go into schools, kidnap people, take them away. I was just discussing with a friend of mine today, a security expert too, who was saying that if we have to come to the nitty-gritty, how long does it take a schoolboy to walk for 5 kilometers? You know, these boys that are kidnapped are not taken away in a bus. They are not taken away in a Hilux truck. They were headed away walking on their feet. How long will it take them to cover 5 kilometers? How long will it take them to cover 10 kilometers? When people are abducted like that, security agents are informed. Can't the police go after them? Because if you go after them, it will take them a long time to cover that distance. And within the first 48 hours, we should be able, even with the help of the Air Force, to know where they are and then extricate them from whoever is taking them away. But we don't do that. We come around, we make statements, governors come and make statements, and then of course by then...
So my question is, why don't we do it? Is it because we lack the capacity to do it? Is it that we do not have the equipment to do this? Because I have seen drone pictures of, the Air Force bombarding some enclaves of Boko Haram. So really, is it that we do not have these things, or we're just not willing to do it?
We have these things. We have these things. We have jets, helicopters that are specialized in search and rescue. We have even a drone, the long-arm drone, the long-wing drone that we got from China. These are all drones that are available to us. They can go out and then, of course, they can see where these boys are and then deal with it. But when you waste time, when you are wasting time making political statements and everything, then they take them and then they, hide them or disperse them into different camps, and then it becomes very difficult to get them out.
Well, it's quite unfortunate, but I want to say thank you very much. Dennis Amakri is a security expert. Thank you for joining us on this conversation. Hopefully, we will get these boys back safely, and hopefully that's tomorrow. But thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we're still talking security, but this time, governors of the People's Democratic Party make a case for police decentralization. Stay with us. We'll talk about it after the break.
From Ultima, the studios that brought you Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Project Fame West Africa, comes the world's #1 business reality show, Lion's Den, also known as Dragon's Den UK and Shark Tank USA. Aspiring entrepreneurs across Nigeria, here's your chance to pitch your business or idea to 5 Nigerian investors who are in search of businesses that are investment ready. Bring them on. Win them over with your pitch, and they will invest in your business and partner with you to make your dreams come true. But the question is, have you got what it takes to survive in the Lion's Den? To apply for Lion's Den, have an existing EcoBank account or open a new EcoBank account with a 10,000 naira deposit and visit www.ultima.ng/lionsden to fill out an application form. Applications close on the 28th of February 2021. Lion's Den is proudly sponsored by EcoBank and Chapel Hill Denham in association with Bank of Industry and Development Bank of Nigeria, with the LIRS as strategic partners.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Amidst the worsening cases of insecurity in Nigeria, governors from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, have called on the federal government to decentralize the police and facilitate the establishment of state police to give states' helmsmen the legal backing to combat the menace. Well, joining us are local government chairman for Ikwere local government area in Rivers State, Samuel Nwanosike, and security expert Efe Nwanogo. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
All right. I'm going to start with you, Samuel, because this is a matter that is brought up by the PDP. The first things first, the reason why these governors are calling for state policing is because of what's been happening across the country in terms of insecurity and the likes. But what are your thoughts on the idea of state police? I mean, this is not the first time that people have called for state policing. We've been hearing it from 2013 all the way down. Is this really a good idea per se? Because there are disadvantages that people have brought up as a case for us not to have state police.
Yeah, first of all, it's very funny for us to say we are doing democracy and we are learning from the Americans, and yet we do not want to learn properly. We want to learn halfway. In America, the democracy we envy and we emulate from, they have state policing. Even university colleges, business premises have their own internal security that they call the internal police. So the issue is that state policing is long overdue. Whether no matter whatever statement or sentiment anybody want to raise, for us to solve the security of this nation and return our soldiers back to do that which they are born to do, to protect our territory and to protect the outside invasion, for soldiers to stop doing internal security, what they call IS, we must go back to state policing. We are saying that we have unemployment scattered everywhere, and we have able-bodied young men roaming the streets and turning to criminals, turning to kidnappers, when we can turn them to state police. My sister, we should stop deceiving ourselves in this country.
Interesting.
The People's Democratic Party have made a call. That call is very important. And for us to succeed in this nation, there is no other way to go. It is state policing. We must be able to allow all the 3 tiers of government have their own policing system. The local governments will have their own policing system. The states will have their own policing system for us to be able to check this insecurity that is bedeviling us.
Talking about that. We know that in the north there's ISPA, and we also have a Amotekun in the southwest, and of course Rivers State does have its own form of community policing. Now, the People's Democratic Party is also making a case that the federal government is somewhat suppressing the idea of state policing with the idea of community policing, and that community policing cannot take the place of state police. But let's look at what the community police has done so far. How well have they done? Can we really say that we're ready for state policing? With states who have had these, other forms of security agencies, have they been able to have a handle on them? Have they been able to make sure that they do their work without it being politicized or used as guard dogs for the governments in power?
Let me just give you an instance of what's happening in Rivers State. We had the situation where court activities became a bane to our existence. Court activities took over our day-to-day existence. And as a people, we remember that our founding fathers, our forefathers, had what they call community vigilante. And because the federal government refused the Rivers State government to have a police structure that can help in providing information and logistics to the proper police that they control. You remember the issue of going to Noah camp and shutting down the training of the police system the Rivers State government was trying to put, even when the Lagos State government was allowed to do theirs. But that of Rivers State was shut down because of political reasons. We said no problem. But we had to come back to the issue of local vigilante. Guess what? The local vigilante that you know as popularly called OSPAC was able to assist the regular police and the military, gather information and logistics to solve the problem of insecurity that was created by these cultists Today, as we talk,
has it
our
really been
communities
solved?
have been freed.
Has the issue of cultism been really solved in River State, in reality?
Yes, we have solved it 80%. We've solved it. You can't hear about kidnapping of buses anymore in River State. You can hear now that our farmlands are now open for our farmers to go and do their cultivation. We've taken back our society. That's what we're talking about. So imagine a situation where it is now allowed by constitution for states to have police that the governor can fund, and the governor can stand and sit with the police executive and plot operations and achieve results. My sister, it is not a matter of gainsaying. We have nothing to speak about this matter rather to allow state policing and local government policing come to bear so that we can be able to stop this pressure we are putting on Nigerian Army, Nigerian Air Force, and Nigerian Navy. They are overstretched.
Let's
you can imagine a military man who has done 2 years or 3 years in Meduguri will come back rather to rest. He's allowed to run around the creek again. They're human beings. They're not machines.
So, but let's break it down. The guys, I mean, if we're talking about state policing now, it means that you are going to still have a redeployment of sorts of these police officers or, you know, to the states where they all come from. And that means that maybe we also still have to employ more people into the police force. How many states will be able to shoulder that responsibility? I mean, look at what states are facing in terms of the minimum wage. Certain states have still been unable to pay the new percentage for the minimum wage. Are states capable to shoulder, the wages of these new sets of police officers, depending on how many of them are going to be reintroduced into the states?
That will not take security as the foundation of its governance, that state has failed. For you to talk about development, you must know that there must be a security and safety of the environment for development to happen. So if you're telling me that a state is saying they cannot pay salary, then what would be the essence of the state paying the civil servants if the state is ungovernable? First of all, the right thing has to be done. Let's not deceive ourselves. Even you as a reporter, if that environment where your station is, you have a crisis, this reporting will not be happening. You won't even come to work. So first thing first, for us to get Nigeria working again, we must get the security architecture of this nation right. When we get it right, we cannot build on it, even if it means that workers don't get salary, for security men to get salary. Let it happen so.
But you see, that's
for us to be able to know that we're moving forward as a nation.
But that's the interesting part. Nobody would want to part with their monies, even though, everybody wants to be safe and secure. That is supposed to solely be government's responsibility. If government is giving us security, it shouldn't be at, the expense of me getting my take-home pay.
No, you will have no need. Hold on, man. You will have no need to get a take-home pay when you don't have a place to spend the take-home pay. If they kidnap you today, for God forbid, you're kidnapped today, and you die in the hand of kidnappers, where will you spend your take-home pay? We are telling you that these kidnappers are blocking the road. They're even coming close to your houses. And you're telling me about take-home. What are we taking home for? Let's get the security architecture of this nation right first. We know we have a nation. Then we cannot talk about payment of other issues. It is the practical to why we're deceiving ourselves.
Now, the politics aspect of it is where many people have opposed the issue of state policing, talking about governments using them, as their guard dogs or doing the beatings of, the government in power. Let's not even forget, as we speak right now, politicians have police officers deployed to or attached to them, even though every time a new IG comes in, he says, we're making sure that we take away all these police aids from politicians. But they are there, and they seemingly do the bidding of these politicians. I remember the issue between the former state governor of River State and the sitting governor, where two of their police aides, had a face-off. How do we make sure that, the same policing structure that we have, even though it's not so great, but the police officers will be responsible to the citizens and not necessarily responsible to the governors?
Let me tell you something. Is the federal government not using the so-called federal police? Are they not using it? That's not our problem. Our problem is that...
So is that why the states
that-
are
that-
asking
let-
for
let- you
police
ask the
officers
question,
so
let me
that they
finish.
can also do the same thing the federal government is
No,
doing?
it's not possible. That's not true. It's the story those who do not want us to move forward as a nation is raising for us to do the right thing. They know the truth. Now, let me tell you, when we had the regional government, we had the state police, we have regional police. And the same way, checks and balance in everything you do in life. That's why the National Assembly needs to enact a law to be able to manage this state policing. Because whether you like it, the military, are you not aware that the military invaded Rivers State during the election? Did you make Rivers people to protest and say we don't want military again in Rivers State? We cannot exist as Rivers people without the military. Even if the military invaded the election, it doesn't mean that the military should be asked to leave. No. The point is that who is the military officer that invaded the election? You call him out and let him face his responsibility for breaching the law. So the point is that if you have a state police and the governor wants to use it against the people, the governor will be there as governor forever. The immunity won't he spare? People will document the crimes and criminality that he has committed using the state police. At the point he will face the law. That is not a situation anybody should talk about. No, it's not. The truth of the matter is that even you, as a reporter, is asking me this question. Hear it today, hear it clearly. We are sitting on the keg of a gunpowder. It's either we solve this problem and this nation will explode. And when this nation explodes, you have no place to sit down and do this reporting you're doing.
Interesting, but everybody seems to think that, you know, state policing is going to solve all the problems that we're facing today. But really, is it the bane of our solution? Because let's not forget, like you said, I was speaking to a guest and he talked about the fact that the creeks in River State are facing its fair share of piracy. And you also said within the city you have cultism. But is it really state policing that will solve that problem? Or is it a political will to make sure that our country in its entirety is properly secured and our borders are also safe?
Let me tell you, in answering that question, state policing is the solution to this problem. Because in state police, we have marine police, we have border guards, we have every police has its sections. This EFCC we are talking about, they're still police. They're crime police involved investigation. We have, when I was growing up as a young man, I used to realize that the CIDs, you don't know them. They come and relate with people. They are police, but they are plainclothes policemen. The point is that the federal government is carrying too much. They cannot manage it. They cannot take care of it. We need to decentralize these factions and let the states come in and spend. See, madam, if we don't have state policing, the governors will still sit down and watch you and still be answering logistics officers. And this nation will be going down and down and down to a point where we will become Central African Republic, God forbid, or become Yemen, God forbid.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Samuel Wanasike. Unfortunately, we lost Ife Wanugu in the process of this conversation. But thank you. Samuel Wanasike is the local government chairman of Ikwere local government in River State. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me. Should
All
I
right.
stay on the line?
Yes. Thank you very much for coming. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, I'll be giving you my take. Stay with us. It's time for my take. Now, from Chibok to Dapchi to Kankara and now Kagara, when will these abductions end, one would ask? They seem to all be playing a similar script, so why are we not steps ahead of them? What have we done with all the intel in relation to these reoccurrences? Because it's not been one or two, 4 of them. Shouldn't we have learned from the past? I mean, too many questions are begging to be answered. These people that we call bandits or kidnappers have been terrorizing us for years and years, yet we give them the fancy names instead of calling them what they are. We always wait in this country to react. Now we have new service chiefs. They came on and talked tough, but today people have been taken without a trace. Our leaders seem to have failed us. Our security situation is a total mess. Nigerians no longer feel safe. Those who swore to protect us seem to be overwhelmed and bereft of ideas on how to keep us safe. Where do we go from here? Who do we call to? Because it seems like our leaders are deaf to our cries as it is right now. It's time for us to step up. to clean up this security mess and send a hard message to all these perpetrators of violence and terror before it gets out of hand. So, Mr. President, the ball is now in your court. Time to do your job. I am Mariana Combe, thanking you for watching. It's been Plus Politics.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
First of all, symptoms of COVID-19 in children are very clear. You talk about fever. Most of the times it could be low-grade fever, oftentimes continuous high-grade fever that is not relapsing with your regular paracetamols and your tepid sponging. One of the other symptoms, aside the respiratory symptoms that you have to look out for, is the stooling and vomiting. It's been seen to have very strong effect on stooling and vomiting in recent times among children. And when you do a culture for that, you don't see anything. There are no bacterial infections associated with it. So then, of course, the baseline is your respiratory findings, which you can have the regular cough, nasal discharge a few times, but dry cough more often in children. You want to watch out for temperature changes. You want to watch out for, loss of appetite and some catarrh for a long time, what we know as nasal discharge. Then you have to teach and model hygiene, all right? A good hygiene practice, using the hand sanitizer, washing your hand regularly, in fact, should be the stated one. And in cases of no water, you can teach them for hand sanitizers, especially those more than 60% alcohol. And then they don't necessarily have to use the face mask often, but you must teach the intake of good, clean water. And then more importantly is diet. You cannot just give any food now. You have to pay attention to vegetables, greens especially.
you have to have a high protein diet and high calorie diet. For example, fat and oil is important for a child to improve their metabolic state, for protein to improve their growth rate, and more importantly, fruits to improve minerals and vitamins. And so you're not doing substitute of fruits, you're doing the real fruits, the vegetables, and things like pear, cashew nut, watermelon, cucumber. Very important for them right now. Pawpaw has been seen to be very effective, especially for vitamin E, and it contains the tocopherols, vitamin E and Co, which is very important for their immunity. So you're focusing on building their immunity, and you're focusing on them having a good diet. So a summary of what parents should do in preventing COVID-19 amongst your children is: 1, teaching and modeling good health or hygiene practices. You don't just teach it, let them watch you and let them be conversant with it. Secondly, you must monitor their health. Don't take anything for granted. Once you notice fever for more than 24 hours, you want to report to the hospital and be sure that that fever is not stepping its bound. The third and very important thing, you want to see that this child is eating appropriately, and appropriately not giving junks. You want to see that they're eating the right protein, high protein diet, a good calorie, which is fat and oil, and lastly, vegetables, of course, fruits and vegetables, so that they can build their immunity. Don't necessarily do fruit substitute. Some people want to do multivitamin. Those are placebos. They're good, but it cannot take the place of the right diet per time, greens and vegetables.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Traffic signs are important indicators that direct and inform commuters and motorists of dangers ahead. The National Bureau of Statistics has shown that there are about 11.8 million licensed cars on Nigeria's roads as at fourth quarter of 2018, compared to 11.6 million in the preceding year 2017. With an estimated population of 198 million, Nigeria's vehicle per population ratio is 0.06. Road traffic signs serve several purposes. Some are placed on the roads to point out directions to motorists. Some are placed to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians. How much of these signs are known to Nigerians?
That shows that the road is free for somebody to walk. That the traffic light is indicating red, and it's time for you to walk across the traffic, issued in case need be.
Majorly, it's meant for why children are meant to cross the road. So there's need for every vehicle that was passing by at that particular moment to stop by for them.
Facing me is don't turn left. Because if it was like this, I would say don't turn right. So it's if you see the sign showing like this, it's don't turn left.
It's a sign putting it on restricted areas where it is not necessary for such a vehicle to enter, especially a vehicle that has lower height. It's not to enter in such a place.
Road signs are typically represented as symbols or annotations. Every motorist, and in some cases, pedestrians, are expected to have an understanding of what these signs represent. It is crucial for authorities in charge to produce road signs with symbols together with their meanings spelled out.
We need signs. Every country, every city needs traffic signs, otherwise there will be chaos on the roads. Drivers would not be informed. Nobody would know who has a right or who does not have a right. What can you do? What can you not do? Are you going to warn me about an impediment in front of me or not? So signs are critical. It's not about anyone taking advantage. It's about us utilizing it. The front of a vehicle feels safer Whereas a pedestrian is vulnerable because it's only their body structure, so on impact of anything, there will be serious injury. Any new road being constructed in Lagos must have a requisite walkway. Zebra crossing, typically in Nigeria, some drivers, when you tell them like, oh, why have you not allowed the pedestrian to cross at the zebra crossing? And the driver will turn back and say, well, I can't see no zebra. You must, as a motorist, you must stop and give priority to the pedestrian to cross. That's the purpose of zebra crossings.
Inappropriate parking on the road is another disturbing habit. Where can drivers park on the road in case of necessity?
Typically speaking, when you go and apply for a driver's license, you are foremost trained to say to you that where you park is very important because it borders on safety and it borders on obstruction of other road users. And so the first job of any driver or a motorist is that wherever you've parked, you must ask yourself the question, is it safe? Is it obstructive? Do I have any traffic signs that bans me from parking at this spot? If you're able to answer all those questions in the affirmative, then you're good to go. And it's not just that. You have to also ask, can where I have chosen to park, can it be perceived by enforcement agency to be obstructive or just not an appropriate place to park? i.e., it is not appropriate to park on an express road that even has 3 lanes, even for 1 second. Because why? From a safety point of view, vehicles on an express will be on a higher speed. If you park there and you obstruct, you're forcing them to change lanes. Now, forcing someone to change lanes on an express on high speed is very dangerous. More than likely, it will lead to a crash. So you can't park there. If you go to a market and you do not go into an off-street parking space or go and find a side street that is not obstructive to parking, and you now say, oh, because other people are parking there, I just want to park for 1 minute. 1 minute is more than enough for an accident to happen. 1 minute is more than enough for obstruction to other traffic flow to occur. So your 1 minute to you may be small, but for the country, for the state, for agency like ours, 1 minute at an inappropriate place is obstructive. And then that vehicle, if we have a tow vehicle, we will tow it.
What are the transportation agencies in Nigeria doing to educate citizens and motorists?
With a program like yours, it's all part of the education links that we have, that we use. Federal Road Safety Corps, LAMATA, LASMA, any agency that has anything to do with safety on the roads, with transportation, would always look for an avenue to educate the citizenry. There's a purpose for the road. Your purpose is to move from point A to B, not to abuse other road users. Don't take advantage of vulnerable road users like children and the elderly and pedestrians. Don't say because you're inside your car that you just have rights to do whatever you want.
Obey the road signs and remember not to drive under any influence.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayuwa Mesale, and today, go, Sansi.
What is it? You should just, ideally just make a song, title it, Go Sansi.
Sansi is live with me in studio. I'm not alone today. And we have Uti Elu joining us via Zoom. Uti Elu, how are you doing?
Hi. Yeah, interesting. Interesting times, but I'm good.
Yes, so on Tuesday, our last ladies' night out, Mori and what would be her name?
Lami
wanted to crucify me. Because I suggested that, can we try tact as a strategy? I should have put Uti on that show. Should have been on my side. Can we try tact as a...
No, I would have been on your side, though.
Are you serious?
No.
Oh, my.
Uti. No. Here I was believing that Uti would have been on my side.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Okay, so apparently I'm alone.
No, I definitely think that tact is a good, we could use a lot more tact and diplomacy, because this is politics we're talking about. You need a lot of tact and diplomacy.
It will shock people.
I think that we've shown that tact and diplomacy works when both sides are willing to play by the same rules. When both sides aren't willing to play by the same rules, then there's only so far that tact can get you. It's like trying to rise above the fray when the fray keeps trying to pull you down.
No, so I actually think, Uti, I actually think
that that's not going to work. So,
diplomacy is not just...
I can see why you would think I would be on your side, but no.
No, sometimes diplomacy is to sit down and bid your time and just understudy silently. Or is that tact? I'm not sure what to call it, but that is also a technique that works. I mean, I have used it on a couple of occasions. You just sit down, watch, scheme if you have to, and bid your time.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I totally agree with you. In some circumstances, that would work. But like I said, we've already seen time and time again that that's not the approach that the other side is taking. So again, it's tantamount to you wanting to take the high road. You can't take the high road when someone is constantly not even taking the low road. They're going underground.
Michelle
I mean,
Obama
you're not fighting in the same space.
Michelle
so
Obama
I'm not saying, on a roll around in the same mud, but you definitely have to have a different approach. The high ground is not it.
Michelle Obama said, when they go high, when they go low, you go high. So
okay, that's not our conversation for today.
Obama is from Nigeria.
I'm the one that could look for your trouble. I'm not talking about tact again. It's okay. Today we are not talking about that. We are talking about words. How powerful words are. And here's what we found as today's quote: a word is dead when it is said. Some say, a word is dead when it's said. Some say. I say it just begins to live that day when you say that word. That's the beginning of the life of that word. And I totally believe it.
Yeah.
I totally agree with this quote.
Because that's when the journey begins.
Yes, when you just say it.
If anybody is going to carry the story, say, I said, though. And then the next person says, Sandra said that Owa said. So the journey just began.
Absolutely. So how much attention do we pay to what we say? Defend yourself. And I have 3 jets, trended on Twitter. I mean, I saw this very interesting tweet that somebody put up. It trended on Twitter today, and it was all over the place. And we found a beautiful talking point, as these 2 trends had something in common, that's spoken words. So Uti, Sansi, and I will be discussing this on tonight's Ladies' Night Out. But first, we'll take a break for what's in the news. You're still watching Way, so we'll just go straight into what we found in the news, and I'm going to come to you, Sanzi.
Okay, well, there's a lot of interesting things in the headline. I think the major headline all over the papers, starting with Punch, was Nigeria out of recession by 0.11%.
Was it 0 or 1.1?
No, it's 0.11 during the last quarter. Yeah, but then if you analyze the whole year, I think the growth was like 1 point. I can't remember the exact figures. But I think it's too early to celebrate because it's like, you know, when you're out of the water, it's not even, I think you said nose up. I'm like, no, your nose is not even out. We just saw your crown.
We just saw the crown, okay.
Yeah, so it's too early to celebrate. This is when the real work even begins. But I mean, we are grateful for a bit of good news. But that's not my story. So recently there was a premiere of Fine Wine, directed by Babatope Sheyi, and RMD was, of course, the lead cast. A story about a lonely older man who falls in love with a young lady, and he has to fight for her attention with some other younger guy. But then during the premiere, there was an interview, and this is why I picked the story, because, you know, he was asked about his age, and he was like, I'm aging gracefully, and I'm balding, I've accepted it, I'm 60 years old, I take good care of my body. Getting older should be something we celebrate. And I wanted to highlight that because you see a lot of people being ashamed of their age. A lot of people say, you know what, oh, I'm balding, well, for the guys, and it's never a good thing when a woman is balding. So if you're a woman, we should cry and find solution. But when you're a guy, I mean, if you can't find a solution to it, embrace it. You're aging, you're balding. I don't see why people get upset because you're aging. Do you want to die? No. Do you want to age? No. What do you want? You know. But so I think that's something we should definitely encourage more people to do.
Yeah,
like,
and I think
celebrate don't just celebrate birthdays and say, oh, I'm grateful for a new year. Like, for real, be grateful that you're getting older. Old age is an advantage. It's a good thing.
It's a good thing. I actually think that I must commend RMD because, you know, truthfully, he's been embracing all his, you know, the aging features.
He's rocking it.
Yes, he's rocking it, and he's just taking it so nicely. And I want to say that this is the pressure that I feel a lot of people have today, you know, that this is what makes a lot of people go into surgeries, you know, prematurely and all of that, because people are afraid of wrinkles. I mean, there are some things that when you just get to a certain age, it comes with the territory. So instead of you trying to fight it, I'm sure by the time you embrace it and love the process, you would look as good as RMD. That's the truth. Yeah. Because that beauty that you're looking for comes from within. Yes, madam.
Uti.
Madam that will turn 40.
Is it like, no, sorry, hold on. Am I the only one who today, you all seem to be on the other side of the divide from me. Hello, the man is aging like fine wine. He should go meet his counterparts outside who look like 20 years older than him at the same age, who have had a more stressful life. And let's see whether they're embracing it so nicely. Hello, the man has looked the same way since I was in secondary school.
No, he takes good care of his body. Hold on,
Not everybody can.
I have a woman from my father's side. She's actually a relative. This woman is 92 years old.
They can't hear both of you.
Everybody does.
Uti, sorry, come again. What did you say?
I said he's aging well. He's aging like fine wine. He's aging the way most men would hope to age. Does not make it typical. So,
but is it possible that he's doing all the right things? Listen,
embrace every new year.
Uti, is it possible? Uti, you're not listening. Is it possible that he's doing all the right things? Because let me tell you something about the skin. You know, this is my territory. There are so many right things you would do right now that when you get to that age, you will look as good as him. Why? Because you've done all the right things. Most people do not, as simple as water. As simple as water. Some people don't even take water.
People can barely afford to have 1 meal a day. You're talking about doing the right things. He is a celebrity. Let's be clear about that.
Okay, sorry.
I know in Nigeria, celebrity means different things.
I do not think it's about...
The guy who has been sitting out in the sun every day, who's a bus conductor.
No.
I mean, there's so many different people. So I'm not saying
okay, I get
that
your
he
point
hasn't
now.
done the right things.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying that let's also acknowledge that that's not everybody's reality, and a larger percentage of
I get you now. I get you.
No, there are some people who are celebrities as well, but they're not aging as nicely. I think Jean has a role to play in it, and the fact that when you embrace who you are, it's easier for you to like show off a better version of you to the world. he's aging, he's balding, and like some men will hold on to that hairline. I'm like, let's go of the hairline. I mean, imagine if he was struggling to like, let's fix it. I get that it can come with some insecurities, but there are things that when it starts happening, just embrace it. This is life.
Okay, so I get both angles. But that's not our topic. Hey, today. Okay, Uti, what's your story?
Okay, so I'm very quickly just going to go into my headline. You know how we all feel about Lamido Sanusi on this show. He always says the things that people sometimes are too afraid to say. And the headline says, Sanusi seeks strict family planning laws, says Nigeria struggling to cope with population. Now, the headline pretty much says it all about the story. He's basically saying that, look, it'll be irresponsible for people to have 20, 30 children that they can't educate. And we keep expecting that the government is going to do something. They're going to be able to put more money into education, into awareness, into healthcare. So he's really just espousing the fact that, look, Nigeria, we have a problem. Whether you agree that our population is 200 million or you think that you're from the school of thought that says it's a lot less than that, we're at least 120 million by all counts. So whether or not we can't essentially keep growing at the pace that we're growing, people can't keep popping out children that they can't fend for. They can't feed. I know that it's possible. It's easy to look at this and say, well, this can easily be a northern problem. But I mean, the whole of Nigeria shares this population and this geographical space that we're all in. We're all struggling with the same resources, with the same government. So he's basically calling for stricter rules on family planning and ensuring that people are essentially having the number of children that they can take care of.
Absolutely, because we talked about population, we're still going to talk about population, and they say by 2030, Nigeria will be the third largest, third most populated country in the world.
Populous country.
Yes, in the world. So, I mean, it is only right for us to start checking it now. We can't wait till then before we say we want to solve the problem. We can start by simple family plans.
He had to come out and say, like, just like Uti
He's
said.
always talking.
Yeah, he makes a lot of sense. And I keep telling people, well, not too many people, but I'm like, if he had asked for my hand in my previous life, I would have married him. I love his brain. I love how he thinks. And I mean, this is something that has worked for China. And I'm not saying bring it down to one, but for instance, we know in some parts of the northern states and even some parts of the southeast, there are people who give birth to as much as 19.
What southeast? Delta?
No, southeast. For instance, my grandmother, not my grandmother, one of our in-laws, his grandmother said she was going to harvest all the eggs in her ovaries. So she had about 20.
Oh my God. No, but if a friend of mine, or a classmate of mine, while I was in university, the father actually had 24 of them. But you know the funny thing about those 24 children?
Woman.
No, not one. Not one. But
he would one woman.
No, that one she tried. This is 24 children, I think about 4 wives or 3 wives. But guess what? They only train about 3. They will just train about 3 from this thing. The others go and fend for yourself. Why? All these Niger Delta men.
On the few that have been trained. Then you have these older siblings not only carrying the pressure of their life, they're carrying the pressure
of their younger siblings, All right, so my story is actually linked to Lekki Tollgate. It's just an interesting read. I thought to talk about it because we don't have time again, so I won't really deal so much in it. But if you can find time to look for this article written by Inan Nabi, Ochemreyonme. So he was just giving some reasons why he feels that the Lekki toll should be abolished, and he said something which I'll just read out quickly, that there are 5 major out roads out of Lagos, the Lekki Ajah Expressway, the Ibadan, Ikorodu, Seme, Agbara, Abeokuta Way. But you see, other than the Lekki Ajah Expressway, all other roads were constructed by the federal government. And he was asking that if the federal government had taxed those roads heavily, would people even come into Lagos? That Lagos state government is using our taxpayers' money to build this Lekki Ajah Expressway, and they're tolling the road. So he feels like it's untold hardship that they're putting on the people living on this side of the road. And if you remember...
When will Nigerians accept the truth? When will we start to go beyond this mentality where we are somewhat entitled?
Yeah.
I mean, on the flip side, I read the story, I think it was a couple of days ago, of the MD of LCC.
Yeah.
He was talking about the amount of money that the company currently owes to foreign development banks. They owe to local banks here in Nigeria. This is a company, they're doing business. They went into a PPP, from what I can remember. They built this road. They're running a service on this road. Now, we must be able to equate value for money. I keep saying to people that on this road, at least on that stretch from the Lekki toll to the Chevron toll, and even beyond actually, there are services that this company is providing. If your car breaks down, they're there. They get
so Uti, we don't have a problem. We don't have a problem with that. What we are saying is, you know, the truth is, if not for some people that protested, remember, this particular Lekki-Ekpe Expressway, the original plan was to have about 5 tolls. Come on, it's too much. Do you understand?
Yeah, but again, guys, look, let's not, you see, when we just say it's too much based on what?
It's
now,
too much
is
based
there
on
a
the
service
fee.
to be provided? Is there the fact that, look, I mean, compare this Lekki toll, compare this road, this stretch of road, to majority of the roads in Lagos State, how quickly it gets fixed, how things get replaced when there is an accident. Compare this stretch of road, which is one way in, one way out. Compare it to an Ikorodu road, for example. We must begin to equate value. We can't just say, you know what, I don't get it, so it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
We must start to ask questions. We can't just say that because this one road is the oddity. There are a lot of things that happen on this road that is an oddity. There are a lot of accidents that happen on this road that when they happen, should they have happened on any other road in Lagos State, you probably spend 6 hours on the road.
Okay,
but it
Uti.
gets you moving.
Uti.
So again, I mean, I'm not saying that there's no value to what he has said. I'm simply saying that we need to start to look at both sides of the coin and we need to be able to equate value. We can't just say, oh, it's a lie, it's a thief, it's a something, and then all of a sudden.
Uti, oh, it's okay. No, Sanzi, it's okay. You know what? We're going to bring this topic next week, Tuesday, because what's the role of LASMA in terms of controlling traffic that you're talking about? All this tolling of if cars break down, what is the job of LASMA? All those regulations. But we don't, that's not our topic. Today, not today. Oh. Hey, Uti, we'll take a break. When we return, we are talking about words. Our leaders and their words. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Uti. Thanks for staying with us. Now, in COVID, I bought a jet, the third one. I have 3. While people were complaining, I was resting. I was praying for COVID not to end. My wife asked me, can life be this sweet? If you don't have an idea of what I'm talking about, please watch this clip.
What is mortality and divinity in humanity? Man of God, there are strange things that in COVID, I bought a jet. In COVID. The third, I have 3. The third one, in COVID. I was praying for COVID not to end because I was resting. While people were complaining, my wife asked me, say, can life be this sweet? Am I talking to somebody here? No stress. I read on the net, was it yesterday? Somebody sent it to me. There's a rumor going around that I have a machine that prints money. I like that rumor. Say it should be investigated. He has a machine that prints money. I said, they say, somebody says it true. I said it's true. It's risky. I said, I didn't know. I didn't know it's risky. I already bought the machine. When you speak in tongues, you are printing money. Kabarata Yazaga. Hey! Take your seat.
So what is the impact of words like this on the young Nigerian populace? As some people on Twitter put his picture alongside Hush Puppy, saying, same business, but different office. Too many talking points. So please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. Okay, who am I starting with? Uti, let me come to you first. So when I saw this video, I don't even know what to make of it. A lot of people called the man of God insensitive to the times that we're at. And, you know, a lot of people said something that it is words like this that make people, for instance, like Invictus and all of those, is go into fraud because they also want to show off and all of that. So many things came to my head. But let me hear your initial thoughts. What came to your mind? And I'll also come to Sanzi.
Okay, so I remember now why I'm not my usual chirpy self. Yeah, this video has a lot to do with it. You know, what pains me the most about videos like this, and unfortunately I was trying to find the full clip. You know, sometimes it's easy to take things out of context when you don't have the full video, right? But I'm a Christian, very, very much understand that the Christian faith and believing in Jesus and believing in God, there are a lot of positives to it, which can include wealth, can include financial benefit. It can include all of those things because the Lord will bless you. And there are many things, many aspects of the word within our faith that reiterates that. What irks me so much is that in this country, we have a PR problem. The Christian faith has a PR problem. That PR problem is now the direct driver of atheism, the direct driver of people turning away from what should be a life-changing experience. I mean, you need to live a supernatural life to understand how powerful it is. Now, without the proper context, words like this, things like this are very dangerous. Now, one, you are a leader. Like I said, I didn't watch the entire sermon. I don't know. But you are a leader. And we've talked so many times about, I mean, when I saw that tweet where he was likened to Hush Puppy, it wasn't a stretch for someone who has no context. It wasn't a stretch for someone who lives every day on, what is our statistic in this country? I think it's $2 a day. It's not a stretch for somebody who's going past all these mega churches and all these big houses to say, you know what? It's not right. Now, when you allude to the fact that you have, and again, don't get me wrong, not a problem to be blessed. Like I said, it's a part of our faith. God will bless you. But it is not bragging rights. You must choose your words wisely because the people who you are speaking to are not as enlightened as you, do not have the understanding that you do, may take other routes to the same destination. I mean, when you say something like, oh, speaking in tongues is your own printing money. Last time I checked, ain't nowhere in the Bible where it says God is an ATM, push your prayer in, money go pop out. It doesn't.
Okay, let me come to something.
At the end of the day, when things like this, when I hear it, I'm like, guy, I get what you're trying to say, but your words are doing more damage than good. Because we now need to appreciate that the words you speak in the house of God they don't remain in the house of God anymore. People have phones, you're recording it, you're putting it out there on social media. You have to say the right things. And when we talk about prosperity preaching, this one does more damage than good.
Listen, I think oftentimes you're too quick to forget that these people are humans. And yes, you can abide by the law of be careful of what you say and do this and do that. But it can never be 100% because at some point you lose yourself. Let's not forget that, like Uti said, the context, it matters. Where he's saying it matters. To whom it matters. Now, he's not at some conference saying this. Obviously, he would not say this at a conference. So he's talking to members of his church, people of like minds, at least, who believe what he is saying, because you would have to believe him for you to be coming back every Sunday, right? So I think I got distracted. But basically, my point is, I think I forgot what I was going to say. That's quite
okay. While you're trying to gather your thoughts, there's school of thought that says he's trying to give hope. You know, he's trying to preach that even amidst all the COVID-19, where people were complaining and all of that, he was still prosperous in it. Trying to liken that his own economy is not what the world. You know, there's that part of the Bible.
That is also a very valid point, because it's not just him. For a lot of ministers, now I'm a church girl. I mean, I say it everywhere, but for a lot of ministers, the COVID period was a good period of rest for them. At least I follow Apostle Selman, not Suleiman, Selman, and he would also tell you that during the COVID period, as much as he sympathized with people who were going through stuff, but he had a good time of rest. And so there is also something, like people would say, even, what is his name? PK told us about wealth transfer and all that would happen. People will take advantage of COVID. COVID will favor some people. There is nothing wrong with, we don't know how he bought the private jet exactly. So maybe it was a distress sale. We do not know. The most important thing is that he got a private jet, and that shouldn't be a problem, because the ministers, I'll tell you, I've dealt with a couple of them, their schedule is crazy. It's as tight as maybe that of a high-ranking politician. You're here today, you're there tomorrow, and most times you can't really wait for all these airlines that can disappoint you and delay your flight.
So because words are powerful, right? This is what you talked about, delayed flight. I will come to that. Because words are powerful. It can either build or destroy. For the current situation that we're at in Nigeria, right? The current situation that we are at in Nigeria, economically, you know, everything. There is just a lot of things going on right now. Do you think those should have been the right words that should have come out of this mouth?
I think people are mentally lazy. Hold on, people are mentally lazy. They're always looking for who to say that. You said this, that's why I said this. No, you are responsible for your life. I am a leader, right? So it is my responsibility to watch what I say. However, I am as human as you are. Maybe I have more exposure, maybe I have more training, but when it comes down to it, I am as human as you are. So I may have said something that doesn't settle with you. Fine, it doesn't settle with you. Move on. Don't come and hold me responsible for your decision 10 years down the line that will affect your grandkids and your great-grandkids. That's not fair.
You are a leader. You are a public figure.
Yes.
You do not get to blame it on
No, I am a public figure, not a robot.
But now you are not speaking, you are not accosted, let me put it that way, by a reporter on the street with a mic. You are in a church and you are preaching. You have the larger understanding of the context. You have the larger understanding of the body of God. You come there and again, it is the choice that is the problem for me. Even if you want to talk about rest, bearing in mind, if you want to look at it, you say, oh, it's a bit insensitive. But let's even leave that. We're talking private jets. People are living on less than $2 a day.
Less than $1.
It's not less than $1. Can't go out to trade. People are struggling. It's one thing to say, you know what, I'm thankful that God has provided. When your example is that I am on my 3rd private jet, call it whatever you want to call it. Wrong example, sir. It can't be. I'm coming there to be uplifted, and I can't eat 3 square meals a day. And somebody's talking about 3 private jets.
Now that is for you, Uti. Sorry, let me make this point. Sorry, that is for you. How do you know that people in that congregation, they are not being uplifted by that his testimony? Because as far as I'm concerned, that is a testimony. People outside of the church may not see it that way, but to the people he's speaking to, that is a testimony of the benevolence of God in his life.
It is a testimony, Sanzi. But let's back up that testimony. Let us not say that all of a sudden, because you are a man of God, you have different responsibility. How did he buy 3 private jets, by the way?
Okay.
Is it by business? Is it by donations?
Are we really
What
going
exactly
to go
is
into
it?
that?
we have
I'll
to go
give
there.
you, I'll give you
By
a
testimony.
list.
You have
Listen.
to ask these questions. Not everybody has the same level of faith as you. Like I said, what you say can either detract, and for a larger populace will detract.
It
a
will
larger
detract.
populace puts the faith in a different light.
Absolutely.
There are so many ways in which you can talk about rest. There's so many ways in which you can talk about being blessed. That does not come to the ridiculousness of 3 private jets.
And you know, why we're even having this conversation, I'll come to you, Sanzi, don't worry, you'll be able to talk. You know, there are so many, if you go on social media, there's so many videos, right, that show countless times where they say that these boys that have gone to do fraudulent, they say will go to the altar and be spraying money on their pastors and all of that. You see, when you say things like this in the context of where we are, I get you, there's a part of faith. I get there's a part of, oh, I am blessed. But you see, when you are not sensitive to the things that are happening around you, right now there's a high rise of, fraudulent activities. Why do you think so? Because everybody wants to go on the altar to share their own testimony, right? Because nobody checks anymore to see how this thing came about. You know, I would actually, because for me, men of God, you have a lot of ears listening to you. That is why, even if I'm not going to be hard on other people, I'll be the hardest on them. Because the responsibility that you carry is a lot more. So you cannot just loosely say things, you know. You can't loosely say things. And Uti is right asking, where did you get the money from? It's a valid question. And my own question is, what do you even need 3 private jets for? If you had continued that conversation to say, you know what, there's a mission in Zamfara that we need to be shipping. Let me finish. Because you see, when you keep on acquiring things, we need to change the narrative. We're trying to shape minds here. Everybody just believes that now it is for me to just blow. That is the language. And where do you think this is coming from? It is the words that they continuously hear from some of our leaders. That is where this is coming from.
Listen, if you can afford, I know that he takes care of poor people. I don't follow his ministry, but I had to research in it. I make some research. I know he takes care of poor people. He gives back to the society. So let's say he has a thing for jets. Right? The same way some other person, a politician, might have 20 cars in his garage. It's the same way so I have a thing for jets, which I do actually, and I will get one. And then somewhere down the line, I can afford to get 2 jets. What's wrong with having it?
Can I just add this? If he is doing it for poor people, would that not be a better example of how the Lord is blessing you? To say, you know what, I have spent maybe 200% of what we would have sent before.
Listen, Uti,
it would do better for the faith than you coming to talk about 3 private jets.
Hold up, girlfriend. This was the same thing Judas asked Jesus. Remember when Mary broke the oil at his feet? Like, why would you waste such a thing, right? I mean, you could give it to the poor or thereabout. The poor will always be there. Now, when you've been blessed,
that the poor will not be with us. I am simply saying that, again, choose your words wisely. Talk about that. Don't talk about your private jets.
I get the thing about choosing your words.
They are hoping in their entire lives. How many people inside that church are going to dream blessing to the blessing of 3 private jets?
I'll tell you something. You see the same clips they've caught. I've seen a clip where he saw Apostle Suleiman. I'm not saying that I don't follow his ministry, but I'm just saying generally based on what I have seen. He was in church and then he spotted someone that they were praying and fasting together while in college. Guess what? He picked up this guy and the guy was like, oh my goodness, you remember me and all that. And the way he treated this guy, and guess what? Right there and then in that church, he was like, how do you have a car? How is your family and everything? The guy was like, no, I'm struggling with life. He gave this guy one of his cars right there and then. Things like this, hold on, things like this don't go round.
Let me answer
people are
her.
always looking for ways to trap men of God. Now, there are things that we cannot answer because they have a certain level of spirituality that we do not know. I know they're responsible for lives, but there are also things that, except you get to their level of spirituality, or maybe if you are led by God to a certain extent and have the right spirit of discernment, you may not be able to get it.
Okay, so Sanzi,
yes,
I like what you just said. You see, this instant thing, oh, I prayed and somebody now called me from the crowd and dashed me car.
For the man,
that hold on said, even that one in itself, I have a problem with it. I will not explain why I have a problem with it.
Please explain.
But I have a problem with it. Because you see, success is a process. Do you understand? We should stop preaching that instant things, instant this, you do this and you get. God does not work that way. Listen, God does not work that way. Now, when you say in a pandemic, you are wishing the pandemic continues. Was that a sensitive thing to say? You understand? Was that the right word to use? You are wishing a pandemic should continue. Do you know how many families are currently in mourning state? So what we are saying here is that, yes, I get the excitement. You want to show how much God has been good to you. But can you also be cautious of the people that have lost lives? That's the question. But you know what? We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll open the phone lines and we'll also switch to what our defense minister said. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. You have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
All right, so if you're just tuning in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we are reviewing what some of our leaders and people in authority had to say. Please watch this clip.
Is it the responsibility of the military alone? It's the responsibility of everybody to keep alert and find safety when necessary. But we shouldn't be cowards. At times, the banditry will only come with about 3 rounds of ammunition. When they fire shot, everybody runs. In our younger days, we stand to fight any aggression coming to us. I don't know why people are running away from minor things like that. They should stand and let these people know that even the villagers, they have the competence and capability to defend themselves. But our own duty is to ensure no Nigerian is hurt, and we're capable of protecting the integrity of this nation. And I will continue to do it.
Please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WayshoAfrica1 with the hashtag Wayshow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. We'll also open our phone lines. Please, when you're calling in, turn down the volume of your television set completely before you say what you have to say. Thank you so much for cooperating in advance. All right, so this is another leader.
Right.
You know, what do you make, what sense can you make of what he said?
I mean, one of the things I highlighted, or my brain picked up, was the fact that we should not be coward, that everybody should be responsible for their safety. And I checked up meaning of coward, just so we're right. A coward is a person who lacks courage in facing danger, difficulty, opposition, pain, a timid or easily intimidated person. Now, a person who lacks courage in facing danger, right? So these are people who move around with security men. Why do you move around with security men? Because you know that you're in imminent danger. So if you're so bold and you don't want to run away, why are you moving around? Yeah, why are you moving around with security? Meanwhile, you're telling people who don't have, I mean, guns are not legalized in Nigeria. The highest weapon you could have is maybe your kitchen knife or the machete, or I don't know, maybe wood or mortar and pestle. That's literally the only, that's literally the only weapon you see in a typical Nigerian home. You know, so how do you expect them to defend themselves against people who have maybe access to guns, whether local or official guns? How do you expect them to? And you're telling me that these people, they have just maybe 3 or 4 guns in the, but I'm sorry, 1 bullet is enough to kill a person. Right? So if you're not providing security, I don't think he should have been saying that, because politics is a more, these are lives involved, is a more sensitive issue.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Fancy don't switch. No. Hey,
no, this
see my life.
This is a more sensitive issue. We're talking about lives. We're talking about bandits.
The same thing. What this video just shows us, and it's something that we've tried to demonstrate so much on Ways, is that we have a leadership problem in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter whether it's of the faith, of whichever faith. Doesn't matter whether it's political.
Governance, yeah.
We have so many examples of leaders with verbal diarrhea.
Hi.
Because when I listen to this, I would like to, and you know what pained me the most in this clip was as soon as he said that, and then he says, oh, you are asking me so many questions. The reporter was quick to apologize. Sorry, sir. And I'm thinking, go for the jugular. I need you to explain this thing that you have just said, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Asante, I won't even come from the perspective, even though I do agree with you, I won't even come from the perspective of security, because you could agree that everywhere in the world, a defense minister would have security, right? But you see, clearly, the honorable minister has 9 lives because he can afford to give 3 away to the 3 bullets they come with, and then have 6, perhaps another 5 to fight with, then have 1 to live another day. Sadly, the average Nigerian only has 1 life.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, the more painful thing for me is that he has demonstrated, I think I said it last week on the show, that Nigeria continuously has no value for human life. Because when we say that we are responsible for security, but in the same vein, we say, you know what, put yourself in harm's way to prove how courageous you are.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing like courage 6 feet under. You're in the ground, to dust you shall go.
But even at that, Uti, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so when you say that, it just goes to show that our values in our leaders are misplaced.
Uti,
because everything he said in that statement was one contradiction after the other. Don't be afraid, be courageous, run to the bullets and fight.
Don't be cowards.
But it is our responsibility to secure you. If you're doing your job, sir, then why are bullets flying?
You know, there's something he said about, when he was talking, I just remember that we've been our security for the longest of time that I can remember. I mean, if you go to different estates, Uti, I'm sure you have security guards there. In my estate, we have it's a mixture of vigilante.
And you pay estate dues?
Yes, we've been, when it comes to security, right, I don't really know the role of our Ministry of Defense, because a lot of people have long, provided personal security. But we have a call. Let me take a call, then I'll continue the conversation. Thank you for joining us this evening. Let's hear what you have to say.
Hello?
Yes, thank you for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say.
Good evening. The issue we have in this country is the issue of value system. We don't have value system in this country, and that is the problem we have. Now, listen to what the Minister for Defense just said. Or there is somebody with a military personnel standing behind him with guns. So who is the coward?
Thank you so much for your call.
The average Nigerian outside, or the person who just spoke to us.
Thank you so much for your call, Francis. All right, so I mean, when you call people cowards that have been taking
the hit.
Taking a hit
for a very long time.
The protest that happened was us coming out boldly to say we are tired of these things, because this is something you continuously face all the time. Like you rightly said, guns are not legalized. If guns were legalized in this country, trust me, a lot of people will have guns. I'm sorry, whoever is calling, call the phone line and the number on the display, because the number here, we cannot take calls here. So if you're watching, call the line on display. They keep calling the WhatsApp number, but we can't take that call. But let's take some comments on WhatsApp quickly, because we have loads of comments.
Okay, so this one says, words are the greatest catalyst that reveal our identity and humanity in life. So we should be mindful of our semantics, because less words, less problems. And then the second message, we are in a pandemic and someone uses words like, I don't mind it continuing because I am prosperous. When so many with so many economic hardships all around, that is really selfish and very sad. Yomi from Bagada.
Okay, Uti, you have some.
So I have a few here. The first one is from Uyi, and he says there's no justification for a minister to own a private jet. There are lost sheep in the community. Have you attended to them? Second one is from Omo. Omo says, do we understand Christianity at all? A pastor with 3 private jets. Why? A followership with hunger. Where is the love? And the last one says, Apostle Suleiman is not new to controversy. If it's not sexual, it will be Miss Yan. I just pity the gullibles.
Okay. All right, so I think we have Richard from Lagos. Thank you for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, good evening, guys.
Thank you so much for calling.
Yes, Uti put it as simple as plain. With the churches, I think they have a problem with PR. And that's why somehow I would like this Karma law to come in place. Because if the Karma law was in place, no pastor will come and stand on the pulpit and start talking about the number of jets that they have. Because when they go through their books and they find that there's anything wrong with their books, they just take over. Another thing, again, she talked about the leadership deficit. If you look at the way the man was talking, what were you expecting him to say? The guy is deficient. He doesn't know what he's just, he wasn't even qualified to be there in the first place. If not because of the water system, the way they run this country, you even be Minister of Defense. Do you understand? You are telling people to defend themselves. Meanwhile, there is an ADC standing behind you. It is sad. Let him show us the example by driving himself from Abuja to Kaduna and come back. When he has done that, then I will be the next person to do it. Do you understand? It's just sad.
Thank you.
This PR problem with these churches, if they can sort it out. Let me tell you the truth. I don't want to put a blanket thing on pastors. There are pastors that would never make this kind of mistake, even if they have 20 years, they won't make this kind of mistake.
Yeah.
But when you feel you are the CEO, GO, or the whatever, all in your church, you can stand and make this kind of careless statement from your pulpit.
Thank
but
you
I
so
leave
much,
them to
Richard.
God that called them to judge them.
Thank you so much, Richard. All right, so you didn't put your name. You said the defense minister or the minister of defense. He's so detached from reality, and that was the point I was trying to make about the fact that people don't understand. If you are talking about security and defending ourselves, I mean, when the 1 million boys thing happened, remember how people came out, started doing bonfires at night just to keep and protect themselves. So we've been doing that for a very long time. But we have more comments quickly before we can take more calls.
All right, I'll take one. This says, good evening, ladies. In a good democratic world, Minister of Defense should be sacked immediately for altering that statement. However, he should tender an apology to all of Nigeria and be sent up front to face Boko Haram with native dress.
Oh, this well. Remy from Lagos, are you there? Thank you so much for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say. Are you there? Hello? Okay, Uti, we're having trouble with Remy.
Right, hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I just wanted to talk about what the Minister of Defense said.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I think that the government must not shy away from its responsibilities. And I think responsibility is the key word that the government doesn't seem to understand. If we can actually understand that this is what the government is supposed to do for me, and this is what they are doing or they are not doing, and the government can apologize or even work on improving their situation, then Nigeria can get better. But if they don't even understand that it's their responsibility in the first place, then where do we start?
Thank you so much,
I think
Remy.
that's my 2 cents.
Thank you so much, Remy. Uti, let me get your comments.
Yeah, so I was saying this is from Enoch in Ibadan, and it says, I'm so ashamed of the people we call our leaders and depend on to defend us in times like this, where they ought to live up to their expectations of protecting lives and properties of their subjects. Listening to the whole Minister of Defense talking like a tout in a motor park is so disheartening. It's very obvious that this country has totally been destroyed by illiterates in leadership positions in Nigeria.
Okay, so now, because why we placed both words side by side was to help people to understand. This is not a conversation to bash anybody, to say this. We just want leaders to begin to take responsibility. I mean, I love what Remy said, right? Leaders begin to take responsibility and understand that there is a lot of people that their lives, you understand, are dependent on what comes out, your utterances. Even they said the power of life and death lies in our tongue. So when you understand that power that you possess as a leader, you have so much. So even if everybody would do some things, so some things as a leader you should never be caught dead doing. Let me take one more call, then I'll come to Uti and Sanzi. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, good evening. I am Preston, calling from Delta State.
Okay, thank you, Preston.
Yeah, I was listening to the program and I heard about Apostle Suleiman and what the defense minister also spoke about.
Yeah.
For the Apostle Solomon's own preaching, I listened to it while you guys were on the program, and I saw that what he said there was not actually to slight or to make people feel that he was enjoying the pandemic that was going on. Listen to that preaching. You see that he was actually saying that from what the intent of what he was saying was that during the pandemic, God was still favoring him.
Yeah,
that is how I saw what he said.
Okay.
Then concerning the jet that he spoke about, if you know how some people blesses these ministers, you'll be amazed. He's telling you that he had 3 jets, even during the process of if you know how people go about giving them gifts, you'll be shocked. So sometimes let's not
Thank you so much,
feel that what they are saying is basically to slight people, that people are suffering out there. Because now looking at how beautiful you people there now, will I now start judging you that you are wearing 10,000 naira a week or 20,000 naira a week or 500,000 naira a week, that people are poor in your environment that you are supposed to take care of?
I understand you, Preston. But what I would not do is come on air and tell you how much I bought the wig or something. But Preston, thank you so much for your call. Because you see, there's one more thing that we missed out on Apostle Suleiman when he was talking about owning a printing press in his house and all of that. But that's not really our conversation. We are just what we are trying to do, and I like what you said. We're not here to judge anybody. I made reference to the fact that conversation might be giving hope to someone. But we are saying that as a leader, there's a responsibility that you carry. And if you understand the responsibility and the weight of your words, you will watch your words carefully. Uti, let me come to you, then I'll come to Sanzi, because we are running out of time.
So I enjoyed thank you to Preston for sharing that perspective, and I could see Sanzi nodding. Again, gifts are wonderful things. If he has been gifted a private jet, I still keep saying it, the things that we find acceptable in Nigeria, it worries me that somebody could gift you a private jet. Hello, in a country in Nigeria, healthcare, rubbish, education, rubbish, the very security, but somebody can afford to gift a private jet. Let's just say that it was in fact a gift.
It is where?
I have a bigger problem with that.
Yeah, in
but
fact,
even then, if you were gifted, somebody gives you a private jet, and don't come to me and tell me that the poor will always be with us. Yes, the poor will always be with us. There are various degrees of richness and whatever you want to call it. But there are better things you could do with your gifts.
Absolutely.
We can't just be accepting everything and say that it's a gift.
Okay, let me take one more call. Sorry, Sanzi. Final call. We have so many calls. Obi from Lagos, thank you so much for holding on. Let's hear what you have to say quickly in 1 minute. Obi, are you there? Or did we lose him?
Yes, my comment is this. If scientists were to discover a group of monkeys, and one of those monkeys decides to gather all the bananas that they gave it, while there were a couple of monkeys starving in that zoo or in that cage, scientists would sit down for the next 10 or 15 years to study what made that monkey leave and decide to hoard all the bananas while there are lots of starving monkeys. So it's very abnormal for people to hoard wealth or food or whatever it is that's valuable to others while there are starving people around us. So I think monkeys and animals are better than us sometimes because these are things animals will not do. Yes, we can hoard wealth, whether pastors or politicians, and brag about it on air, while we have millions of people starving below minimum wage here in Nigeria. It's absurd, shocking.
Thank you. Thank you, Obi, for your call. All right, so Sanzi.
Well, starting with what Uti ended with, somebody gift me a private jet. I will announce it to the world like, hey, somebody gave me a private jet. But the question about where they're getting most of this money is from, people gift them, yes. And I think it's important we understand that ministers solve a lot of spiritual problems. And these spiritual problems, sometimes they don't have value. Like, you can't attach an exact value to it. So let's say someone brought your child, prayed, and your child came back to life.
Sanzi, you're still missing the point. So it's not about all of those
I
things.
know.
You're missing the point.
I'm trying to clear out something. So when somebody brings your child back to life, there is no value to your child. So you give them 300 million naira because you can afford it. That's
what we are talking about. I mean, you're missing the point.
100 million
okay,
naira.
So all right, I'll just go down to the point. Okay, this is the one thing that I feel he maybe shouldn't have said. The part about being in COVID and what was it that he's thankful he felt like COVID shouldn't end. That was perhaps an insensitive statement.
That's what we're saying.
So, but yet again, in the context of it, it wasn't exactly insensitive. But looking at it from a global view outside of the church, that was insensitive.
His statement was ridiculous. Everyone can have a justification from the Bible. Tides conversation have both sides backed by the Bible. Too many religious sheeple. That's Ohi from Magodo. Then have we not seen the new trends of ladies gifting each other cars or men? Same. Gifts by Nigerians. Bumi just laughing. Then finally, I think this person didn't drop their name. Said, please, my sister, inform Nigerian government that is those in office to know that we who are outside the country are not happy for killing our brothers and sisters. I don't understand who killed your brothers and sisters. All right, so but I think we've had a fantastic conversation,
yes,
right? We've had a fantastic conversation. We've been able to help our leaders understand that, yes, we know you're blessed. We know that, yes, God was blessing you through COVID and all of that. We know that, I mean, for the defense minister, it's a complete no-no. I think he should come out to apologize, because if you're talking about defending ourselves, we've been defending ourselves. It's been a long time we've been defending ourselves. Therefore, for the pastors, right, and ministers of God, because a lot of people truly trust what you say. They hold on to everything you say. Yes, I get the part that you want to encourage your followers and give them faith and hope for greater things. But let us also be sensitive and be careful with the kind of choice of words, especially at this times that we're at. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, Uti. Thank you, Sanzi. So Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all-year-round engagement. So tell a friend to keep all eyes on Ways. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. A word is dead when it is said, some say. I say it just begins to live that day. So this is very powerful. So because whatever it is, you have planted a seed. A word is a seed that you have planted. So we'll see you live tomorrow. Be careful with the words that you say. See you.
জানে নাই যে তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি, আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স চলে নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
ini bersepeda bukan dia kurang tu anak aku jangan tahu mereka ada aku yang bantu itu dogo dia mereka penyanyi mereka
प्यार किस्म का ये مرمز داد دو میداد باز همه پدر مادر هیچ چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به اون رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالانه خوابم که برم صنف 8 من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم امی خسول و خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر خود چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم باز هم به مو رقم تیر میکردم همین تا با موشت و لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله به شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمقدارم هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگشتم.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën në operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën në operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merrti dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egjiptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Still, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 20 کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول خلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لري ورکړه ول پیسې نه لري ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price for their innocence, independence and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د میړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کوي نو ډوډۍ موټۍ راوړم دا کوچنیان خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کوي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. ته اوس لنډې مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मेरे बाबे ये सोचा हुई तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे क्या तो वही थी सी पे जब मैं बिलावन डो है ना वड्डे छोकरा बिलावन सारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े लिया नंढी उम्र पे कर देता ना पीछे मेरे बाबे मना देती है मैं और मैं जैसे तो पीछे मैं शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहले मैं स्कूल वेंदी हम तो सुठो लगंदो हो मां जब मैं पढ़ा
वो शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो वो भी मुझे शौक आए वो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं इसको मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ने दा मैं जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करेंगे ना दिला पानी से चाहिए शादी कर छूँ शादी के पहले मैं आज़ाद हो मैंने घर जो काम कर अपनी मर्जी से करेंगे हम पीछे वाले माँ तो वादे करेंगे हम ना तो ठहे बैठी होंगी हम वादी बैठी होंगी हम और शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई तो सजी घर का कम कार मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़ना घर की सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वही थी सी पीछे करवाई सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin. Mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar da kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova I thash, u detyrova që ikë sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম আজকে আমি প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাতে হয়ে গেল গা আজ যদি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خودنا کامه بی سواتا ایرام گفتم تو نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم شوهر مخود بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Humudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo fika siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Alivyonipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mimi na ule tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku, akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia aje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe na mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons, but what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria. Sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para ir a las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavo los trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrada.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up. I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other. We want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودی برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها خلیجه ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه نداره.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban, kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh. Aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minuty, ja to po dziru. Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma tisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikush.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë të japin një arsimim të mirë dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders, and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their goals. It's a community effort. It's a country effort. It's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we would rather complain than go to register.
If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since
will
then?
Inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like our Lord.
Inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
They don't even consider it that it's important
it's
to
not.
make the place conducive for people living with disability.
More accessible.
Because Nigeria has actually gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled.
Somebody rigs the election and then he's, fraudulently sworn in, he goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean
Just
brown
like
envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope. I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, but quickly.
Plus News tonight. Gunmen attack communities in Niger State, kill one, abduct 10 barely 24 hours after the abduction of 41 school students. The Tigray People's Liberation Front claims responsibility over the killing of hundreds of Ethiopian soldiers. NATO defense ministers say no decision reached to pull out of Afghanistan over increase in violence. Well, thank you for joining us on Plus News Now. I am Vivian Oguche. So President Muhammadu Buhari says that the peace of Niger Republic must matter to Nigeria, which is the country's very close neighbor. He also commended the country's outgoing president, Mamadou Issoufou, and his government for keeping to their country's constitution with respect to runoff polls scheduled for February 21, 2020. According to a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, the president spoke while receiving former Vice President Namadi Sambo, who is the ECOWAS head of mission on the elections in Niger Republic. Now, barely 24 hours after the abduction of 41 school students, teachers, and family members from Government Science College, Kagara, gunmen have again attacked some communities in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. A resident is said to have been killed and at least 2 others injured, while a yet-to-be ascertained number of persons have been abducted. The villages attacked include Serkinzama, Lagbe, Siyoko, Koki, and other adjoining villages, all in Gumana ward of Shiroro local government area. The co-convener, Concerned Shiroro Youths, Sani Koki, said that the attack took place on Wednesday night, while the state was still grappling with the shock of the abduction of students, teachers, and others at GSS Kagara. According to Sani, the gunmen stormed the villages in large numbers, heavily armed. And still on the Kagara abduction, the Niger State government has released the names of the students, teachers, and other residents abducted from Government Science Secondary School, Kagara. A list which emanated from the State Ministry of Education shows 27 students were abducted alongside 5 staff and 9 members of their families, making a total of 41 persons abducted from the school. 3 of the staff abducted are teachers, while 2 are the non-teaching staff. The names of the students are Jamilu Isa, Shem Joshua, Abbas Abdullahi, Isa Abdullahi, Haliru Shaibu, Mahmouda Suleiman, among others. Following the attack at the Government Science Secondary School in the Kagara district of Niger State, a student and some eyewitnesses who were fortunate to have escaped the early morning attack narrates how the attack took place. Samaila sustained knee injuries as he climbed over the fence for safety, but lost his brother, the only student who died during the attack.
That day I was sleeping in the hostel, so when I was sleeping, but I heard kidnappers is come for our hostels, but they had start shooting the guns. When I came out, I see them, but I'm run. When I go catch pens and jump, our students that are inside are starting running anywhere, any like this.
One of my boy, and there are two. One has injured, one is late, because they have shot one to death. So this one is able to escape.
Honestly, the security station is so bad, to the extent I don't know how this thing used to come, because I see no reason whereby people will come with motorcycle, we come with motorcycle in numbers, like they cannot be more than 23, 30, 50, they cannot be more than that. And they will enter a village, they hold their operation successfully, and they'll go without any challenge. Honestly, previously, the things are worse. But now, with the help of these changes, of this security issue, because the army now, they are trying their best in terms of rescuing or capturing these people or destroying these people.
Meantime, stakeholders and analysts have criticized government's reactionary approach to abductions and insecurity in the country, with the criminals responsible for the abduction in Kagara, Niger State, demanding a 500 million naira ransom to release the victims. The question arises, how long will Nigerians suffer? Plus TV Africa's correspondent Destiny Momo reports.
The abduction of over 40 people, including students, teachers, and non-teaching staff members from an all-boys government science college, GSC, in Kagara town, Niger State, between Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, has dominated discourse on the airwaves non-stop. For this tide to turn, analysts say governments must be proactive.
I would call on Mr. President to immediately convene the National Security Council, expand the membership of that council to include the governor and the leadership of the National Assembly.
Kagara abduction, I felt very bad, like any other Nigerian. I felt sad, and I began to also feel again that till now, I mean, we are the same country making investors not to come.
For a state of emergency to be declared, I think there is a need for clarification. In security parlance, when you ask for a state of emergency, it means you are saying that the democratic institutions should be put on hold or suspended. In other words, levels like the governor and then several other democratic levels will now be put on hold to allow the president to take full control and carry out such actions that this suspended level will delay.
Recently, the Minister of Defense, Bashiru Magashi, asked Nigerians to summon courage and defend themselves when attacked. This has generated diverse reactions.
As a security expert who is studying terrorism and counter-terrorism across the world, I know that a critical component of counter-terrorism is for the communities that are being affected to develop resilience. The best way to develop that resilience is through community efforts. So if that is what the minister meant, then yes. But I think he needs to clarify what he meant by that.
I totally agree with the minister. What he did was, let me say, he was proverbial, really, when he was talking about that. But that statement he was making is the product of intelligence. And that aspect of the intelligence probably was something after they dissect the thinking of the ordinary Nigerian.
The threat from banditry has become complicated by an increased association with jihadists who are still waging an 11-year-old insurgency in Nigeria's northeast. To this end, experts say understanding the peculiarity of each region is key.
In the northeastern flank of the country, what you have are terrorists. And terrorism is really hitting that flank of the country seriously. When you come to the northwestern part of the country, what you are experiencing is clearly banditry. And when you start cascading towards the central part, you know, and what you are going to see there is kidnapping. And between you and I, they are all different.
Northern Nigeria has long been bedeviled by terrorism, kidnapping, and banditry. It is hoped that the emergence of new service chiefs will bring respite to this region and the nation at large. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Meantime, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Mohammed Adamu, has assured the nation that the force is irrevocably committed to the safe rescue of all abductees in the recent attack on Government Science College, Kagara, in Rafi local government area of Niger State and other related incidents. The IGP said that a joint massive search and rescue mission involving the police, the military, and other law enforcement agencies is ongoing to ensure that all abducted persons are rescued, unhurt, and reunited with their families. While calling for calm, the IGP enjoined members of the community to provide the security community with useful, relevant, and timely information that can assist in the ongoing search and rescue operations. Meanwhile, former Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, a retired, says that military action alone cannot tackle security challenges in the country. Buratai, a non-career ambassadorial designate, said this when he appeared before Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs for screening on Thursday in Abuja. He said it requires the whole government approach to deal with the problem. Well, let's take you to Edo State now, where the police command has decorated newly promoted officers, tasking them to promote the image of the police through good, professional, and orderly conduct. The Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of Zone 5, Benin City, who was represented by the Head of Finance and Administration, Emmanuel Ifyong, urged the newly promoted personnel to add the quota to the war against criminality in the state.
What outputs you are expected to evidence is also different from what you are used to in your former bank. These are the indices that will show us that you are ready, well prepared, sufficiently prepared, and equipped for the new role that we take and meet. So we expect much more from you in terms of punctuality to work, diligence at work, and overall professional efficiency from you.
I'm very happy I'm decorated today to the rank of superintendent. I thank my IG and also the AIG and all the senior officers. The management team is on 5. I'm so happy today. Today is my happiest day.
God has elevated me to the rank of Assistant Superintendent of Police. I give grace, I give glory to Almighty Father. The best I will deliver to the public. This is the best time in my life. It's a unique day. And I want to give the best to the society while dealing with them in my course of my duty.
More news now. The former Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olani-Shakin, retired, has successfully been pulled out of service in Abuja. The event saw him officially depart the Mogadishu cantonment with his wife in a motorcade. Beg your pardon. General Olani-Shakin took the reins of the Defense Headquarters on July 13, 2015, to lead the campaign against terrorism in the Northeast and served 42 years in the Army after being enlisted in 1979.
Humbled by the opportunity and privilege to have served as the Chief of Defense Staff in the history of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. My long and successful career is by the uncommon grace and favor of the Almighty God and the magnanimity of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who found me worthy of my appointment as the 16th Chief of Defense Staff of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. I therefore owe a deep sense of gratitude to His Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, for the opportunity to have served the country, especially at the highest military strategic level.
Let's take you to Adamawa State now, where Governor Umaru Fintiri has expressed appreciation to the Buhari-led administration for commissioning a rural electrification project in the state, saying that the project will make the people explore all available entrepreneurial opportunities. Fintiri, who was represented by the Commissioner for Works and Energy Development, Adamu Atiku, also said that the project will improve the livelihood of the host community.
Electricity unveils the socio-economic activities in the communities such as these. Therefore, the importance of providing adequate and reliable electricity in Nigerian communities cannot be overemphasized.
As we have continued to equitably deploy energy infrastructure across the nation, I am very, very delighted that we are here today in my home to continue to provide access to reliable electric power for rural dwellers irrespective of their location.
Access to energy is a pivotal factor to any form of economic growth, development and improvement in quality of life, which is greatly needed, especially during this period of global economic meltdown as a result of the pandemic. I must congratulate the Federal Ministry of Power, management and staff of the REA for the drive towards achieving nationwide access to electricity, especially in rural communities.
I want to thank the federal government of Nigeria, the governor of our great state, the board and management of Rural Electrification Agency for the initiation and successful completion of this project.
Switching gears a bit now, governors of the 36 states of the Federation and the platform of the Nigeria Governors Forum, NGF, have agreed to dedicate portions of the excess crude account, the Natural Resource Development Fund, and the Economic Stabilization Fund to provide the necessary equipment for the military and other security institutions to address immediately the impunity associated with the spate of insecurity plaguing the country. This decision was contained in the communique read at the end of the NGF's first physical meeting since the COVID-19 pandemic hit the country last February, held at the banquet hall of the State House Conference Center. Now, the federal government says that it is working on a framework that would enable Nigeria and the Republic of Benin collaborate to tackle the smuggling of agricultural produce and small arms, as well as light weapons. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Nyema, spoke to newsmen in Abuja as he received several ministers from Benin Republic and a follow-up visit by the President of Benin Republic to President Muhammadu Buhari.
We want to have an agreement between our two countries that will put any issues of smuggling or whatever it is behind us once and for all. So they charged us to come together at the ministerial level, first of all, to work out a framework for a sustainable relationship. And, you know, the President of Benin said that as far as they are concerned, that they want not just saying it like that, but in reality that Benin should be a 37th state of Nigeria. We should really be one.
Well, let's turn to the fight against graft. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offense Commission, ICPC, says that it has uncovered over 140 billion naira from budget manipulations by ministries, departments, and agencies between 2017 to 2020. The ICPC chairman, Bolaji Owasonoye, at a one-day meeting on transparency and fiscal discipline in the implementation of government budgets, lamented the lack of accountability by public office holders in the implementation of budgets. He said that the system study carried out by the agencies, which mainly focus on the health and educational institutions, explains the major cause of Nigeria's underdevelopment and lack of physical infrastructures.
And we came up with results which included the discovery of
31.8 billion personnel cost surpluses for 2017 and 2018, and misapplication of 19.8 billion and 9.2 billion from personnel cost and capital fund respectively. Consequent of these findings, 42 billion unspent surplus allocation for personnel costs for the year was blocked from possible abuse and pilferage, mostly from health and educational institutions because we focused on them.
No one agency can have an adequate budget. And so the challenge is in twofold. One, to optimize the use of what we currently consider inadequate, but also to then grow the pie by focusing on the revenue side. That's the only way that we can increase this budget size.
The economy suffered a setback in 2020 due to COVID-19 disruptions and slipped into a recession at the end of the third quarter of the year. However, measures have been put in place to ensure that we exit this recession as soon as possible.
And the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has approved the use of the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use in Nigeria. The Director General of NAFDAC, Mojisola Adeyeye, who made the announcement while addressing journalists at the agency's headquarters in Abuja, said that the vaccine can be stored in temperatures between 2 to 8 degrees centigrade. Now, she explained that there are 3 additional vaccines currently at various levels of testing. However, evaluation on the AstraZeneca vaccine showed effectiveness against the UK variant of the virus, which was reported in Nigeria. Dr. Adeyeye also disclosed that the South African variant of the virus is yet to be reported in the country, adding that the agency has over 30 herbal remedies undergoing review for listing as well.
NAFDAC has approved the COVID-19 AstraZeneca vaccine for emergency use authorization. Our goal is to safeguard the health of our people. So we looked at their data, and from the phases 2 and 3 conducted, Covishield was found safe and well tolerated in adults above 18 years old. NAFDAC is the first national regulatory agency in Africa to have guidance on regulatory preparedness for emergency use authorization, licensing, or access to COVID-19 vaccines.
Well, President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the appointment of Ahmed Audi as the new Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. The Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, who made the announcement on Thursday, said that the appointment followed the retirement from service of Abdullahi Mohammed in January. The minister also added that the president approved the nomination of Haliru Nambaba as the new Controller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service. He called on the new appointees to ensure synergy with other security agencies in the country. Also, President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the appointment of Ogbonnaya Orji as the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NEITI, and Director, Information, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Willie Bassi, announced the appointment via a statement issued on Thursday in Abuja. The statement said that Orji's appointment was for a single term of 5 years. Orji takes over from Waziri Odiu, whose tenure expires on Thursday, the 18th of February. Until his appointment, Orji was the agency's Director of Communications and Advocacy. He began his career at the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, and also worked with United Nations Development Program, UNDP, where he managed several donor-funded projects. Still ahead, Zimbabwe Vice President gets first shot of COVID-19 vaccine. Details when we return.
From Ultima, the studios that brought you Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Project Fame West Africa, comes the world's #1 business reality show, Lion's Den, also known as Dragon's Den UK and Shark Tank USA. Aspiring entrepreneurs across Nigeria, here's your chance to pitch your business or idea to 5 Nigerian investors who are in search of businesses that are investment ready. Bring 'em on. Win them over with your pitch, and they will invest in your business and partner with you to make your dreams come true. But the question is, have you got what it takes to survive in the Lion's Den? To apply for Lion's Den, have an existing EcoBank account or open a new EcoBank account with a 10,000 naira deposit and visit www.ultima.ng/lionsden to fill out an application form. Applications close on the 28th of February 2021. Lion's Den is proudly sponsored by EcoBank and Chapel Hill Denham in association with Bank of Industry and Development Bank of Nigeria, with the LIRS as strategic partners.
Well, other parts of Africa now, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, has claimed that it killed hundreds of Ethiopian national soldiers, including those from Eritrea, according to a report written by a daily in Kenya. The TPLF said that it killed 502 troops who were allegedly involved in an offensive in Ethiopia's northern region last week. The fighting also left a number of soldiers wounded, according to Tigray Defense Forces spokesperson Gebre Sastik. The TPLF dominated Ethiopian politics for almost 30 years, but since Abiy Ahmed's appointment in 2018, the party has been gradually marginalized. Well, Guinea expects to receive more than 11,000 Ebola vaccines this weekend, with more to follow. And inoculations could start as soon as Monday, a health ministry official and the World Health Organization said on Thursday. WHO Regional Director for Africa, Mashishido Moeti, says that the 11,000 doses are being prepared in Geneva, and over 8,600 more doses will be shipped from the United States to battle the outbreak, which Guinea declared over the weekend. Guinea has recorded 3 confirmed and 4 probable cases of Ebola, including 5 deaths. And now, Africa's total reported death toll from COVID-19 was approaching 100,000, a fraction of those reported on other continents, but rising fast as the second wave of infections overwhelms hospitals. And the continent's reported deaths at 99,800 compare favorably with North America, which has registered more than 500,000, and Europe, which is approaching 900,000. But deaths are rising sharply across Africa, driven by its southern region, especially economic powerhouse South Africa, which accounts for nearly half. South Africa was ravaged by a second wave caused by a more contagious variant that has jammed up casually upwards.
So it was bad. It was very bad.
People were dying, eh?
People were dying. I don't know how many people I declared before I entered in office during the COVID time. I'm very happy and very excited. I was looking forward even from the previous one that was put on hold.
It gives us another layer of protection in the fight against this disease, and I'd encourage everyone to please take the vaccine. This vaccine gives us hope.
The good news is that we know that this vaccine works here. So we don't need to show efficacy. That's the important thing, the effectiveness we've got.
Meanwhile, Zimbabwe has kicked off its COVID-19 vaccination program after receiving a donation of 200,000 doses of the Sinopharm vaccine from China earlier in the week. On Thursday, Vice President Constantino Chiwenga, who doubles as the country's health minister, was the first to receive the jab at Harare's Wilkins Hospital. Zimbabwe aims to vaccinate around 60,000 healthcare and other frontline workers in the first round of vaccinations. The elderly and those with chronic conditions will follow. The Southern African country has so far reported more than 35,000 COVID-19 cases and more than 1,400 deaths.
Let's also take up the vaccine for our own protection, for the protection of the family members that we're living with, and for the protection of Zimbabwe at large.
Outside Africa now, Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says that NATO's defense ministers did not make any decision on whether or not to pull out of Afghanistan at a meeting on Thursday. He added that the allies faced a dilemma as violence increases again. After 2 decades of Western military intervention and hundreds of billions of dollars in investment, NATO countries are reluctant to hit a May 1 deadline and risk undermining progress towards democracy as a peace process stalls. Attacks in Afghanistan, including a bomb that killed the deputy governor of the capital, Kabul, in December, have prompted members of the U.S. Congress and international rights groups to call for a delay to the pullout proposed by former U.S. President Donald Trump.
Core stay-at-home requirement will remain in place until at least the beginning of March, and possibly for a further period beyond that, although not for any longer than is absolutely necessary. I will, however, confirm that the phased and gradual return to school that I said we were hopeful about when I updated Parliament 2 weeks ago will go ahead as planned from Monday.
Elsewhere, Scottish First Minister Nicola Sturgeon says that pupils in Scotland will begin returning to schools from Monday, the 22nd of February, but the move will mean wider COVID-19 lockdown restrictions may have to stay in place longer. The COVID-19 pandemic has meant students have been at home since before Christmas. Well, we'll move on with more stories. UN Chief Antonio Guterres says that a new scientific blueprint for tackling climate change, pollution, and the accelerating loss of plant and animal species, published on Thursday, the 18th of February, shows how to end the world's suicidal war on nature. The United Nations Environment Programme report builds on the findings of previous global studies to help governments, businesses, and other actors adopt a more joined-up approach to tackling interlocking environmental crises.
I want to be clear. Without nature's help, we will not thrive or even survive. And for too long, we have been waging a senseless and suicidal war on nature. The result is 3 interlinked environmental crises: climate disruption, biodiversity loss, and pollution that threaten our viability as a species. And they are caused by unsustainable production and consumption. Human well-being lies in protecting the health of the planet, and it's time to reevaluate and reset our relationship with nature.
It's very clear that we depend on nature, and unfortunately we're over-exploiting it at the moment. So I think more and more governments are starting to recognise that they have to rethink how to measure economic growth. That doesn't mean to say they'll do away with GDP. I think they'll complement GDP, that when they try to think about where are we going, they'll look at GDP, but they will also look what is happening to inclusive wealth. So I think they need to look at both of the parameters at the same time.
Up next, National Bureau of Statistics says Nigeria has exited recession as GDP grows by 0.11% in fourth quarter. That's in business news after this short break. Well, Nigeria's GDP grew by 0.11% in the fourth quarter of 2020 from the 6.11% contraction in the third quarter, signaling a gradual recovery from recession. This according to the latest release by the National Bureau of Statistics, MES. The MES says that the growth represented the first positive quarterly growth in the last 3 quarters. This performance, the Bureau says, was higher when compared to the fourth quarter in 2019, which recorded a GDP aggregate of 39.577 billion naira, representing a year-on-year nominal growth rate of 10.07%. The MBS classified the Nigerian economy into the oil and non-oil sectors. And now the Senate has resolved to check revenue leakages from medical tourism with the passage of a bill to reduce the number of Nigerians traveling to other countries for medical care. Leading the debate on the bill, Senator Aishatu Ahmed, APC Adamawa Central, said that the absence of a legal framework for the regulation, development and management of federal medical centers to set standards for rendering health services was responsible for hindering the provision of intensive, effective and efficient healthcare services to Nigerians. According to her, the measure has led to a number of challenges in the health sector, including underfunding, weak facilities and infrastructure, poor motivation of health workers and low budget. Others were weak accountability, conflicts with the political structure of the states, and industrial strikes, which has led to inadequacies, shortcomings and weaknesses which hindered effective healthcare delivery services. Meanwhile, the Nigeria Shippers Council has called for collaboration with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, to help tackle widespread corruption within the nation's ports. The Executive Secretary of the Council, Hassan Bello, paid a visit to the NDLEA headquarters in Abuja, seeking partnership of the agency and the commitment to leverage on the NDLEA's expertise and long-standing experience in the ports.
If you look at our corruption index, you see we are not doing very well. And one of the charges of the Vice President was go and improve the perception of corruption, especially at the ports. We are not going to deny the fact that there is no corruption, there is so much of it. And together with NDLEA and other agencies, I'm sure will improve our ranking. We have come to explore the areas where we work together, and I hope you will create us and give us that opportunity to work with people at the ports, NDLEA who are at the port, so we rub mind, because we don't claim superiority. We want their experience, so that we can make it easier for any organizations.
Our interest, of course, as NDLEA is in criminality. Today in Nigeria, practically all criminalities, from insurgency, terrorism, banditry, rape, assassinations, kidnapping, these are all traceable to the use of substances, illicit substances, and it is our task as NDLEA to block that and bring those culpable to justice.
And now Zimbabwe has lifted its main lending rate to 40% from 35% previously on Thursday in a bid to reduce liquidity and control speculation in its foreign currency market, the central bank said. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe said in a statement that the decision on interest rates takes into account the current liquidity conditions in the market and the need to continue controlling speculative borrowing. Now, the European Union has put reform of the World Trade Organization, WTO, at the heart of its trade strategy for the next decade on Thursday, saying global rules on commerce must be greener, take more account of state subsidies, and be enforced. And the 27-nation bloc's executive body also said that it will seek to work with President Joe Biden's U.S. administration to address a crisis of confidence in the WTO, where settlement of trade conflicts and negotiations are deadlocked. The European Commission, which oversees EU trade policy, is making combating climate change a central part of its open, sustainable, and assertive strategy. It wants to incorporate green action into trade deals and also wants a more environmentally conscious WTO.
Europe is rethinking the role of trade and trade policy in a world characterized by more geopolitical conflict and economic upheaval. Let me say three key words that define our strategy: open, sustainable, assertive. Global rulebook is outdated. It no longer guarantees a level playing field. It does not respond to the sustainability and digital challenges. Accordingly, we have published a detailed EU agenda for reform of the WTO. Of course, it is only by developing a strong coalition with our partners that we will succeed.
Well, up next is a roundup on entertainment and sports news.
And in entertainment, Demi Lovato is set to get all sorts of candid in her brand new YouTube original documentary titled Dancing with the Devil. Premiering March 23rd, the 4-part special will see the Sorry Not Sorry singer open up in earnest about the drug addictions that led to her widely reported overdose. Billed as a raw and unvarnished look into the life of the starlet, the documentary is comprised of detailed accounts from Lovato, her family, friends, and the music industry supporters, such as the March/April issue of Essence, where the film stars take over 3 covers. Murphy features alongside Jeremy Flower, who plays his son, and Arsenal Hall. He also poses up beside his daughter, Bella Murphy, who also stars in the flick. Alicia Keys' story is heading to YouTube. Moments ago, during the YouTube Originals TCA of 2021 representation, it was announced that the 15-time Grammy winner had teamed up with the media giants for a docuseries. The project is being produced by Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith's Westbrook Media. Key joins in growing list of notable names such as Justin Bieber and Demi Lovato, who have shared insights into their lives, lows, and creative processes by the way of YouTube Originals platforms. While specifics are currently under wraps, Key said during the presentation it's going to be a 6 series that takes you on real-life journey. The billionaire heiress got engaged on Saturday, and we're talking about Paris Hilton. February 13 of 2021 to venture capitalist caterer Rome. Rome proposed to Hilton on a private island on Wednesday, February 17th. Hilton took to her Instagram page where she announced that the good news with photos from her engagements. Hilton and Rome first sparked rumors that they were dating last January when they were spotted packing on PDA at a Golden Globes party. Hilton was previously engaged to Chris back in 2018. And moving on, it gets lonely at the top. Just ask Justin Bieber, as the lonely singer is now already the best-selling male vocalist of the digital era. This was extended this month record thanks to the Benny Blanco and Fiennes-produced song crossing the Recording Industry Association of America's threshold for platinum status. And finally, in entertainment, a 70-year-old Long Island man, Charles Polvek, has been arrested on Wednesday for the hit-and-run crash that killed Nicki Minaj's dad, Robert Maraj. Polvek got out of his white 1992 Volvo, stood over Maraj, asked him if he was okay, then jumped back into his vehicle and drove off, leaving the hip-hop star's father dying in the streets, court appears charged. When he reached his home not far away from the crash scene, Polvek hid his car in garage and covered the vehicle with a tarp, officials say. Mr. Maraj was hospitalized and died later that day. And that is a wrap on entertainment news. The best in sports is coming after this.
And now for sports. Nigeria have slipped to 36th position on the latest FIFA Global Rankings for the month of February. The 3-time African champions dropped 1 place from their previous position. Gernot Rohr's side remained the 5th best country in Africa, with Senegal retaining the #1 spot, followed by Tunisia, Algeria and Morocco in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The Eagles have a chance to improve their position on the ranking when they take on neighbors Benin Republic and the Crocodiles of Lesotho in their remaining 2021 African Cup of Nations qualifying fixtures next month. They top Group L with 8 points from 4 matches. Now, Belgium maintain top position. There are 3 immediate chasers: France 2nd, Brazil 3rd, and England 4th, retain their respective rankings. The next FIFA World Rankings will be published on April 8th, 2021. Nigeria Professional Football League campaigners, Wiki Tourist FC, were involved in an accident that left the team bus burnt to ashes along Kibo Road around the popular forest area after Jos in Plateau State. The Bauchi-based outfits were on their way to Uyo, Akwa Ibom State to honor the MPFL Matchday 11 against Dakada FC. According to reports, the MPFL side left their base in Bauchi around 4:30 a.m. in the morning, but the sad incidents occurred about some minutes to 7 a.m. near Jos. Luckily, no life was lost in Inferno, except for players and club officials who lost valuables that include bags and phones. The Tigers became the first team to qualify for the 2021 FIBA AfroBasket Championship after defeating South Sudan 75-70 points on a chilly evening in Monastir in Tunisia. The team avoided a last-minute scare against the physically imposing opposition thanks to back-to-back trays from Obi Emegano to stretch the Tigers' lead to 5 after South Sudanese opened a one-gap lead in the dying minutes of the game. Currently ranked number 1 in Africa, the Mfon Udo-led side held their head high to grind out a well-deserved win, 18-9, 20-21, 19-18, 18-21. Usual suspect Ike Iruebu emerged the highest scorer for the team with 16 points, 5 assists and 7 rebounds, while Emegano contributed 15 points, 3 assists and 2 rebounds. Top seed Novak Djokovic overcame stern resistance from Aslan Karastev to reach the Australian Open final and end the Russian qualifier's remarkable run. Despite the world number 114 cruising moments of tension, Djokovic had enough qualified to win 6-3, 6-4, 6-2. 33-year-old Serb won the final 4 games to finally shrug off Karastev. Djokovic, who is going for a record-extending 9th men's title in Melbourne, will face Daniil Medvedev or Stefanos Tsitsipas in Sunday's final. Russian 4th seed Medvedev meets Greek 5th seed Tsitsipas in the other semi-final on Friday, with both men trying to reach their first Australian Open final.
This is best as I felt in the entire tournament. I mean, felt great. I could swing through the ball. I mean, no pain. Just best match so far. It came at the right time, and I'm just I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to feel this way for sure. You know, I'll definitely train one of the next 2 days. Probably more likely the one that is closer to the finals on Saturday. But you know, recovery is priority right now. I'm feeling the ball well. I'm playing well. I had enough match play, enough practice. So right now it's just gathering all the necessary energy for the most important match of Australian Open.
Tokyo residents expressed their support for athlete-turned-politician Seiko Hashimoto after she was announced to be the new president of the Tokyo 2020 Organizing Committee on Thursday, February 18th, replacing a man who resigned after setting off a furore with sexist remarks. Hashimoto, who competed in 7 Summer and Winter Olympics as a cyclist and a skater, now faces a raft of tough issues at the helm of one of the world's biggest sporting events with less than half a year before its delayed started. She must ensure athletes and officials are kept safe from the coronavirus while also facing strong public opposition to the games being held amid the pandemic. While many people are rooting for her, some people think that it's impossible to hold the games given the current pandemic situation. The 56-year-old lawmaker in Japan's ruling party served as the Olympics minister, doubling as Minister for Women's Empowerment since 2019, until resigning on Thursday. And that's all from the world of sports. My name is Wally Scott. Do have yourself a wonderful night rest.
Thank you, Wally. Before we go down, here's a recap of our major stories. So we told you that gunmen attacked communities in Niger State, killed 1 and abducted 10. We also told you that Tigray People's Liberation Front has claimed responsibility over the killing of hundreds of Ethiopian soldiers. And we brought you a report that NATO defense ministers said no decision was reached to pull out of Afghanistan over increase in violence. Well, that does it for us at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Thank you for watching. I am Vivian Oguche. Have a good night.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we would rather complain than go to register.
If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since
will
then?
Inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like our Lord.
Inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
They don't even consider it that it's important to make the place conducive for people living with disabilities.
More accessible.
Because Nigeria has actually gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled.
Somebody rigs the election and then he's, fraudulently sworn in, he goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean brown envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope will, I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, Sha. But quickly.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. On a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, That's why you should never underrate anyone, no matter the situation. You see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Rio Festival Hall with Miriam Makeba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that's akamu selling girl. That was selling akamu. So be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load at the back. Then in between the driver and the loads will have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos, all my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through, it makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Ebute-Metta, and I would trek, from Ebute-Metta into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Broad Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally, when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you want to stop. You have cried many times. I've failed many times, but I've just got up. I get up again. A lot of people, I enjoy goodwill of some people who pull me up again and help me on my feet, and then I go on.
I finished that film and I became very famous. As young as I was, I didn't even know what it was. Everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place, so I couldn't go to the market. And I used to go to the market a lot, to go and buy all these second-hand, all the second-hand outfits. And then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore, because they would tease me. The market, the people in the market, the traders will always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Bendam Boutique, So that made me realize that, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
it does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Gratitude and encouragement is as important as constructive criticism. Welcome to The Advocate, your weekly reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. Today, I'm not on the attack. I'm exploring the response to a previous advocacy. Did Governor Sanwo-Olu hear me? He probably did. Chuka is illustrating David Diop's poem, Africa, My Africa, as a wake-up call to the current African youth. Oh, this is reawakening my poetic side. Jumoke is on a quest to draw attention and actions to making life easier for those living with disabilities among us. For Yor, who makes his debut today, is saying, most of us don't hate corruption. We only hate the fact that we are not the beneficiaries. Once a journalist, they say, always a journalist. The journalistic side of Treasure is taking on regulatory bodies today who seems to have failed in their duties so much that the Nigerian lawmakers are now on the quest to sanitize the profession. Sit back, your 5 panelists are here and eager to present your Sunday dose of provoking thoughts with no hold bar after the break. Leadership means duty, honor, country, criticism, character, and a listening ear to the voices of the led. Did Governor Sanwo-Olu hear me? Democracy, they say, is a constant job of interrogation, education, explanation, listening, and communication. That's why I shudder when governors' aides seek the head of people for daring to criticize their boss. As a leader, criticism should motivate you rather than distract you. The Lagos State Governor has shown through his recent action in respect of my advocacy on abandoned projects that he would rather listen to criticism with intent to understand and remedy his fault with a mindset to respond through press releases that are full of half-truth and innuendos. Sometimes last year, I pointed the governor to the fact that considering the non-motorability of the Maitu to Badagry Expressway due to a road construction that has taken an eternity to build, despite the fact that the current Minister of Works, Babatunde Raji Fashola, is a former governor of Lagos State, and also the Speaker of House of Rep, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, a lawmaker from Lagos State. I stated in my advocacy then that the dredging of the water channel from Badagry to CMS, as outlined in 2 phases of Ebute Ojo to CMS and Ebute Ojo to Badagry, was abandoned by his government. The governor heard me clearly, and rather than respond through a press conference, as some would have done, he responded through his action by correcting what I complained of. Indeed, his action has shown clearly that he took my advocacy to heart by not being fixated only on road construction in an aquatic state like Lagos, but also ready to harness the aquatic transportation potentials of the state. He has immediately commenced the dredging of the water channel from Ebute Ojo to Badagry, which I complained was abandoned then. You see, government, they listen when we talk. So no fear. Talk your own, they go here. Majority of the residents in this area were still looking forward to the federal government completing the Maitu to Badagry Road are very elated with the dredging of the water channel. It is their belief that this development will not only ease transportation and movement of goods and services to and from Badagry to CMS, but also help the durability of their boat, considering the new depth of the channel. They are also of the firm belief that considering the current depth of the water after dredging, it would be easier for it to accommodate water from rain channel in Okokomaiko, Alaba, and Ijanikin, thereby reducing and easing the flooding in these areas of the state. You can call it using one stone to kill multiple birds. You won't be wrong. While I say kudos to the governor for doing more of listening than talking and matching same with action, rather than pointing accusing fingers, I would advocate that His Excellency should take it a notch further by dredging the water channel from Maryland through Ifako Bridge to Lagos Island. This will also bring back the nostalgia feeling of navigating by boat from Maryland to Lagos Island through the Odoyalaro Channel, which got its name from the famous arrow tie and die that actually originated therefrom. This channel was known then for commuting passengers from Maryland to Lagos Island through the lagoon via Ifako until it became blocked and abandoned. Opening up same will not only ferry commuters to and from Lagos, but also help ease flood in Ojota, Mende, and Bagada area. I don't want to remind him of the CMS to Ekpe before he go say I dey ask for too much. But I still ask Sha, I hope he understands. But seriously speaking, considering the man-hour wasted in traffic in Lagos by residents and commuters alike, being an aquatic state, the possibilities derivable from dredging and opening up these water channels cannot be quantified. Lastly, while I praise the governor for doing more of listening than talking, I urge him not to relent until Lagos becomes the Venice of Africa in terms of water transportation. For we don't just set out to look for fault lines in government activities, we also look out for areas where they have made remarkable progress. While we give knocks for the former, our kudos are only reserved for the latter. Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, you have earned my kudos on this. But before I go, let me use this opportunity to congratulate my friend and brother, Justice Rahman Oshodi, on his elevation to the bench by the Lagos State government. My Lord, as your lordship pleases.
Okay, so I think this week all of us have come to praise Lagos for one thing or the other because, well, the truth about it is the reason we criticize so much in Nigeria is we hardly find things to praise the government about.
True.
And to be fair to them, right, when they do well, then it's right to also commend them and encourage them because what we want is a better life, you know, not just to be seen to criticize. So we're happy for the dredging. Me, I no go join that boat too. Yeah, I don't.
No, but seriously,
I know
quickly before your steps in, seriously, for me, going to Apapa these days, it's easy for me. I take a boat from CMS I can go to Apapa from CMS 5 times a day and back. Because I just take a boat from there, 8 minutes I'm in Apapa, do whatever I have to do, take a boat back, and then I drive home. Unlike those days that I have to stay in traffic, driving from Bagada to Apapa. So for me, just like going to Venice and you see we want to use this same water.
Venice is not Nigeria, it's not Lagos.
I was just going to say that you have such an audacious dream, very tall dream.
No, but we can achieve it if we can dream it.
We can actually.
You can achieve whatever it is you
dream. I met a guy in Sierra Leone. There's a Nigerian guy. I think his name is Gaji or something like that. That's what he does. And he has his factory somewhere around Ekpe, where he builds the boat himself.
Yeah.
And then he takes them down to Sierra Leone. So, you know, once you drop at the airport, you have to cross water. But if you have to go by road, it's a longer route. So the guy actually built the boats, and then I think the president actually gave him the license.
Oh, really?
Yes, he does. I think he has more than 40. And then he conveys people from the airport down to town. And that's what the guy does.
Okay, so it's possible, yes, we know, but it would take political will to make it work.
Yeah, you know, everything in Nigeria is politics. That's another thing.
I remember a very sordid tale.
Sorry, Chuka wants to. Chuka.
Yeah, I was just going to add that the boats that Ambode bought are still not being used. The problem with Nigeria is not even so much not knowing what to do, but politics actually blocking things.
Yeah.
If it wasn't that they would have had nothing to do, they wouldn't have released those buses that have now helped Lagos quite a bit. Because we're more interested at first in getting Ambode to jail for presumably increasing the cost of the buses. So I don't know what has happened now to the boats.
Well, and when we talk about the boats, I mentioned it, I think, a few weeks back. At Lagos State, should remember the Blue Rail as well.
Yes.
They should remember. So we use this opportunity to also say, please
remember
remember
to tell
that.
a tale of how the boats capsized on our...
You were inside?
No, I wasn't.
Our
boats capsized, and we always have we have them pretty regularly every year. Because one of my producers lost her mom that way from CMS to Ikorodu. They never found her body till today.
Yeah, but I agree. Accidents happen even on our roads.
No, it shouldn't be.
Not as often.
No, but
it shouldn't happen that often.
See, let me tell you why I come from a riverine area, and I understand the importance of water transportation. Do you know that from Lagos to Saple by boat ordinarily won't take you more than 2 hours plus?
Okay.
Lagos to Port Harcourt, you can access Lagos to Port Harcourt by water.
Yes.
You can access Lagos to Calabar via water.
Yes.
So why are we so fixated on the roads that are not motorable on flights, and then we abandon the other one that nature has given to us.
Have you considered the pirates also?
I agree that it's
Piracy.
all
Yes.
part of it. That's why for me, if you can dream it, there are steps you need to put in place to ensure security is one. You need to also dredge some of, why are we so, look at the Lagos port, for example, congested. But yet you have Calabar Port, you have Port Harcourt Port, you have Onitsha.
I said earlier that it's political will.
It's just political,
It's
basically.
the
That's what
work
she
of those in governance to make sure that this thing.
So since it's political will, Chuka is calling on Africa to wake up next. But before then, let me use this opportunity to say happy birthday to one of our own, Bolahon Olojede. Thursday was his birthday. And happy birthday, Bolahon. And Chuka, now over to you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
That bill to protect journalists, matters arising. It's worrisome times for the journalism profession in Nigeria nowadays. In 2 weeks, 2 journalists have been kidnapped in Abuja and Port Harcourt. This is deliberate targeting, which is a grave development. I've seen a mild campaign by individual journalists to correct the notion that journalists are rich people. Now here's my appeal. Journalists are regular people like everyone, the majority of whom are barely getting their monthly salaries. Stop kidnapping journalists. So today I look at the reports by Benneth Joshua of the Daily Independent newspaper on the bill on the protection of journalists being debated in the House of Representatives. Ota Agbo, a lawmaker in the House of Representatives from Benue, said, and I quote, "Most people feel that once you are jobless and you can afford a jotter, pen and a midget to record voices, you can automatically ply the profession of journalism. And such people go about blackmailing people, especially public servants, as well as assaulting democracy and its sacred institutions." He has therefore sponsored a bill, the Press Council Amendments Bill, which enters second reading upon debate as the National Assembly resumed plenary. The bill has 3 main purposes: to protect journalists against non-payment of salaries, to seek minimum academic qualification for journalists, and to get stiffer penalty for quacks. Now, this comes with mixed feelings for me, as a journalist, that the House of Representatives will debate on how to improve the welfare of media professionals, sanitize the media in Nigeria, and protect journalists against non-payment of salaries is noteworthy. But they will also define who a journalist is and raise the minimum qualification for journalism practice and stipulate stiffer punishment for quirks. Interesting times are here. The sponsor of the bill, as I said earlier, is the Chairman, House Committee on Narcotics, Drugs, Otagbo, representing Ado Ogbadigbo, Poko Federal Constituency of Benue State. He took a swipe at regulatory bodies in journalism by stating, and I quote, regulatory bodies like the Press Council, NUJ, Guild of Editors, Newspaper Proprietors Association, at best can only bark without biting. This has prompted some critical thinkers to now say journalism is not a profession, but a mere trade. Really? The lawmaker also stated that in Nigeria, journalism is the only profession assigned specific responsibility of holding government to account based on Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution. Yet, it is the most bastardized, a free-for-all profession with no clear qualification guidelines. And that's so true. And this is a second indictment on the regulatory bodies. He says, and I quote again, less noble professions are well regulated and respected. So why should journalism, the profession beyond compare, remain an all-comers affair in this century? Now that is a third indictment on regulatory bodies. I find it curious that the legislature, to use the words of the lawmaker, wants to redefine and refine the media industry so that they can strengthen democracy. The question is, what precisely are the functions of the NUJ, NAWAJ, Guild of Editors, Newspaper Proprietors Association? I don't understand.
I feel very offended.
No, see.
How many years to read journalism? It's an art. It's a science. The science of journalism is different.
No, see, let me tell you, the lawmaker is on a journey to nowhere. I'm telling you frankly, he's on a journey to nowhere. Do you know why? The world is dynamic. The earlier we embrace the dynamism, the better for all of us. Even media practitioners these days would rather, even journalism, they employ you, just take you through a few tips of it. They don't want, there are areas they want you to play in. We agree there are different taxonomies of journalism and all of those things. But there are areas they just want you to play in and they train you in that area and boom, you are good to go. So quickly, secondly, also, the idea of social media has come to stay. Even the media houses recognize the fact that there's this, what you call the eye reporter, the eyewitness reporter. And so...
Which is citizen journalism.
Yes, citizen journalism. Thank God you used the word citizen
it's
journalism.
Citizen journalism, yeah.
So when lawmakers sit down, even the laws that we have already, how well have you strengthened the institutions to be able to enforce those laws? That's the place we should start from. And not making new laws and then blaming regulatory bodies as if they don't know what they are doing. How well have you provided institutions to enable them strengthen it? Nothing. Then you make another law, you pride yourself as, yes, I introduce a bill in the house.
You just don't want to sit in the house and just be collecting 15 million per month now. You have to do something because journalism has always been an all-comers affair. We have legal affairs in journalism. You have
environment.
You have airports. You have medical. Every area of life.
Yes.
And you want experts in those areas. To be the ones to present. So we have always had, and social media, aside from being making everyone with a smartphone now a journalist. Is the fact that
a reporter, not a journalist.
Well,
a reporter.
A reporter.
I witness.
A reporter, not a journalist.
No, so it means that you don't even need a media house to publish yourself now.
Exactly, exactly. So you are a reporter, you are not a journalist. So we mix it up.
You're a blogger. You're not a reporter.
Exactly. Somebody comes and says, I am an OAP. I'm not a journalist, but I'm an OAP.
What's the meaning of that?
An on-air personality.
No, wait.
No, but you know that's also possible.
Yes.
Okay.
It's acceptable.
Yes, because
it's possible.
It was an American coinage.
It was an personality, and then you're on radio.
It was an American coinage to distinguish.
Let's hear him out.
It was an American coinage to distinguish the on-air personality from the journalist.
Radio presenters.
So, and you are a presenter, you are not a journalist, but you know, there's need for you to have a name. How do we describe this person?
Who is not a journalist?
Who is not a journalist, but is presenting a program. You know, just the same way we say you are reporting, you are an eye reporter, but you are not a journalist. There are people, you don't expect me now because I appear on programs and then I say I want to go and join the Guild of Editors or journalism and all of those things. Because they will not accept me because
you don't have the
there are
degree.
qualifications I must pass through.
True.
So that doesn't mean that they don't know what they are doing. They understand the dynamism of the profession. And so if you cannot, by law, say I want to, by fiat, regulate everybody. There are some lawyers who will say, look, I'm okay by reading law. I don't want to practice. All I just need is the knowledge of it to do my journalism work.
Yes, exactly.
So it is when they now want to practice that the body of MBA and the body of benchers will say, okay, there are positions that you must go through. So
thanks, Lib. You've capped it. You know.
Chuka.
Well, let's hear from your.
Wait. Let's go to Chuka in London.
Are you a Pontius governor?
I think that there will always be a big problem with this whole journalism and everyone trying to be a quack journalist and all that. Social media is here to stay. So I think what it is that journalists really have to reinvent themselves.
Yes.
Because they must have within their training what they could do to move to the next level and leave us behind as the pseudo-journalists
that we are.
Okay, but then for me, let me quickly say something. Another thing, he said something about...
reinventing.
No, I wanted to say that, but because of time. It's also very important that organizations, when you employ journalists, be for the print and all that, please, their welfare is important, as far as I'm concerned.
That's true.
It's important.
Hit it on the head.
Yes. Let them. There is, I know a few of them, and then anytime they see me, Bawuni, one come from brother, one come from senior brother. And then I just keep asking myself, one come for senior brother, one come for senior brother.
It's actually criminal for you to employ anyone and not give them
Yes. So I think just like Barrister Shoma said, the other laws that we have, they should do something about it. Implement those ones. Let us know that you are paying them their salaries, you are paying them their pension, you are paying them everything due, and some of these attitudes will definitely stop. And also, don't also forget political in some of these things that we do.
Yes.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean brown envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope. I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, but quickly. Okay, there is a case, and then you need to report it, and then you get instruction from above and says, no, don't report it. That's our client, or that's our guy at the top. Don't mention it, and all that. And then they swear you brand envelope. Case closed. How do you want me to report? How do you want me to work?
And then the man who is on the social media now comes
and reports it.
And you say, no.
No, you are not a journalist.
The law says you are not a journalist. The man didn't call himself a journalist. He just said he was reporting.
Interesting. Well, we thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope that our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, you can go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye-bye.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. The subject of our contemplation today is fear not. Tell your neighbor, fear not. I can hear you. Ask your neighbor, why should I not fear? Say to him again, fear not. You're not doing what I asked you to do. I say to your neighbor, fear not. And then you ask him or her, why should I not fear? Oh, they already put it on the screen. Fear not. The age we live in has been framed by the word of God. Oh, that's a place to jump, to dance. Oh, hallelujah. Fear not. The age we live in has been framed by the word of God. Hallelujah. You really don't know what that statement means. It simply means in every age and in every generation, nothing happens that is not directed or permitted by God. Say to your neighbor, nothing happens to a child of God that's neither permitted nor directed by God. Therefore, fear not. The age we live in has been framed by the word of God. Let's start reading scripture. I'll give you 4 of them. And to start with, even the earth where you live in was created by the word of God. Psalm 33, beginning from verse number 6 to verse number 15. Psalm 33, verse 6 to 15. By the word of the Lord, the heavens were made. You know, he didn't just roll up his sleeves and say, I'd like to create the heavens today. No, he spoke, and they were created. By the word of the Lord, the heavens were made, and all the hosts of them by the breath of his mouth. He gathers the waters of the sea together as a heap. He lays up the deep in storehouses. He commanded the waters to gather to one place. And a dry ground appeared, and he called the dry ground earth, and the heap of waters he called seas. Therefore let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. Why? For he spoke, and it was done. He commanded, and he stood fast. The Lord brings the counsel of the nations to nothing. He made the plans of the peoples of no effect. The counsel of the Lord stands for how long? I can't hear you, church. The counsel of the Lord stands forever. The plans of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people he has chosen as his own inheritance. The Lord looks from heaven He sees all the sons of men. Why is he looking? Why is he seeing them? I've told you his eyes are going to and fro. He sees everything, but he's not looking for everybody. He's looking for those whose hearts are, I can't hear you. Those whose hearts are loyal towards him, that he might make himself strong on their behalf. From the place of his dwelling, he looks on all the inhabitants of the earth. He fashions their hearts individually. He considers all their works. If you don't understand that, before he fashions your heart, he already knows what you are going to do, and he fashions it accordingly. He fashioned mine to function the way I'm functioning. He's going to fashion yours to function the way it should function. And when you don't function according to your convictions and the dictates of your heart, you're an accident going somewhere to happen. That's why you don't have to be envious of anybody. He fashions our hearts individually according to the works he has given us to do. I cannot draw Jack. Can't draw nothing. But Fisaya, my daughter, can look at you, and before you say Jack Robinson, she's finished drawing you. I'm the father, but I can't draw. I don't know whether she got it from my wife. I've never seen her draw too. Next scripture. Romans chapter 15, verse 4 to 5. For whatever things were written before were written for our learning. Do I have learners in the house? When you stop learning, you start dying. For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we through the patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope. When things are not going according to what God has told you, you learn from those who through patience obtain the promises. You learn from Joseph, who at the age of 17, God showed him dreams that will become a world power. But the next 13 years of his life, he spent as a slave and a convict. But the word came to pass. You can't stop God from what he has planned and purposed. It is the counsel of the nations that will become futile, not that of God. Now may the God of patience and comfort grant you to be like-minded toward one another according to Christ Jesus, that you may with one mind and one mouth, you will not be a house divided against itself. A part of you is praising God, a part of you is asking questions. That you may with one mind and one mouth glorify the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. Give me another scripture, Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1 to 4. And this is very, very important because many of you are descendants of Adam. I'm not. Hello? I come from the last Adam. The first Adam is a living soul. Every living soul. You're not singing. The first Adam is a living soul, and it's a song you love to sing. Every living soul, every living soul. No, the living soul eventually collapsed. I'm a living stone. Every living stone, praise the Lord. Every living stone, praise the Lord. Every living stone, praise the Lord. Every living stone. Why living stone? Not my word. 1 Peter chapter 2 says, so you are living stones, and you are being built together as a holy habitation unto God. That's why Jesus said, if those ones or shouting hallelujah, that the leaders of the temple are saying should keep quiet. If you keep quiet, these stones will speak. What stones? There were stones that were taken out of River Jordan from the belly of the river and put as a heap, as a witness. So these stones will be witnesses against you. They will speak. Every living stone. Every living stone. The Most High reigneth, the Most High reigneth, the Most High reigneth in my life today. The Most High reigneth, the Most High reigneth, the Most High reigneth in my life too. Okay. Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1 to 4. God, who at various times and in various ways spoke in time past to the fathers by the prophets, as in these last days spoken to us by who? I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. He has spoken to us in these last days by his Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things, through whom also he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory and the express. Let us make man in our image and after our likeness, but not the express image. Who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things how? By the word of his power. Is upholding how many things? I can't hear you. Does that include your circumstances? Does that include your situation? Does that include your birth, your end, your beginning, the way you will live here? He upholds all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high, having become so much better than the angels, as he has by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. So why do you want to join those who worship angels? They are ministering spirits sent forth to minister to them that shall be heirs of salvation. Can I hear amen? You uphold everything how? By the word of his power. Now let's go to Hebrews 11. I'll read from verse 1 to 3, which is my central text today. I just built up to this point so that you have clear understanding why you should not fear, because the age you live in has been framed before you got here by the word of God. Hebrews 11, verse 1 to 3. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good testimony. By faith we understand that the walls, hello somebody? By faith we understand that the words, okay? Please go back to Hebrews chapter 1 again. I want you to understand, because I read that, I'm not sure you saw the walls there. Hebrews 1, 1 to 4, God who at various times, in various ways, spoke in time past to the fathers by the prophets, as in this last day spoken to us by his Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things, through whom also he made the words. Can you see there now? He made the words. Go to Hebrews. Let scripture interpret scripture. Hebrews chapter 11, now 1 to 3. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good testimony. I don't know what you use your own faith to get. Cadillac? They got a good report. The first evidence of faith is character. By faith we understand that the words were framed by the word of God, so that the things which are seen were not made of things which are visible. I want you to please give me that in amplified version of the Bible to let us see the meaning of the words. The words. Now faith is the assurance, the confirmation, the title deed of the things we hope for, being the proof of things we do not see, and the conviction of their reality, faith perceiving as real fact what is not revealed to the senses. For by faith, trust, and holy fervor born of faith, the men of old had divine testimony born to them and obtained a good report. By faith, we understand that the words, what is the meaning of the words? During the successive ages were framed, fashioned, put in order, and equipped for their intended purpose by the word of God, so that what we see was not made out of things which are visible. The word age there, or word there, is the word eons, A-E-O-N-S in Greek, and it means age. The age we live in has been framed by the word of God. One of my favorite passages of scripture is in the book of Acts, I think it's chapter 13, where it states that David served his generation according to the will of God. And long after he had gone, David is still impacting generations to come, because it became a mold that God used to establish some things on the earth. When God said, as truly as I live, in Numbers 14, all the earth shall be filled with my glory, it took David to say, let the earth be filled with your glory. There must be someone who will take what is settled in heaven. Forever, oh Lord, your word is settled in heaven. It will take someone who will locate what is settled in heaven to bring it to the earth and cause it to be settled here. Once David did that, it was easier for Isaiah to say, in the year that King Uzziah died, and all the King Uzziah that is not letting you shine, all the King Uzziahs in your life that will not let you come into full manifestation, one by one they'll be dropping out of your way. In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord. He was high and lifted up. His trail filled the temple. And I saw the seraphims with 6 wings. With 2 wings they covered their feet. With 2 wings they covered their eyes and face. And with 2 wings they were flying, crying, holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty. The whole earth is filled with your glory. And Habakkuk can take it from Isaiah and say, the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord as the waters cover the sea. God is going to have the final say. Can I hear amen? Hear me loud and clear this morning. Nothing, and I say nothing, can happen to any child of God that is not directed or permitted by God. Why? Because the age you and I live in has been framed by the word of God before we got here. The word frame is an interesting word. I decided to go into the dictionary. Elder Bode gave me several. At the time, you remember, all kinds of dictionary. He gave me several of them. So if I look in this and I look in that, in Longman, in Oxford, and this one is simple. The word frame is an interesting word. It means, number one, the most important bars, B-A-R-S, poles or posts on which the rest of a thing is built. The most important bars, poles or posts on which the rest of a thing is built. E.g., or example, the frame of a house. The frame of a house. You now will understand why God said to them during the Passover in Egypt that they should put the blood where? On the lintel and doorposts, or they were framed by what they were doing. You are being framed by what you are hearing this morning. You're not hearing me. God is framing you, because I'm taking out of what has been done before you were born, before I got here. I'm taking of that word to show you which way to go in the day that we live in and in this season. And you're not going to miss your target. In the name of Jesus Christ. You're not going to drop by the wayside. You're not going to fall. You're not going to fail. You're not going to falter. You are destined and equipped to make it. Please give me Hebrews 11 again. And give me verse 3 in Amplified version, because I don't understand. I don't know whether you got it, that because you are already framed, you are already equipped. A fish does not go to swimming school. Am I making sense to you? Everything a fish needs to stay inside water is already been equipped with before it came forth. And it does not require vigil upon vigil for an elephant to be big. They are naturally big in their family. You don't see a prince and not see the manifestation of his glory. Do you understand this? By faith, we understand that the words, listen, the word during the successive ages were framed, fashioned, put in order, and equipped for their intended purpose by the word of God. So that what we see was not made out of things which are visible. Are you equipped? We're going to fine-tune every equipment you need. And you are going to make it big. And I'm going to be alive. I'm going to be alive to watch you grow and become mighty. And when they call you to testify, you say, this is not the work of any man. This is the work of the Holy Spirit. But let me tell you one thing. Before I even know that Holy Spirit, my Father is here. My back may be bent. I may be old. I don't know. And it may be few teeth. It may be many things. And I just agree. I told you so, didn't I? When I was a little boy, a woman came into our house and was insulting my mother. My temperament in those days is, hey, God, I pray I will not even experience that anymore. I didn't want the woman. I was coming from my room and she was still pointing at my wife. I just carried her. She never came to touch my mother anymore or talk to her. But at a later stage, I don't even need to do that. Oh, Mama, Mama Pastor Bakari. Because of you, honor will come to me. You don't understand it. You don't understand what I'm doing today. Men will see you, give glory to God, and thank God that our paths met, because my assignment is to equip the saints for their work of ministry. And I'm here not only to challenge, but to equip you to be who God created you to be. In the mighty name of Jesus. I and the children that the Lord God has given me, we are for signs and wonders from the Lord of hosts who dwell in Mount Zion. You are a sign, you are a wonder, you are a billboard advertising God, a lamppost showing direction to the world. In the name of Jesus. You may be seated. The word frame also means any form made up of bars with the spaces not filled in of metal or of wood into which a picture is put. Have you bought a picture frame before? They were made before you bought them. And then depending on the size of your picture, you buy the appropriate one or you cut it to fit and you frame it. And they say, oh, I framed the picture. Number 3. You may not be aware of this. A frame is a box with a glass top used to grow plants quickly. Modern science, I was in Glasgow and I was taken to a place, Mrs. B was there, Pastor Nims was there, where everything that a cow will eat will grow within 8 days. From the time the seed is planted till the time it's harvested, under certain condition and environment. We saw it with our eyes. So we don't need anyone to be running from the north to the south or south to the north. We just need to know what technology to use to create ranches that will create good food for the cow. Do you understand me? So there are pots or boxes with a glass top used to grow plants quickly. They are also called a frame. Generally speaking, to frame a plan is to put a plan together. For the past 8 meetings now or 7, we have been putting a frame together for the future. Yesterday was the first time I shared with the leaders, this is the future I see for the Citadel. And it's not being built around any person, not around me, and not around any one. Power will not be concentrated in any person's hand. We're going to do it together. We're respecting one another along the way. Because if it is built around me the day I'm no more, then the whole thing collapses. Success without succession is failure. I sang for you at the 30th anniversary of the church. I'm not sure you remember. Ọgbọ̀n ọdún wa ti pé o, ó ti pé o, à ń lọ. Ọgbọ̀n ọdún wa ti pé o, ó ti pé o, à ń lọ. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olúwa tó mú wa parí ẹ̀kọ́ wa láyọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ará àdìgídàrí, ó dìgbà ó ṣe ta ó fi ń tilẹ̀ títí dọjọ́ tá ó tún pàdé. Ó dìgbà ó ṣe ẹ̀yin ará. Ó dìgbà ó ṣe ẹ̀yin ará. Then we'll turn to our teachers in those days. Ẹ̀yin olùkọ́ tẹ́ kọ́ wa ọpẹ́ la dá o, ẹ ṣé o. Ẹ̀yin olùkọ́ tẹ́ kọ́ wa ọpẹ́ la dá o, ẹ ṣé o. You don't understand Yoruba, you speak Igbo now. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olúwa tó mú wa parí ẹ̀kọ́ wa láyọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ará Gbàgìdàrè, ó dìgbà ó ṣe tá ó fi ń sílẹ̀ títí dọjọ́ tá ó tún pàdé. Ó dìgbà ó ṣe ẹ̀yin ará. I told you in 1989 that the day will come, you come to church, the place will be freezingly cold. This is that day. And if you think my heart is in this building, then you're a compound fool. Sorry, I take it back. You're a child of God. I shouldn't say that. After all, the Bible says you must not say raka to your brother. But it also says, foolish Galatians, who have bewitched you. If you think my heart is in this building, then you don't know me. I'm finished, done, everything will be settled. Then I step out because it's time to build the nation. Alongside with men of faith, men of character, who have competence, who have character, who have skill, who know what to do, who will assemble the most powerful team, north and south of this nation, and change the landscape. The men will come to Nigeria and say, what happened? And we'll be able to say, we were good for 30 years before we were released to do what we are doing. Wait for it, it's coming. Generally speaking, to frame a plan is to put a plan together. I showed them something like yesterday that I don't bring out. I said, if I'm called upon today, I have my plan ready. What will happen to agriculture? What will happen to this? What will happen to that? It's already put there. It's a bad leader that gets there and says, hey, I've got power. What do I do with it? God will open the door, but what happens when you enter the door? To set in a frame is to frame a picture, generally speaking. If you say someone has a strong frame, you will not be talking about me. If you say someone has a strong frame, it means the person has a strong body. My body is strong, but it's not big. Some bodies are big, but they're big for nothing. Dynamites come in little packages. When you say somebody has a strong frame, it means he has a strong body. Is your body strong? Come, let me test it. I want to see if your body is strong. Stand there. Your frame of mind is the state of your mind. And many of you have very horrible frame of mind. Anything that wants to happen, you panic. Not understanding that everything pertaining to you has been framed before you got here. That you're not an accident, you're not an afterthought. That God purposely built you the way He built you. Aren't you beautiful? Does your husband tell you that all the time? If he doesn't, I'll flog him. Because I gave you my daughter free of charge. You're still paying the dowry, though. Your frame of mind is the state of your mind. Framework is a frame on which something will be made. Have you seen framework in construction site? They will do framework before they will pour concrete. You know that. But this one, you need to hear it. To frame a person. To frame a person is to make it appear that someone has done some wrong. To frame a person is to make it appear that someone has done some wrong. One fellow who thinks before he writes, he said there's some secret in some place involving a bank that just changed hands, and some secret in 1990 that made me say the things I'm saying. We forgive them because many of them speak before they think. And I threw a challenge out there, I said, put it on the sky. Came back saying it's a rumor and propaganda. We forgive them for they know not what they do. Even when they know what they are doing, we still forgive them. Because we are going to sit on the table of brotherhood and fix this nation together. Everyone has a role to play. And when you don't understand people next time, ask them why they do what they're doing. I asked some of our leaders yesterday and some prominent people, I said, what is Yoruba? Because if you say you're a Yoruba leader, what are you leading? Or who are you leading? What is Yoruba? Tell me now. Oh, it's language. So anybody who speaks Yoruba is Yoruba then? Not necessarily. So what is Yoruba? Ethnic nationality? A people? Sometimes. I'm not going to fight you. This is not my subject today. Because I told the person, I said, hold on. So-and-so is not following you. Is it Yoruba? I said, yeah, it's Yoruba, but it's not following us. How about this one? It's Yoruba. How about that one? It's Yoruba. But they're not following you. They disagree with you. So how can you say you're a Yoruba leader? You're a leader of a group. Stop assuming what you are not. And find a way of putting people together. To do so, you must die to your rights. Anyone who is going to reconcile people must die to his rights, must not be oversensitive, must not be a dictator, must die to his rights. While we were yet sinners, Christ died for what purpose? That he might reconcile us with God. I'm leaving that subject behind because part 2 of that message is still coming. Part 3. Part 1 shook Nigeria. Part 3 is going to shake Africa. You understand me? We are going to get it right. We are going to do it right. We are going to honor people. We are not going to lord it over people or hand their past on them. One of them said, do you know he killed this, he killed that? I said, so David killed. So Paul killed. So Moses killed. And God still used them. Are you legitimizing murder? No. It's wrong. But I'm not set up as a judge over anybody. God is a true judge. He sees what I don't see. I'm not going to conclude and say, because of this, then your end has come. I don't have that right. And the more you try to hinder the person, the stronger he gets. So what do? You go to your Jephthah and say, we judge you wrongly. Come and lead us. You go to your David. So if we have not behaved this way, if you are not sent on exile, you will not have done the things you did. You are living with us, but Saul sent you away. Come now and lead us. After all, you are the one doing it before Saul started persecuting you for some 38 years. I'm not holding brief for anybody. I'm holding brief for God. And you, accusing somebody else falsely, have you looked yourself in the mirror? To frame a person is to make it appear that someone has done some wrong. We can say that Mrs. Potiphar framed Joseph. Now, this is where you have to be careful with truth and facts. You have to be careful because they're not necessarily the same thing. Truth is a person, not a set of facts. Jesus is the truth. What garment was in the hand of Mrs. Potiphar? Joseph's garment. Did Joseph give her that garment? When he was running away, he grabbed the garment and used it as evidence to frame him that he was trying to rape her. And then she cried out, "Are you here?" That's what it means to frame a person. But are you ready for this? Do you know that even that was framed by the word of God? She was only acting a script. I'm not sure you got that. All those bad things happening to you, they are part of the package. They are part of the process. No process, no progress. Without the frame, is he framed now? Without Joseph being framed, he would not have become a convict. Without him becoming a convict, he will remain a slave. As a slave, he will remain the property of Potiphar. But the moment he was thrown into prison, he became the property of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh has the power to grant pardon. So he was no longer Joseph Potiphar because you bear the name of your master. It was not the state versus Joseph. And when he was put in that prison, it was not solitary confinement. It was solitary refinement. Because by the time he came out of that prison, he said, God will give Pharaoh an answer of peace. It's not in me. He gave all the glory to God. And those of you who are asking me, where is your structure? I'm going to sing for you that day. Oju teke o, oju ra, oju telepe, ipe oju. Where is your structure? Where was the structure of Joseph? What structure did Daniel use? The pastor of the Assemblies of God in Zambia. Where was his political structure? God spoke to him to step out. He stepped out. He became president. What was the structure of OBJ? While he was in prison, he didn't know when they started PDP. He didn't contribute a dime to it. What was the structure of Gerald Ford, who was now the running mate of Richard Nixon? But some things happened. Richard Nixon had to drop his running mate and call Gerald Ford to be his running mate. Do you understand? I mean, to be the next vice president. And then Watergate scandal happened. And Gerald Ford, without participating in an election, became president. Nigeria, get ready for your miracle. Oh, but won't you build some structure? No, I'm sending you to reap where you did not bestow labor. Others have labored. You are entering into their harvest to do those things, to take it over and to use it for the benefit of all. This is the destiny of Nigeria. It's going to happen very shortly. And you won't pitch me against anybody who has worked hard. They must be compensated. There's no point rubbishing somebody because of their past when they have worked so hard to get you to where you are. You will understand me one day. And you, look at me, kuro eye. Stop looking at social media. Let them abuse your father. Whenever you want to respond, said, you have forgotten his mother's middle name is Ebudola. You understand? Don't let it affect you anymore. So from that day, one more chill, Emi bambua, ebu so, Abiwaju gbogboro bi ona mokola. I said even that frame up by Mrs. Potiphar was itself framed by the word of God. Give me Psalm 105 verse 1. If I can't finish today, I'll continue next Sunday. I'll continue forever. Psalm 105 verse 1. Oh, give thanks to the Lord. Call upon his name and make known his deeds among the peoples. Now let's see one of those deeds. Verse 16. Verse 16. Moreover, he called for a famine. So when there's economic crisis, it's because God is about to raise a Joseph. You don't understand it. He's about to take him out of prison to come and deploy the equipment, the resources he had equipped him with. Moreover, he called for a famine in the land. He destroyed all the provision of bread. He sent a man before them, Joseph, who was sold as a slave. The heart is fit with fetters. Where is that? He was laid in irons. Where is that? Until the time that his word came to pass. The word of the Lord tested. It was the word of the Lord that was in action. It was Mrs. Potiphar that was acting it out. It was a script looking for a creature, and when the script will jam the creature, the scripture will be fulfilled. Then the king said and released him. The ruler of the people let him go free. He made him lord of his house and ruler of all his possessions, to bind his princes at his pleasure and teach his elders wisdom. If you see that in King James Version, it says to teach senators of Egypt wisdom. Israel also came into Egypt, and Jacob dwelt in the land of Ham. He increased his people greatly and made them stronger than their enemies. We stop there. If you go to the next verse, if you can, a time came when he now turned the hearts of the people. He turned their heart to hate his people, to deal craftily with his servants. Why? Next phase. Next phase. Next phase. Next phase. Listen to me. God raised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to raise the nation of Israel. Then he raised Joseph to preserve a posterity and to multiply them in Egypt. Then he raised Moses to deliver them. Age after age after age, everything has been framed by God. There's nothing you can write against me if God does not permit you. But you know what? You lick your wounds when I get to where I'm going. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, because when Joseph was released, Pharaoh said, at the mention of his name, every knee must bow. Does that include that of Mrs. Potiphar? Look, Joseph is a good man. If it was me, God knows, there will be a testimony night. I said, I will invite them for dinner. I said, Mrs. Potiphar, would you like to tell your husband the truth? Just the truth. Just tell your husband what really happened. Oh, God, Potiphar. You know, the room, Bobby Moshe Savi, too. Won't what if it's not for me? Agbayanini. But that's not in the Bible. I just I have two critical questions to ask. Question number one, are all the ages truly framed by the word of God? I'm hearing your yes, but it's not loud enough. With all that I've said so far, are all the ages truly framed by the word of God? And question number two, if so, how can we access what God has framed by his word for our own age? Let me give you practical examples. You will have to do some homework here too, but I will help you. That's my job. I want to equip you. Iron sharpens iron, so that you don't go and live in regret valley for mistakes you made or for what others caused, the pain others have caused you. You learn to bless people and not curse them. You learn to forgive quickly so that they don't hinder your progress in life. You will not harbor bitterness against anyone because it will only destroy you. You let them be, because if it has not been given to them to do, they can do nothing. But at the end of the day, sending Joseph into slavery is a system of transportation to get him out of his comfort zone to where he will become a world-class ruler. Practical examples. I have about 6. But time will not permit me. I'll give you some and I'll tell you how to get the others. Is that okay? This is a classroom. This is not an entertainment cinema hall where you come to see a celebrity perform. No, it's a classroom. You must come with your parchment or come with your tablet or come with your iPad and write things down and go home like the Berean Christians and study. Your life must change. The captivity of the children of Israel in Egypt and their deliverance from the house of bondage was all framed by the word of God. All. Every inch of the way of their going into captivity, of their multiplying the means of oppression, and their deliverance from the house of bondage, every inch of the way, every second of the day was framed by the word of God before there was any Israel, before there was Isaac, before there was Jacob. Genesis 15, verse number 13. Genesis 15, beginning from verse 13. Then he said to Abram, know how. I can't hear you. So why are you trying to pray out of the way things that God has framed to certainly happen? Then he said to Abram, know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years. And also the nation whom they serve, I will judge. Afterward, they shall come out with great possessions. Now, as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age. That was the day Abraham knew that sickness cannot kill him before time, disease cannot kill him before time, because God has framed it. Son, I will still be here to see your children, to see your children's children. And when it's time to bow out, I will invite you to a communion service. And while we take communion and I step up, I will go to sleep and someone will say, oh, check grandpa, 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 grandpa. Then they will come for you. Great grandpa is gone. My uncle passed at the age of 98. He celebrated his 66th wedding anniversary. We were there together when they were telling us this on the 30th of December. And while he was praying for the family, give me that chair. While he was praying for the family, he was on a couch in his living room. And while he was praying for them, he said, rounding, is it off now or up? Rounding his prayer, whatever. He said, in Jesus' name I sleep. Hello? And after a few minutes, he woke up. He said, am I still here? They said, you are. And then he went to his room and slept. And they went there the following morning. He was gone. Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my end be like his. Do you understand me? The righteous is never afraid of death. I've told you he's not your boss. He's your horse when it's time to go. Come on here. I'm changing address. Abraham knew that day that no assassin's bullet will fail him. And no sickness will kill him. I love the way the patriarchs slept. Jacob carried his feet onto his bed and breathed his last. I love the way my mother left us. Do you understand me? If you spend 10 years being carried from hospital to hospital, it has its advantage though. You'll be able to repent. Because you don't know what happens to those who die suddenly. Let me read that thing. I want to close. I'll continue next Sunday. Now, as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age. But in the fourth generation, look at him spelling it out. In the fourth, and I can trace it for you. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph. In the fourth generation, they shall return here. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. And it came to pass when the sun went down and it was dark, that behold, there appeared a smoking oven and a burning torch that passed between those pieces. So God did not allow Abram to walk in between the pieces. He split into two because he knew he did not have what it takes to walk through it. So he came down himself and took on that place. He knew you couldn't do it. He will have to do it for you. That's why that covenant cannot fail. It was sealed by God himself. On that same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your descendants, I've given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Canaanites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, and the Dano, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Gagashites, the Jebusites, by God framing you up. He said, all this land I give. So let off Palestinians and Philistines and let them be fighting for that land. It's a waste of time. The capital of Israel is Jerusalem. If that's all Donald Trump came to do, thank you, Donald. You simply fulfilled the word of God. See, God will reveal to you what will happen to Omolora's great-grandchild. He's not married yet. But he will be telling you what will happen to the great-grandchild now. And you have the duty to write it down and say, in the fourth generation, this is going to happen. The Lord has revealed it to me, and this is the way to go about it. That's why Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob must dwell in the same tent. They must carry the same core values from generation to generation. Why? One generation shall praise your work to another generation and declare your mighty works. It must not end with you. It shouldn't. Tell your children how you came by your wealth. Teach them diligence. Don't just give them inheritance, or they will squander and waste everything. Show them what produced what you are doing. Don't run to help them when they want to fall. I don't want you to fall. Let them get some bruises and some scratches. It's not wickedness. That's the way they will walk. You did your own. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway, and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. Till we meet again next week, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I am angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Good morning to you and welcome to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's a Thursday morning, the, what's it now, 16th, 17th, 18th? 18th of February 2021. The month seems to be running really, really fast. And we're glad that you could join us this morning. We have a lot that we always will talk about, so I hope that you don't miss it. I am Osaogie Ogbawa, and there's my co-anchor.
And I am Anetta Felix. Good morning, Osaogie.
Good morning to you.
And good morning
really
to you.
Bright today.
Yes, thank you.
You good?
Yes, I did.
All right. So there's a lot that we're going to be talking about on the program this morning, starting, of course, with going through the major stories making headlines across the country. Let's see what these newspapers have to share with us. And, of course, right after that, it's Today in History. What are the big things that happened today? I'm going back to the year 2013. This is about a diamond heist. You may remember movies like Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12, and the like, so maybe the Thomas Crown Affair. But we'll be telling you of a real-life scenario where diamonds were stolen in some part of the world.
And I'll be going to 1988 to tell you about the Federal Road Safety Corps and a history about its establishment. And right after that, we're talking about something very terrible that has happened one time too many in this part of the world. It's an abduction, yet again, of schoolboys, students, in the Government Science College in Niger State in Kajara. So sad that one person has unfortunately lost his life, one of the students. We'll be speaking to a public affairs analyst about that story in just a minute.
And of course, again, to find out when all this will end. There's a lot of details that we, of course, once again, we'll be talking about. We spoke about this when Kankara happened.
In December,
spoke about this when Dapchi happened. And so, this is going to be another conversation, once again, asking when will all this end? At what point will our, kids be safe in school in any part of the country? And really, has kidnapping become the new business in Nigeria with regards to insurgents and bandits, whatever name that they have been called? Also this morning, we, of course, will be talking about issues in the Southwest, defections mostly in the Southwest, Omishore and Benga Daniel. the latest names. Femi Fani-Kayode was rumored to also be moving some time ago, but we will talk about that. And of course, is the Southwest now a one-party region? Defections.
I remember speaking to leaders of Afenifere yesterday, talking about Lateef Jakundi and his life, as a leader, and they talked about how he showed exemplary leadership, stayed in one party throughout. He was very loyal. It was all about ideologies, and talking about how young politicians needed to emulate that and, have ideologies that they sell to the people, that they believe in, and stick to it, rather than jump from one party to another simply because of interests. But anyway.
But I think it's also because we don't, I think the electorate don't question a lot, on the ideologies of political parties.
They need to be educated.
They don't question beyond the basics, of electricity and this and that. We don't have elections where candidates are asked about their views on women's rights. We don't ask about their views on the most, bizarre things, that are very, very important. And so that's why ideologies never stick. And a politician can move from a party this week to the next one and then return, 3 weeks later, simply because political parties are vehicles to, grab power somehow, some way. And it really just tells you that none of these people are, none of these people can really be trusted because they don't have an actual ideology with why they contest elections. Also this morning, sad story from South Africa, a Nigerian who lost his life a few days ago. His family, a brother rather, will be speaking with us this morning as they have petitioned and asked NIDCOM, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, to help seek justice for their brother who was, according to them, assassinated in South Africa. And so these are the major, very interesting topics that we have for you on The Breakfast today. Sit back, grab yourself a cup of coffee or some akara or some eragoni.
Or some pap.
However you start your morning.
Will be my favorite anyway.
However you start your morning, and we'll be back after this short break.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's now time for Off the Press, our segment here where we take a look at the national dailies and analyze the stories that are making headlines. And today we've invited Mr. Ezekiel Nyaetok to join us for the discussion. Good morning, sir, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Fantastic. Looking forward to that sign of salutation you give every time. So good morning to you too. All right. Let's begin with the Punch newspaper. It's the Niger school invasion. Bandits tied 42 abductees in pairs, fled to bush on motorbikes, and that's an eyewitness account from a resident. Invaders kill students who raised the alarm, kidnap 27 students, 15 workers. A father of an abducted worker says, "I have not heard anything about my daughter." And rise up, fight bandits, kidnappers back, Defense Minister tells Nigerians. And on the top here of, still here on the Punch, we can see a picture of the government just below on the Punch, a picture of the signpost of the Government Science College in Niger State. It says government science college, Kajara, Niger State, after gunmen's abduction of 27 students and 15 workers. And on the right side, we can see pictures of the school. The facilities here look dilapidated. We can see here photos of a classroom with very poor facilities, just a desk and very, very bad roof right there. So sad. These are even the conditions that the students were learning in when they were,
it was already criminal for them to be in that kind of environment learning, before they were kidnapped. True.
And on the top page of the Punch newspaper here, we see this one, FG to borrow $1.2 billion for Agric mechanization, others. Fuel price hike looms nationwide as marketers meet. 442 billion naira FG personnel cost for 2019 blocked from being stolen. That's according to the ICPC. They blocked 42 billion naira from being stolen. Use of cryptocurrencies a concern, says IMF. We'll need to read more of that on page 36 to get more insight in what the IMF is saying there. This one says, court convicts, discharges bedridden suspects for raping cousin. That's below there on the Punch newspaper. Power grid collapses, plunges Lagos, others into darkness. Islamic leaders, Ogun traditionalists, may clash over Oro curfew. Ondo wife kills husband over telephone to another woman. Aisha Buhari, birthday greetings absent as president's wife clocks 50. And this one here says, dismissed corp supplied 5 AK-47 rifles of a bank robbery suspect. So we see that years after, there's still an investigation into this, that popular of a bank robbery. And the suspect here giving a testimony saying a dismissed corp supplied 5 AK-47 rifles to the robbers. Ms. Ayetok, let's begin with this big story here. It's an issue of national concern. Bandits tied 42 abductees in pairs, fled to bush on motorbikes. We've seen different reports, some saying 27 people were abducted, this one saying 42 abductees tied in pairs. But we still don't know just how many schoolboys were kidnapped. But we do know for sure that one boy who raised the alarm was unfortunately shot. It's not the first time we're seeing kidnappings like that. The first one we saw, I believe, was Chibok 2014, Dapchi, Kankara December 2020, and now Kajara 2021 February. What are your thoughts on this repeated abductions of our school children, especially in northern Nigeria?
I hope I'll be articulate this morning, and I'll try very hard not to allow emotions or sentiments to overcloud my presentation this morning. But I think that against what I may call the run of play, I think we Nigerians need to start asking ourselves some very hard questions. I think the time has come when we need to know that when you point one finger at someone, the other 4 fingers are pointing at you. I think that we Nigerians need to come to take full responsibility for the government that we have. And I want to call on people who have been blessed by God like myself. And these people include the likes of Dangote, the likes of Otedola, the likes of Atiku, the likes of Ashiwaju. These are people whom this country, for good or for bad, has helped them to be where they are. I think the time has come when we should search our conscience as to if we understand what government is all about. And the people that we put in government to superintend over the affairs of this country. I think that the man who blames the dog from, who expects the dog to meow or the cat to bark. The problem is not with the dog or with the cat. It is with the person. By the time you elect people into office, question number one is that what is the work they are supposed to do? And question number two is how competent are they to do the work? Number two, we the elite, we should know what government is and what governance is. And if we understand that after God, the next most important institution globally is government, and then we toil and we monkey, as it were, with our governance, the selection process. Look at where we are today. Every day, insecurity is taking over this country. And I don't know if we appreciate the bigger picture of students being afraid to go to school, children being afraid to go to school. I'm not talking just insecurity generally. But do we really know the bigger picture? Are we so blind that we cannot see what waits tomorrow? Where a father, out of love for the child, is afraid to send the child to school. Where a child, out of fear of insecurity, is afraid to go to school. What nation are we going to have when education has become something that children don't look up to? Even parents can no longer afford. This is what's bothering me.
Yeah, talk. If it seems that these, repeated abductions would affect enrollment statistics in northern Nigeria, would you, be right to conclude that this might be an attack on education, since we've seen how banditry seem to be so anti-Western policies, including education? Would that be the main target of these operations?
See, let me tell you something. I say it again. I'm no longer going to blame government. I'm not going to blame government because these people didn't get into governance to serve you. No, we collected their money. So it was an enterprise. It was a business. It was a transaction. Government has a lot of money, a lot of resources. So these people got in there, they paid us to go and make money. So all these things about insecurity, when it comes up, the solution is what can we buy? What can we buy? That is why the National Orientation Agency is moribund. That is why anything that does not bring money, contract, is not appealing to government, because chapter 2, section 14, subsection 2b, which states categorically, emphatically, that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. This section means nothing to them. So many people in government don't even know that section. So it's about our future. It's about education.
All right. A lot of people may not agree, that all Nigerians, because not every Nigerian was paid during the elections or sold their votes. There's still a lot of people who came out to vote, but unfortunately didn't get the candidates that they wanted or they would have preferred. We could also accept that we have issues with our electoral process, that still needs to be fixed to encourage more Nigerians. But that's a different conversation. Let's move to another paper. There's something on The Nation that I find pretty interesting that I think you would like to speak on. On The Nation this morning, it says, fresh mass abduction from school hostels sparks outrage. Also, inflation will increase production costs, says Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And this is the one. Defense Minister, and that is Major General Magashi, to Nigerians, don't be cowards, confront bandits. Suspects admit killing 11 during a fire robbery. ICPC uncovers widespread budget fraud in agencies. Also, PDP governors fault centralization of community policing. One other that I'll quickly squeeze in, IMF backs CBN's ban on cryptocurrency, and FEC OK's road contracts in Ogun and Ondo State. All right, so I want your view on the comments made by the Minister of Defense, saying that Nigerians should not just stand by and watch while bandits attack their communities. They should defend themselves and, according to the papers, not be cowards. So let's quickly speak on that.
Okay, two things. If he was a Nigerian citizen like you and I would have applauded and said, it makes sense. It makes sense. It's about time. As sad as it is, I think that if you cannot be protected, you should protect yourself. because sitting down to blame others while you are being maimed and killed does not make sense to me. But if you are the defense minister, given a job to do, and what you are telling me is, my guy, you don't pass me, you can just defend on yourself. I wonder what you're still doing in that office. I really wonder what you're still doing in that office. I expect the man to tell me, these are the things I'm doing, to give me that confidence, based on the confidence. And he's going to say, I need a partnership. I want people to also partner with me in this thing. Let's do it together. Let's do it together. Let's do it together. Now, that is what comes from an elected officer to do a job, because it's right and proper for him to say, look, this job is better done when we do it together. Yes, I'm on the seat. Yes, I'm driving. And he even tells you what he is doing and what he wants you to do. But when he throws his arms in the air and says, guys, you better defend yourself, that should come from a responsible citizen who feels, as aggrieved as I am, it should not come from my Minister of Defense. I don't think he's the right person to have told me that. He's just put fear and panic into me, and then he has emboldened the insecurity agents, because they're like, they are starting to run. And again, it's a double speak from a government who is telling people, bring your arms. We want to mop up light weapons and this proliferation of light weapons and small arms. When the government on one hand is saying, mop up all this, bring your small arms and light weapons, and on the other hand, government, because a Minister of Defense is government at the highest level, is saying, defend yourselves. Now, is he telling me that bring your gun and go and look for firewood to defend yourself? I don't know which one to go.
All right.
Okay, turning now to this day newspaper. It says, Victorious Okonjo-Iweala pledges to rebrand, reform WTO, World Trade Organization, as Director General. Northwest governors seek more time for ranching. FG targets vaccinating 109 million Nigerians in 2 years. At $63, crude oil price hits 13-month high. And we see insecurity on the agenda, governors, of Nigeria, and we see Defense Minister here. We see people in the Nigerian Armed Forces here in a security meeting in Kaduna just yesterday. These are the top stories here on the front page of the This Day newspaper. Let's talk a bit about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She eventually emerged as DG of the World Trade Organization, and she's pledging to rebrand and reform the WTO. What are your thoughts on this?
Please, for a minute, thanks for bringing some smile to my face. At least that's lighting me up a little bit. This lady is just awesome in more ways than one. And I feel privileged to have a personal relationship with her. As a matter of fact, that at a time like this, when the world is on her, all 142 nations, heads of governments are scrambling for her attention. For me to have the privilege of talking with her less than a week ago shows how simple and down-to-earth, focused and committed this lady is. And the second thing I want to bring out is that this is the same lady that Nigerians had the audacity, the effrontery, the animal boldness, to brand her somebody who ruined Nigeria's economy. I think the time has come when we should play down politics and recognize our stars, the Adesinus of this world, the Okonjo-Iwealas of this world, the Aminas of this world coming from Nigeria. And we should learn a lesson on leadership recruitment profiling. Look at what this lady went through. And she is today the DG of WTO, not because it was zoned to Nigeria, zoned to Africa, but because she met the world. She competed with the very best in the world, and she beat them all hands down. And the whole world, if you look at her profile, you'll be amazed. And yet we are going to, in 2023, have a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And some names are coming up that just make me wonder if we are thinking at all. I pray that all of us will wake up and give Nigeria a chief executive that will hit the ground running from day one. Look at what she's saying. The first day in office, she gave us her agenda. By the next day, she was taking this step. The next day, she is on top of the situation. My priorities are simple. I've got to rebrand. I've got to refocus. I've got to, because of the meeting with the Signs of the Times, this is what leadership is all about. And Nigeria has more than enough to expect to have leadership that is present and active and competent and capable with the character that we can all vouch for.
Ezekiel Yannitok, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Lovely speaking with you, and of course looking forward to another time where we can share thoughts on these big stories.
Thank you.
All right. Stay with us. When we come back, it's Today in History, and of course remember that we still have discussions, expanded discussions on security. Niger State is, of course, on the front burner this morning. Comes up here on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. It's now time for Today in History, and we're going back to the year 1988. It was this day in history, February 18th, 1988, that the federal government established the Federal Road Safety Corps in Nigeria. And basically, members of the commission have the power to arrest and prosecute persons who were reasonably suspected of having committed any traffic offense, right? The federal government, the Federal Road Safety Corps is a government agency with the responsibility to ensure road safety administration in Nigeria. It operates in all states of the country, as well as the Federal Capital Territory, and is the leading agency in Nigeria on road safety administration and management. Some of their key functions include making the highways safe for motorists and other road users, to check roadworthiness of vehicles, to recommend works and infrastructure to prevent accidents on the highways, to educate motorists and members of the public on the importance of road discipline when using the highways. Now, before the Road Safety Commission was established, there was no concrete policy action to address, issues on Nigerian roads, and it was the first deliberate policy on road safety created in 1974 of the National Road Safety Commission by the then military government, and then eventually that was disbanded, and the Federal Road Safety Corps was established in 1988. 8. But basically, they try to do a good job in ensuring that people obey traffic laws and accidents are minimized on our roads.
And we eventually got into a conversation not long ago about arming road safety officials because they of course claimed that they were facing a lot of dangerous road users and they needed to bear arms. Still is something that comes up every now and then. Of course, Nigerians always kick against it. All right, I'm moving to 2013, and this is talking about a diamond heist. This happened in Brussels at the airport, where about $50 million worth of diamonds was stolen from an airplane. It says that 8 masked gunmen in 2 cars with the police markings stole $50 million worth of diamonds from the plane. It was, of course, heading to Switzerland. It was a Fokker 100 plane operated by Helvetic Airways right on the apron of the Brussels airport in Belgium. And it says that the whole of this heist was completed without any shot being fired, without anyone being hurt. It took all about 20 minutes for all of this to happen. These robbers basically hid in a construction site right next to the airport and got into, of course, the runway through a hole that they had created in the wall. Approached the airplane with their 2 vehicles, a Mercedes and an Audi. Both of them were black, and of course they had police lights on the 2 vehicles, so they looked like they were police officers. They were dressed as police officers. They drove straight to the airplane where the diamonds were being transported from one place to the other, and stopped the plane, stopped the pilot, stopped the staff there, and then loaded all of them into their vehicles and left, all in 20 minutes. The passengers on the plane didn't even know that there was a robbery going on till after the robbery was completed, and then they were asked to disembark the plane. Of course, these guys all got away, but later on, about 30 people were arrested. 18 of them, I think, were eventually sent home because they weren't found guilty or anything. And then the other 19 were held for further investigation. What was the man's name? There's a man, I'm trying to find his name now. Yes, a man called Pascal Pont. He was a Swiss real estate agent, was eventually found to be culpable with this robbery. He was the one who was given a sack of diamonds, and then he at some point was also trying to store some of these things in some other country, in Cyprus, I believe. Investigations continued, and of course his phone conversations, his interactions with one of the people who was also guilty of the robbery, put all of them together, and then he was the one sentenced to jail for 5 years, sometime in 2019.
Wow, yes. Incredible.
But it was a pretty smooth, robbery, and I think the mistakes that they made really were after the robbery had happened. The police then had said that it was one of the most properly planned robberies that they had ever seen.
Yeah, well executed. 20
properly
minutes.
executed, but the challenge that they had was after the robbery, trying to sell off these diamonds, trying to store them in different countries, and that's where they started to make mistakes. But $50 million worth of diamonds,
yes,
that is a lot.
I mean, there's no way you'd have been able to move all that without attracting attention.
They probably didn't plan after the robbery, well enough. But some of the thing that I read, if you look at the Wikipedia story from this, is after they loaded these bags into their vehicles and drove off, some of the diamonds fell. And so that, for me, was the part that concerns me, because I'm thinking that if I was a staff at the airport,
you would have stolen it.
No, I'll return it to the police.
Really? Osaoge. I really doubt that. But anyway, let's now turn to factual issues now. It's the big story here in Nigeria. It's security. The Kagara abductions of about 20 schoolboys in Niger State. We're discussing with a public affairs expert after this break.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
An abduction of school children at Government Science School, Kagara, Niger State, is coming on the heels of yet to be resolved Kankara abduction of 300 students which took place at Government Science School, Kankara, Katsina State, Chibok girls in 2014, and abduction of about 100 schoolgirls at Government Girls Science and Technical School, Dapchi, Yobe State in 2018. And concerned that, like the other incidents of school children abduction that took place in Chibok and Dapchi several years back, if no immediate action is taken to rescue Kagara school students, their fate may be sealed in the hands of terrorists.
Can we rightly say that this government, I am sorry to say, that this government is incompetent in handling the security challenges in this country? Because this issue has been discussed here over and over, and there is no improvement. It is even getting worse. Are we supposed to amend the laws in this country to give every citizen freedom to carry arms? What else are we going to do? Are we going to amend the Nigerian Constitution to give more powers to the governors who are the chief security officers of their various states? Because our government at the center is showing incompetence in handling security challenges. Let each one of us here imagine that it is his son or his daughter that has been kidnapped.
Niger State is next to the FCT. If we believe we are comfortable in the FCT, we should begin to understand if they are in Niger State, they are as well in the FCT. And the forest, which these people use as their hideout, is like a kind of stretch of areas. There is a continuum of forest from the FCT into Niger State, through Shiroro local government, into Rafi local government, and into Mariga local government to Zamfara. These things are known, and I think it is time for our security agents to double their efforts so that our citizens can at least have some peace.
I believe that there is need for something new, a different initiative, on especially how to protect our schools. And let me be a little bit clear about the incidents of abducting students from schools. Almost all the incidents of abducting students from schools happen in northern Nigeria. And we all know how much effort our leaders of yesterday, probably right from independence, have worked so hard to ensure that children go to school in northern part of Nigeria. And with incidents like this, we will be reversing all the gains that were made in convincing parents and wards to take their children to school. So there is need for our security agencies and government to ensure that we come up with a strategy of ensuring security in schools.
And welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's our first major conversation this morning, and of course, our views from the Senate House, where there are conversations about insecurity, kidnappings, banditry, insurgency, and where we are today. Of course, members of the House were seeking solutions and asking what next. We've invited this morning to speak with us Mr. Bala Zaka, to share his thoughts on the recent kidnapping and, of course, another conversation on safety of our students and safety of Nigerians. Good morning, Mr. Zaka.
Good morning.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, viewers.
Thanks for joining us. All right, let's first of all get your reaction to this. We have, of course, just concluded, we're still dealing with the Kankara schoolboys' abduction and the effect and the trauma that has caused those kids. And now there's another one in Niger State. Also remember that on Tuesday morning, there were reports of 10 people killed and 24 others kidnapped also in Niger State. it doesn't seem to be ending. So let's get your reactions first to this story.
Well, when I heard about the Kagara abduction, I felt very bad, like any other Nigerian. I felt sad, and I began to also feel again that till now, I mean, we are the same country making investors not to come. I mean, the insecurity in our country is going to make even Nigerians who are within Nigeria not to be able to go to places and invest. It is very, very clear. And it is very clear that this insecurity has generally destroyed everything about our economic growth in particular. Because when you talk about insecurity, you're basically talking about absence of controls. That means you lack control mechanisms, whether they are preventive controls or detective controls or corrective or compensating control mechanisms. Or even if the control mechanisms exist, but it shows probably that they are not effective. And if control mechanisms are not effective, then your country is thrown into a state of insecurity. And once there is insecurity, all other indices of growth will be put at bay. And that was why I felt very, very bad. No Nigerian, no lovers of Nigerian will be happy with what happened.
Mr. Zaka, this is not the first time it's happening in Nigeria. We saw the first big one, the Chibok abductions. We saw Dapchi abductions. We saw the Kankara abductions, and now this one. And the general talk we're hearing, even from the Senate, is that we need to declare a state of emergency, we need to provide security in schools. But these same suggestions were given 3 abductions ago. Why does it seem that we have a reactionary government in this country?
Well, it's only those in government that can explain that. For citizens and loyal citizens like me, I mean, after complying with my civic responsibilities, I expect that I should enjoy my life. I expect that I should grow. I expect that I should live in a country where I will be proud. I will want to live in a country where all kinds of investments will come in, and my country should be respected among the Committee of Nations. That's what I expect. But when we cascade things down, I mean, into our own country, we have to be very, very factual. We don't need to lie to ourselves. This insecurity has been growing from an embryonic level. And to the best of my knowledge and experience, I think we took things for granted. You know, like you rightly said, when you look at the northern parts of the country, I feel very bad when I hear people analyzing them and trying to lump them as one. No, they are different. In the northeastern flank of the country, what you have are terrorists. And terrorism is really hitting that flank of the country seriously. When you come to the northwestern part of the country, what you are experiencing is clearly banditry. And when you start cascading towards the central part, you know, and what you are going to see there is kidnapping. And between you and I, they are all different. The characters that are involved in all this are also completely different. So when I hear sometimes people trying to say it is the remnants or Boko Haram is moving towards the northwest or towards north central, all I can tell you is that person is not probably very experienced or has not stayed or grown in the northern parts of the country. I grew up there. I started my primary and secondary school education in the northeastern part of the country. And I can tell you, all those Boko Haram rascals are from the northeast. None of them is from the northwest. Anybody who speaks Hausa very well can place you from your accent. From somebody's accent, you will know that this person's accent is the accent of somebody from the middle part of the country, whether
so, Mr. Zaka,
or not.
Mr. Zaka, should this not even be more cause for worry? If, you know, you're saying now that it's not just one terrorist group or one, you know, group of criminals. These are different groups coming up. This one, there's a group here kidnapping, there's another group here doing this. Should this not make us even more worried to see that there's just so many strands of criminal elements all over the place causing havoc in the country?
That was why I said I felt very sad. But you know, the common denominator they have is they are all criminals. because they are all criminals, because that's the common denominator. But I just want it to be known that the terrorists are there, the bandits are there, and the kidnappers are there. But the common denominator for them is criminals. It's just like when you have area boys, you have Yahoo guys, you have drug addicts. They are all bad guys. But I can tell you, a Yahoo guy is not necessarily an area boy. A drug addict is not necessarily an area boy.
All right.
And somebody can be an area boy, but he's not a Yahoo. But the common denominator is they are all bad guys. So in the context of
Mr.
Nigeria,
Zaka,
they are all criminals.
yes, and unfortunately, it seems like we've created an environment where these different types of criminals can thrive. We currently live in an environment where, you know, we could move to another part of the country now and have a totally different approach to criminality. And of course, you know, give them a different name entirely. What for me is lacking is, you know, what seems to be lacking is, you know, an answer to these questions. But let me ask about kidnapping itself. It seems to have gotten to heights that we could never have imagined. It seems to be the new thriving business for these criminals. So let's talk about that. Why do you think kidnapping is on the rise? And what do you think might be going on, you know, that has led these criminals to continue, you know, to kidnap Nigerians for ransom?
Well, like you rightly said, the three are all criminality, right? But when you talk about kidnapping, kidnapping is something economic, purely economic. Boko Haram and terrorists, that has to do with ideology. Because for the terrorists, what they want to do is they want to render the country lawless. They want to render the leaders irrelevant, and they will collapse everything about the country because they have an ideology to pass through. And for terrorists, regardless whether it's narco-terrorism or religious terrorism or sectarian or political terrorism, they have an ideology they want to pass into somebody's head. But for the kidnappers, everything is economic. But it is not economic because they are suffering. It is not economic because they want to live a better life. It's just that they notice that there is a way they can extort money from gullible Nigerians, and the control mechanisms cannot catch up with them. So if we were to have the intelligence, all we need to do is to separate them. Because when you separate them and you dissect them and analyze them, that is when you can handle them.
Isn't that going to... Isn't that going to be harder to deal with? Because when we were dealing with just Boko Haram, we saw the struggles that we went through. So if we now have to divide our attention to kidnappers, to banditry, to insurgency, to the headers, crisis, how do we, with the security network that we have, face all these things individually?
So the answer is also very simple. It's just like when you're talking about medical sciences. When you are all called medical scientists, I mean, you can all give palliative treatment, you understand? But when the chips are down, you have to put the experts where they belong. The neurosurgeon must go to where he needs to provide service. The oncologist needs to do that. The pediatrician needs to do that. Like I said, when you talk about the terrorists, that one has to do with ideology. So if you're analyzing your intelligence, all of them, yes, are in one basket called criminals. But then who are those who will deal with those that have ideology, rascality? That's how you attack. Then for those who are kidnapping for ransom, those kind of people, you need to get experts in that. So and when you talk about experts, they are also the same. But when the chips are down, you have to be separated into a specialty. Like now, everybody will say we have Nigerian army. But I can tell you in the Nigerian army, you have some people who are just purely into intelligence. You have some who are infantry soldiers. You have some who are just in charge of logistics. So in situations like this, you must dissect. Because if you don't dissect, then you will not put the right experts, whether they are military or paramilitary. You won't put the right expert to take care of the right problems and nip these rascals in the bud.
All right.
Mr. Zakka, let's address a comment by the Minister of Defense. He came out to say that Nigerians should not be cowards, that we should stand our ground and defend ourselves. I don't know what you think.
I think there's a clip. We have a clip for that. So we're going to play that clip for you, and then we'll come back, right after that. So just hold on.
Is it the responsibility of the military alone? It's the responsibility of everybody to keep alert and find safety when necessary. But we shouldn't be cowards. At times, the banditry will only come with about 3 rounds of ammunition. When they fire shot, everybody runs. In our younger days, we stand to fight any aggression coming to us. I don't know why people are running away from mano, things like that. They should stand and let these people know that even the villagers, they have the competence and capability to defend themselves. But our own duty is to ensure no Nigerian is hurt, and we're capable of protecting the integrity of this nation. And we will continue to do it, even though we are so straight.
Mr. Zakka, that was the Minister of Defense there speaking. I really don't understand how something the Nigerian military, with all the training, all the infrastructure, all the equipment that they have failed to protect us. I don't know how villagers who basically farmlands, rear cattle, trade business. I don't understand how just how the Minister of Defense meant when he said we need to stand our ground, protect ourselves, and show confidence. But maybe you might want to shed more light on how we can defend ourselves, as the minister has said.
Yeah, I think in that aspect, I totally agree with the minister. What he did was, let me say, he was proverbial, really, when he was talking about that. But that statement he was making is the product of intelligence. And that aspect of the intelligence probably was something after they dissect the thinking of the ordinary Nigerian and the attitude of the typical criminal, whether a kidnapper or a terrorist or a bandit. Probably they have come out to discover that most of these kidnappers or bandits don't really have so much ammunition. But the general thinking of a Nigerian is, once a criminal say hands up or gather here or shoot a bullet, you think that criminal is so seriously equipped. So that statement is a product of probably intelligence. But still, at the end of the day, we ordinary Nigerians don't carry arms. I think another thing he is trying to make us understand is, if we can do something about the way we hold ourselves and we share information, and this is a practical example, assuming criminals, maybe 2 or 3, kidnappers storm a community, or even if they are 100, yes, that time they are trying to gather all of us. The 1 or 2 that will be bold enough to place phone calls to security agents should do that. The 1 or 2 that will be able to have the boldness to go and block the road that these criminals will want to pass, whether by road or motorcycle, should do that. I think that was what he meant.
Okay, Mr. Zakka,
you can get from the product of intelligence analysis.
Mr. Zakka, 2 things I wanted to bring to your attention. The first one is, there's been several reports in northern Nigeria about how there's an attack going on. People call security agencies and they never show up. I spoke to one of the spokespersons in Kaduna State about this, and he mentioned that they have poor road infrastructure, and that because of the poor roads, before they get there, the attack is over. So that's number one. I want you to really explain to me how that can really happen, how they can call people in a situation where security agencies fail to show up. And secondly, as I mentioned earlier, villagers lack the training. For example, I have no military training. So if a bandit were to attack anywhere, how am I supposed to defend myself? And is that not an interpretation from the Minister of Defense saying, Nigerians, you're on your own. We can't protect you, so you have to protect yourself. Don't you see it that way?
Well, you can see it from both angles. Because first of all, honestly, the military is supposed to protect everybody. Or the security agencies are supposed to protect everybody. But on the side, that was why we have always calling for military and civil engagement. There is a need for that level of interaction. But one thing that is clear when we talk about the military, is not only the military that is suffering, or the security agencies that are suffering from lack of equipment and infrastructures. Is the entire country. Is the health sector is suffering, the educational sector, even the journalist sector, is the media sector is all suffering. One thing that I want to really advise is this: as long as these criminals are still within a geographical entity called Nigeria, even after they succeed in this abduction, there should be a mechanism of trying to cycle that radius where that thing took place, and let's converge in the center and kill or destroy those rascals.
Bala Zaka, let's in the interest of time, I want to ask something about still about kidnapping. But before that, just to quickly note that I don't think Nigerians are interested in being the ones to be recipients of those 3 or 4 bullets that the bandits may have. Since you've said that they might have come with very little ammunition, but I don't think any Nigerian wants to take any of those bullets, and be the hero when it is still left for security agencies to protect Nigerians. And also, remember that over time, the Nigerian security agencies and government has continued to ask that weapons be submitted, illegal weapons and the likes, and Nigerians can barely protect themselves without weapons. But let me also go to somewhere else. You mentioned kidnapping is a financial terrorism somehow, some way. We very likely are going to try and negotiate to get these boys back. Same thing we did with Kankara. Same thing we did with Dapchi. Is the continuous negotiation and the continuous maybe likelihood of paying ransom not feeding and playing into the same game of these criminals? If they're doing these things to raise funds, is our approach by consulting maybe traditional rulers, maybe the Mieti Allah, whoever it is that will negotiate, isn't that playing back into their game and basically meaning that they would never stop kidnapping?
You are 100% correct. You cannot help your citizens by arming the criminal. You cannot help your citizens by giving money to the criminal. I don't like mentioning names really, but on this, I stand 100% with El-Rufai, Governor El-Rufai, when he said, we must never capitulate, we must never negotiate with criminals. Treat them as criminals. We should do that. And to be honest with you, like I told you, especially in the northern part of the country, from our respective accents, you can place all of us, even if you can speak the Hausa accent of the other person. Many of those rascals, especially those bandits and kidnappers, are not Nigerians. I can prove that anywhere. You may have 1 or 2 saboteurs and betrayers who give information, but when we stand and we express ourselves, you will know that they are not. And by the time you start tracing them even to where they come from, you discover that they don't have families in Nigeria. You can't trace them to anywhere.
All right, Mr. Zaka.
No ransom.
Mr. Zaka, we're really running out of time.
Kill all of them.
Apologies for the interruption. We're really running out of time, but I wanted to quickly ask you about the end game, really, and the long-term effect of this, because with this consistent abductions of Nigerian students, parents are living in fear. I mean, yesterday, lots of students have packed their things from the school, heading back home, and God knows when they'll feel safe enough to return to school. So let's talk a bit about how this, constant cycle of abduction of school children would be affecting education in northern Nigeria, in a place where lots of kids are out of school, and the government is trying to get more people to get enrolled in school.
Well, I will go back again to the Minister of Defense, and that was why I said his speech was proverbial. Honestly, you don't run away from a monster. You do everything you can to face the monster. So for the northern part of the country, let's be frank, the northern part of the country is already, or even before now, backward in education. The only thing we can do is to confront it frontally. We must confront the monster, like Governor El-Rufai said, face the monster. We may incur some casualties, but at the end of the day, we will prevail.
Bala Zaka, thank you so much for your thoughts this morning. We hope that, of course, these boys will be brought back to their parents, and we can continue to do our best to ensure that these kidnappings come to an end entirely. Thanks for your thoughts this morning.
Thank you and have a great day.
I pray so too. Thank you.
All right, absolutely. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're moving to the southwest, and of course, we're talking defections this morning here on The Breakfast.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Distinguished Senator Omishore coming to join us in APC, definitely is going to move forward. And he has an antecedent of performance. He has his record of supporting Ife. He has his record even both at the federal level. You can see that with Governor Oyetola coming to merge with him, to invite him, to encourage him to come to APC, is going to promote APC. I can tell you with Omishore, APC remains undefeated henceforth in state of Osun, both at the federal, state, and local government.
Really, Omishore was born to progressive. And he now come back to progressive. He's coming back now so that the entire Ife land is for progressive. So we are happy. All Ife sons and daughters, we are happy. And we are welcoming him back to the progressive.
Welcome once again to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. We're taking our conversations now to the southwest. In the last few days, there have been two big, I would describe them as that, defections from the People's Democratic Party to the APC. Iola Omishore and, of course, Otumba Gbenga Daniels, as it's popularly called. We are joined this morning by Diran Odeyemi, his Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the PDP. We're also expecting to be joined by Samuel Ibiemi, a former governorship aspirant, Osun State, and, of course, in the APC. Good morning, Mr. Odeyemi.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to join you this morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us.
All right, let's first talk about these defections. We saw, the PDP's reaction to this, laughing it off and saying that they've basically been working for the APC all along. What are your thoughts about this regarding party loyalty?
It's quite unfortunate that, Nigerians continue to have this kind of leadership in the political firmament. You ask questions, what is the moral or where is the principle of people who claim to be leaders in all these political parties? I very much doubt it if they have that principle. And I pity the followers who always believe that, they have these people as leaders. I call them dealers. They are not leaders as far as I'm concerned. And if you look at the reasons why they decide to go to other political parties at any given time, you will agree with me that it is neither because of the people, but it is basically because of themselves. Maybe they are in need of money and in need of power. If not, what is attractive in APC now, that anybody in PDP will be encouraged to go and join them. Just this morning, I listened to your station extensively. You talked about the insecurity of life and property, especially the abduction that just happened in Kagara in Niger State. So where is the attraction, if not for personal and selfish reasons? And as far as we are concerned, It is only the registration of APC that is going on, nothing more than that. Otumba Gbenga Daniel has left PDP almost immediately. Atiku lost that election. And in Yola Omishore in Osun State, you will recall, joined APC right at the election during the rerun, even though we don't see him as a big fish. So we don't see him, we don't believe we have lost anything. Because as far as we are concerned in Ile-Ife today, Otumba Omishore is nobody, he's not in control of anything. Look at it this way. The Ife-Ijesha senatorial district, where he comes from, is under the PDP. PDP presented Francis Adegbe, and he is the sitting senator today. In Ile-Ife, where Otumba Omishore comes from, we have the PDP won the rep there, where Big Boy Diboso is the federal rep. So what is the strength of Otumba Omishore? People like us, like Professor Wanola, people of Fashion and all of us, we were his strength. But now that he has left, PDP, I can assure you that he has killed himself.
All right. Mr. Odeyemi, I'm going to ask, in two different directions. But I'll start with Iola Omishore. I believe you have a close relationship, or you used to have a close relationship with him. Is that still the same?
I have a very good relationship with him.
Okay.
He was a year my senior in secondary school. That's to tell you that we know ourselves. Okay. I was his spokesman when he was contesting the election in 2014 and several years.
Okay.
We are very close. I know him is a very smart politician, and I can speak a lot about him. But what I'm saying is, if you decide to join people who label you as a killer, if you decide to join people who does not see you as having any political virtue, and you think they can trust you there, I think he got it wrong.
Well,
because I don't know what is going to be.
You also, Mr. Odeyemi, just to quickly mention that you also just described him as having very little political value. So it's not just the APC now who's seeing Iola Omishore that way. You also just did so. And of course, looking back at the history that you both have, right from even in 2014. But I want to, I want you to speak on, the comments about the 2023 general elections. People are saying that all these defections are geared towards the 2023 elections, and it's likely that there might be a particular Southwest political leader that might be pulling forces together to support him in 2023. Do you think that that is likely what is going on?
Not at all. I don't believe it has anything to do with 2023 Southwest presidential candidature. No, I don't believe it. They are going there because they are in need of either money and power. And I can assure you that I can predict it. Wait till that 2023. You will see that all these people coming from PDP who are defecting to APC now are not likely to support anybody presented from the Yoruba Southwest. Mark my word for it. So they are not going there with any principle. They are not going there because of their hard morals. They are going there because of their personal requests or demands that they want from the present government. So it has nothing to do with 2023. Politicians don't do things because of others. They do it because of themselves.
Okay. All right, I'm aware we now have the former governorship aspirant of APC, Osun State, Mr. Samuel Ibiyemi. Good morning, sir, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, so we've been speaking about these defections from the PDP to the APC, and your colleague here, Mr. Adiro Oyeyemi, just mentioned a point that I wanted to ask him, but I want to bring you in first, because he just mentioned something about the APC. He said people defecting to the APC are not going there for any principles, but they're going there for money and power. Do you agree with him?
Good morning once again. I'm sorry that I did not join the last time. Talking about PDP or APC in Osun State, the state of Osun, I can tell you that, as you all know, PDP, they don't have anything to offer. And if you look at the state of Osun today, you will see that for any reasonable residents of the that is one of the things that others who are still in PDP are just wasting their time. Like I said, I joined this room very late, so I could not hear most of what is said. But from the question you just asked me now, I can boldly tell you that even for our distinguished senator, possibly were PDP, SDP to join APC, is another major threat to PDP because PDP already, looking at their antecedents, it's a party that they will promise and they will not fulfill. Already, the state of Osun are already tired. So, like what happened in the last election is a typical example of what to expect in the future. Like Duran himself, who has been very close to Senator Yolo in the past, look at his own record too. What are those things that made to abandon Senator Yolo Mishori? These are the questions we should ask him. So he's a typical example of what is happening in PDP.
Okay, Mr. Ibiami, we're having a bit of an issue with your audio, but I just wanted to get some clarity, especially hearing from the horse's mouth. The two defections we've seen from the APC, what were the triggers? What were the motives for them?
What? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Ibiami?
Yes, can you repeat?
Yes. I am asking you for some clarity, regarding the defections we just saw to the APC as to what motivated them.
Well, a lot of things have made Senator Yolo Mishori to join APC. Number one is the fact that APC is a party of progress. It's a party where you have your voice. If it's not a party where 2 or 3 people will just gather, regardless of the opinion that that you will not be concerned. And if you look at the position of our party from time being, you see that it's a party that is looking at the welfare of people. And Omishore has been somebody, as I know him right from the time when I was in the university, he's a man who cares for his of welfare. So if you are not in a party whereby only few we just decide for the entire state.
All right, let's bring in Mr. Adeyemi.
Nigerian.
Mr. Ibiami, we're trying to, we just hope that we're able to, get your full attention for this interview for just the next few minutes. But let's bring in Mr. Odeyemi now. We've heard what your colleague just said, and disputing your words that they've joined for money and power. But I wanted to throw you back to the PDP now. What are the ideologies of this party?
Thank you very much. It's quite unfortunate, or it's illogical when you blame PDP for a misrule in court for 16 years. And you wonder the actors in PDP that got PDP to be labeled incapable of ruling this country. If these actors are now shifting base from PDP to APC, and immediately they join, they now become the saints, Then you ask the question, what kind of democracy are we practicing in Nigeria? And what justification do we have to say PDP is a bad political party?
Mr. Odeyemi.
As far as PDP is concerned, as far as PDP is concerned, the only thing we enjoy in PDP is full meaning of democracy, where you have no godfather, where everybody contributes to the progress of the political party.
All right.
Mr. Odeyemi, I'm asking.
Where you don't ask for your history before you become anything. So PDP is for the people. It's for the progress and emancipation of people. PDP has manifesto that puts smiles on the faces of the people.
All right, Mr. Odeyemi. Dear Odeyemi, I want to, of course, still focus on the PDP. Do these defections, I know you initially had described Yola Omisore as not having a lot of political relevance, but do these defections show the death of the PDP in the Southwest? We currently maybe just have Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State still in the PDP. There were rumors of Femi Fani-Kayode also, former minister, likely defecting. That was a rumor. I'm not sure how true how that would play out. But do these defections show the death of the PDP in the Southwest? Or do you think the PDP is still a strong party with a solid base in the Southwest?
How can... Now, let me correct one thing. Femi Fani-Kayode is not going to defect. Take that from me this morning. And I am happy he has not said it. Having a meeting with friends in other political device does not translate to job issue. That's what it was. And regarding when that Daniel and Omisore you are talking about, you're only celebrating them because there's nothing new about them. They have left the party almost how many years ago. So it does not signify that PDP is no longer existing in Southwest. We are existing, we are solid, and by the special grace of God, we are going to win more governors in the Southwest. So we are solid, we are not afraid. And just like I said, what you are celebrating today is not new. It's just being thrown up because of the fact that they just registered officially for APC.
All right.
Okay.
So
we are stable. We are in control.
All right. So this question is going to go both ways. I'm going to start this one with Samuel Ibiemi, former governorship aspirant to Osun State APC. I want you to respond to the possibilities of infighting in the APC, seeing the history of these persons, and I'm going to be referring to people like Ibikunle Amosun, who over time has not been very, very close with Gbenga Daniel. Dapo Abiodun also, comes into the picture here with all of this. So, what are your thoughts on the possibilities of infighting in the APC in the Southwest, seeing the past relationship between, these persons, including the national leader of the party, Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Okay, with respect to the infighting in the APC,
yes,
there is no infighting in the APC. And even with the coming of Senator Yola Omisore, only the opposition has seen the coming of Omisore as a threat. Where you have strong people coming together, definitely there are people who will definitely be afraid. You have to disagree to agree. That is the principle of democracy. One person cannot just take decision. Whatever you see in APC today, either in terms of disagreement, it's only the external forces that are raising,
all right,
blowing all this disagreement beyond the level.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that
members of the party and the leaders of,
I think you've answered the question. I don't want us to go too deep into. I don't want us to go too deep into the character of the APC as a party. But let's bring in Diron Odeyemi, and of course your response to the same question. The possibilities of infighting in the APC, seeing these defections happening, and I'm bringing in Ibikunle Amosun, Gbenga Daniel, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If you look at the past relationship that these people have had, they've not been really, best of friends. So do you agree? Do you think that there might be crisis?
There is going to be crisis. We are happy in PDP because we have shown liability to them. There are these that join them. We have our PDP. I don't see them working together. And just like I said at the beginning, are you now going to say that the likes of Bola Tinubu, the likes of Shibisi Akande, who are leaders in the APC, will accept that now that Odushole no longer killed Bola Ige? Are you saying that they are going to trust him to such an extent that will now give him a position in APC? Of course, the infighting has just begun. This is just the beginning of many things that is going to happen in APC. So, as far as I'm concerned, I remain resolute on my stand that they are political liability, and it's good that they have left PDP, and we see what will become of PDP and APC in 2023.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Diro Odeyemi, the Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. And also thanks to you too, Mr. Samuel Ibiemi, a former governorship aspirant of Osun APC. We appreciate your time and thoughts on the breakfast.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, so we're now looking at something else. It's an issue of an alleged murder or assassination of a Nigerian in South Africa. We've had cases like this for far too long, and right now we're having a public outcry. NIDCOM is involved, and we have the brother of the deceased on the line waiting for us to get into this conversation right after this break. Do stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Yeah, welcome back to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We're now going to talk about a Nigerian, a 40-year-old Nigerian who was killed in South Africa on January 5th, 2021. We have a member of his family, his brother. His name is Tunde Abudu, and also we have the head of media and communications at NIDCOM, that's the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Abdurrahman Balogu, to discuss this issue with us. Good morning, Mr. Balogu and Mr. Abudu.
Good morning to you.
Okay, let's begin with you.
Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Let's begin with you, Mr. Abudu. Tell us a bit about your brother and how you heard about the news that he had been allegedly murdered in South Africa in January.
Yeah, good morning once again. My brother is, like you have rightly said, his name is Abudu Adedayo Temitope. He lives in South Africa, Johannesburg. He's 40 years old. He's a graduate of computer science from the Lagos State Polytechnic. He's been there for 3 years now. He works with a private security company. The news came to me on the 5th of January at about 7:30 Nigerian time. A friend called me to tell me, have I heard what happened? I said, no, it's not. I mean, it's not possible because I spoke to him a day before then. So I put a call through to his number. Nobody picked up. Then I persistently kept calling until a friend of his picked the call, and he confirmed my fears that my brother had been shot. He was involved in a shooting incident, and he was rushed to the hospital and was confirmed dead.
All right. So since that incident was confirmed, what steps did you take leading up to the petition written to NIDCOM to get involved in seeking justice for your brother?
It was a bit, I was taken aback, really, because someone you had just spoken to a day before, and he was healthy, lively, up and doing. We had to make sure he was buried according to Islamic rites, being a Muslim. I got in touch with my brothers. We got in touch with a few of his friends that we had their numbers. He told us the police are taking the body, that they had to carry out some investigation. before they released the body the next morning. We had to make sure, then we contacted the Muslim community that we could get in touch with, so that the rituals given to a dead body could be performed on him before he was buried. He was taken to an Islamic, to a Muslim center somewhere in Johannesburg. I can't put my finger on the name now. Then we watched the video where the janaza was performed on him till the time he was taken to the burial ground when he was buried. Then I kept talking to the friends, or we kept talking to the friends that witnessed the incidents. I must give kudos to some of his friends, to a lot of his friends that in South Africa. They came together to put funds together to do the needful. We didn't have to spend much, but we had to be with them on video calls, and made several calls. I had to reach out to some friends that are in Durban, the Amir of the Muslim community. I can't remember the Malam's name now. So we made sure it was buried according to Islamic rite. Thereafter, we kept on making inquiries. They told us the police came, they had investigated, the coroner confirmed that bullets were removed from his chest, that they even found cartridges at the point of, 2 cartridges, meaning 2 bullets were shot from whatever gun or whatever firearms were used in carrying out the assassination. So that's true. That's to confirm that he was actually killed by those 2 bullets.
Okay.
Then we
Can
I continue?
Sorry, Tunde, in the interest of time. So we spoke yesterday evening, and so great speaking with you again. I know it's a difficult time for you and your family. But I'm going to bring you back to talk about the eyewitness reports, what you can hear from the people on ground, from his friends, that could be the likely cause of his killing. But before that, let's bring in Abdurrahman Balogun. You're with NIDCOM. Tunde, of course, had clarified yesterday that NIDCOM had been contacted to encourage proper investigation into the death of Temitope. So, Mr. Balogun, good morning. Thanks for joining us once again.
Good morning.
All right, brilliant. So now let's just bring you in here to share what NIDCOM has so far been able to do. Have there been any steps taken by NIDCOM to ensure that the killer is found and justice, of course, goes to the Abudu family?
Well, thank you again for having me. I sincerely want to extend our condolences to the family of Abudu for this sad incident. We pray unto Almighty Allah to forgive the sins of the departed and reward them with Al-Jannah. Yes, the petition came to us, and in line with our practice, it was taken to our legal department, who will look through it, the genuineness of that petition, and then do the needful. And in this case, immediately the petition came, the chairman, CEO, Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabirewa, immediately replied to the legal department that they should conduct a thorough investigation on it and report back to her. And exactly that's what was done by the head of the media, our legal department. The petition was referred to our mission in South Africa, and they are on it. Part of what Mr. Tunde Abdul said has been confirmed in terms of that indeed the Adedayo Abdul was shot, and we were told that the police are on the matter investigating. So that's where we are.
Okay, so NIDCOM basically, can you clarify exactly what stage you are with the investigation? The last conversation you had maybe with the police in South Africa, and of course, when is likely to be a follow-up?
We don't deal with the police in South Africa directly. We deal with our mission. our mission deals with the police in South Africa. So it is the briefing from our mission in Nigeria mission in South Africa that I'm giving you. It is our mission in South Africa that is dealing with authorities there. And this is not the first case. We've been having cases of unprovoked killing, mass killing of Nigerians in South Africa.
All right, we'll come back to you. Tunde, let's now bring you in to share with us, what you've heard. What are the things that you've been able to find out from eyewitness reports from his friends that might, give us some clues into what has happened?
Yeah, just like I said yesterday, since it's a police matter, the eyewitness reports were a bit sketchy. But the two people that were seated with him where the incident took place gave me the incidents that related to you yesterday and earlier today, that they were seated around 5:30, 6 p.m. South African time, and they heard a gunshot. At first, they didn't know it was a gunshot. And they all scampered. They thought it was maybe firecracker because it was the festive period, 5th of January. They all scampered for safety because the noise was rather loud. Then when they got back to their consciousness, they now asked for my brother, where is Dio, D1, like he's fondly called, before someone told them that, look at him lying on the floor. Before they noticed that he had 2 gunshots, and he was quickly rushed to the hospital before he was confirmed dead.
Well.
Okay, let's bring in our NIDCOM guest here, Mr. Balogun. This is not the first time we're hearing cases of assassination of Nigerians in South Africa. Can you give us an idea of how bad the statistics are, with NIDCOM, the figures we have of Nigerians that have been murdered in South Africa, and the general response, what NIDCOM has been able to do to ensure prosecution of those cases and justice for the families?
Thank you very much. Prior to 2020, we've recorded close to 116 cases of Nigerians being killed in one way or the other in South Africa.
And this is excluding the xenophobic attacks, isn't it?
You said?
I said the figure you gave me is excluding the xenophobic attacks. These are individual murder cases, are they?
Yes. The xenophobic attack, there are two times we had the xenophobic attack, but the one of 2019, was massive. You can recollect that Nigerian government had to evacuate some of our citizens back home then in 2019. It was that bad. We have so many cases. Just some maybe due to business deals, some.
Oh, sadly. We'll try to reconnect with our guests in the next few minutes that we have. But this is a very important issue. Nigerians and South Africans. It is so sad that it seems that we just don't get along. Regarding when you look at the statistics of the killings and all of that, even though I know like lots of people who are married to South Africans who, they've done business together, lots of Nigerians who school in South Africa, and looking at our history from how, Nigeria aided South Africa during the anti-apartheid movement and all of that. But generally, the fact that we are all one African race, you would just assume that we'll be one big happy family.
Let me just quickly jump in there. The challenge, with that narrative is, until we are sure what happened to Temitope, we can't say if it was a South African versus Nigerian issue. He could have, and this might be hard for Tunde to hear, but this killing could have been done by a Nigerian.
No, definitely.
It could have been done by just anybody. It could have been, a mistake. It could have been, so many reasons why this could have happened. It has been.
But you don't hear of South Africans being killed in Nigeria. The stats of Nigerians being killed in South Africa is just terrible. And that's what we're trying to get NIDCOM's perspective to find out what has been justice. What has been done in this case? What is justice being done in this case? Because it's just so sad that when he mentioned about 100 Nigerians killed, I had to clarify this is definitely exempt from these xenophobic attacks. Because if you're saying just over 100 Nigerians have been killed, there's a tendency to fear and panic from Abudu's family that I hope my brother is not just going to be one of the statistics as well. You know,
Absolutely.
So we do need to ask this question.
And I get that point, but what I'm trying to point out here is, yes, there's been xenophobia. Yes, you know, there have been times when South Africans have attacked Nigerians, but at the same time, there's numerous other times when it has nothing to do with a country versus country.
I hear you.
Has nothing to do with xenophobia. Sometimes it's drug deals gone bad. Sometimes it's murder. Sometimes it's a robbery. Sometimes it's just anything.
Yes, the police need to do the
exactly.
investigations and get back to us. Definitely.
You know, if we can get some clarity from the police in South Africa, from the Nigerian embassy in South Africa, then it might help us understand better what might be going on. Hopefully, their criminal justice system, you know, is effective enough to be able to find out what happened to Temitope and who, you know, the likely killer is. Hopefully, somebody will be arrested soon and would make statements.
Hopefully, hopefully. He's leaving behind 3 children, 5 siblings.
Yes.
It's just so sad that this is happening at this time. Do we have our guests now, Mr. Balogu and Mr. Tunde Abudu?
It's a huge task, you know, for NIDCOM, huge task for the Nigerian embassy, and of course a painful task for the Abudu family, trying to find out what happened to their brother. I cannot imagine the amount of pain that, of course, the family has gone through,
so
and
sad.
of course it now makes you question, you know, how much representation you have from the Nigerian embassy and from NIDCOM at a time like this, but. Like Mr. Balogun has said, you know, they have started investigating. They are, you know, of course, are exchanging. There's conversations between the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission and the Nigerian Embassy and the South African justice system, and hopefully there, you know, are some answers, you know, as soon as possible. We would like to know what went wrong. We would like to know why, you know, he lost his life. We would like to know if this is, you know, a case that will be solved. Does anybody, you know, who was around him have an idea? Could it be one of his friends who, you know, might have a clue as to why this happened?
Yes, really looking forward to, you know, answers
too many questions
into this. So let's take a break here as we try to reconnect with our guests to complete the story. Do stay with us. Yeah, welcome back. And we now have both our guests, Mr. Abdurrahman Balogu, head of Media and Communications, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, and Mr. Tunde Abudu, brother of the deceased. Mr. Balogu, you were speaking earlier, telling us about the statistics of Nigerians that have been killed in South Africa and what NIDCOM has done about it over the years. Please, you can continue with your thoughts. Mr. Balogu.
Yes. In the process of our pressing for justice, some of the victims, we have been able to get justice for them. To the extent that the South African authorities have prosecuted some of their police officers who are involved in these killings, because some of the killings were actually perpetrated by the police officers. Some Nigerians will just be arrested, and then in the process, they got killed. So when the federal government got involved, they prosecuted some of their men, and things have been normalized until we hear this Abudu case again.
Okay, was there any compensation, or has there been any compensation for the families of these Nigerians that were murdered in South Africa?
As far as I know, no compensation yet.
All right.
No compensation yet.
Okay, so
maybe you may like to bring in the South African
High Commissioner
Okay.
to talk more about it.
Okay, so Tunde Abudu, bringing you in now, we know, Mr. Balogun has explained what has been done over the years regarding this case, or these cases of murders in South Africa. Probably the police, who are complicit are arrested. But for your family in this situation, what would be justice for you?
Yeah, justice will be to get the culprits apprehended. If we keep calling him an unknown gunman, that means he's still out there in the society, waiting to kill another innocent Nigerian, foreigner, or even South African. We know we can't bring back our dead brother, but justice would be to bring the so-called unknown gunman to face the music.
All right.
All right.
So we really hope that, like Mr. Balogun has said, the South African police, the embassy, can work together to make sure that this killer is found and justice is served in this case. So thank you very much, Abdurrahman Balogun, for your time. And thank you very much, Mr. Tunde Abudu, also for coming on The Breakfast this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Pretty sad way to wrap up the program this morning, but of course, we need to have these conversations, and we hope that truly the truth can come out from the death of Temitope Abudu. We wish the family the best, and we hope that they find some peace and some joy as quickly as possible. That's all we have for you this morning on The Breakfast. It's a Thursday morning. It's the pre-weekend edition. Of course, we're looking forward to being here again tomorrow. But if you missed out on any of these conversations, quickly join us on social media at Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Same with our YouTube channel, also at Plus TV Africa. I am Saogi Ogbonwa.
And I am Anetta Felix, encouraging you to have a beautiful Thursday. Bye-bye.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us to say AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was amidst exam. It was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle, that means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived to oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major achievement. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of this medication.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before you at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind of. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for to use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? It's because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read. Okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV, so every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in, I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. back in Jos those days. The station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back, and then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Gratitude and encouragement is as important as constructive criticism. Welcome to The Advocate, your weekly reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. Today, I'm not on the attack. I'm exploring the response to a previous advocacy. Did Governor Sanwo-Olu hear me? He probably did. Chuka is illustrating David Diop's poem, Africa, My Africa, as a wake-up call to the current African youth. Oh, this is reawakening my poetic side. Jumoke is on a quest to draw attention and actions to making life easier for those living with disabilities among us. For Yor, who makes his debut today, is saying, most of us don't hate corruption. We only hate the fact that we are not the beneficiaries. Once a journalist, they say, always a journalist. the journalistic side of Treasure is taking on regulatory bodies today who seems to have failed in their duties so much that the Nigerian lawmakers are now on the quest to sanitize the profession. Sit back, your 5 panelists are here and eager to present your Sunday dose of provoking thoughts with no hold bar after the break. Leadership means duty, honor, country, criticism, character, and a listening ear to the voices of the led. Did Governor Sanwo-Olu hear me? Democracy, they say, is a constant job of interrogation, education, explanation, listening, and communication. That's why I shudder when governors' aides seek the head of people for daring to criticize their boss. As a leader, criticism should motivate you rather than distract you. The Lagos State Governor has shown through his recent action in respect of my advocacy on abandoned projects that he would rather listen to criticism with intent to understand and remedy his fault with a mindset to respond through press releases that are full of half-truth and innuendos. Sometimes last year, I pointed the governor to the fact that considering the non-motorability of the Maitu to Badagry Expressway due to a road construction that has taken an eternity to build, despite the fact that the current Minister of Works, Babatunde Raji Fashola, is a former governor of Lagos State, and also the Speaker of House of Rep, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, a lawmaker from Lagos State. I stated in my advocacy then that the dredging of the water channel from Badagry to CMS, as outlined in 2 phases of Ebute Ojo to CMS and Ebute Ojo to Badagry, was abandoned by his government. The governor heard me clearly, and rather than respond through a press conference, as some would have done, he responded through his action by correcting what I complained of. Indeed, his action has shown clearly that he took my advocacy to heart by not being fixated only on road construction in an aquatic state like Lagos, but also ready to harness the aquatic transportation potentials of the state. He has immediately commenced the dredging of the water channel from Ebute Ojo to Badagry, which I complained was abandoned then. You see, government, they listen when we talk. So no fear. Talk your own, they go here. Majority of the residents in this area were still looking forward to the federal government completing the Maitu to Badagry Road are very elated with the dredging of the water channel. It is their belief that this development will not only ease transportation and movement of goods and services to and from Badagry to CMS, but also help the durability of their boat, considering the new depth of the channel. They are also of the firm belief that considering the current depth of the water after dredging, it would be easier for it to accommodate water from rain channel in Okokomaiko, Alaba, and Ijanikin, thereby reducing and easing the flooding in these areas of the state. You can call it using one stone to kill multiple birds. You won't be wrong. While I say kudos to the governor for doing more of listening than talking and matching same with action, rather than pointing accusing fingers, I would advocate that His Excellency should take it a notch further by dredging the water channel from Maryland through Ifako Bridge to Lagos Island. This will also bring back the nostalgia feeling of navigating by boat from Maryland to Lagos Island through the Odoyalaro Channel, which got its name from the famous arrow tie and die that actually originated there from. This channel was known then for commuting passengers from Maryland to Lagos Island through the lagoon via Ifako until it became blocked and abandoned. Opening up same will not only ferry commuters to and fro Lagos, but also help ease flood in Ojota, Mende, and Bagada area. I don't want to remind him of the CMS to Ekpe before he go say I dey ask for too much. But I still ask Sha, I hope he understands. But seriously speaking, considering the man-hour wasted in traffic in Lagos by residents and commuters alike, being an aquatic state, the possibilities derivable from dredging and opening up these water channels cannot be quantified. Lastly, while I praise the governor for doing more of listening than talking, I urge him not to relent until Lagos becomes the Venice of Africa in terms of water transportation. For we don't just set out to look for fault lines in government activities, we also look out for areas where they have made remarkable progress. While we give knocks for the former, Our kudos are only reserved for the latter. Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, you have earned my kudos on this. But before I go, let me use this opportunity to congratulate my friend and brother, Justice Rahman Oshodi, on his elevation to the bench by the Lagos State government. My Lord, as your lordship pleases.
Okay, so I think this week all of us have come to praise Lagos for one thing or the other, because well, the truth about it is the reason we criticize so much in Nigeria is we hardly find things to praise the government about.
True.
And to be fair to them, right, when they do well, then it's right to also commend them and encourage them, because what we want is a better life, you know, not just to be seen to criticize. So we're happy for the dredging. Me, I no go join that boat too. Yeah, I don't.
No, but seriously,
I know
quickly
they
before
do.
your steps in, seriously, for me, going to Apapa these days, it's easy for me. I take a boat from CMS I can go to Apapa from CMS 5 times a day and back. Because I just take a boat from there, 8 minutes I'm in Apapa, do whatever I have to do, take a boat back, and then I drive home. Unlike those days that I have to stay in traffic, driving from Bagada to Apapa. So for me, just like going to Venice and you see, we want to use this same water.
Venice is not Nigeria, it's not Lagos.
I was just going to say that you have such an audacious dream, very tall dream.
No, but we can achieve it if we can dream it.
We can actually.
You can achieve whatever it is you
Yeah,
dream.
I met a guy in Sierra Leone. There's a Nigerian guy. I think his name is Gaji or something like that. That's what he does. And he has his factory somewhere around Ekpe, where he builds the boat himself.
Yeah.
And then he takes them down to Sierra Leone. So, you know, once you drop at the airport, you have to cross water. But if you have to go by road, it's a longer route. So the guy actually built the boats, and then I think the president actually gave him the license.
Oh, really?
Yes, he does. I think he has more than 40. And then he conveys people from the airport down to town. And that's what the guy does.
Okay, so it's possible, yes, we know, but it would take political will to make it work.
You know, everything in Nigeria is politics. That's another thing.
I remember a very sordid tale.
Sorry, Chuka wants to. Chuka.
Yeah, I was just going to add that the boats that Ambode bought are still not being used. The problem with Nigeria is not even so much not knowing what to do, but politics actually blocking things.
Yeah.
If it wasn't that they would have had nothing to do, they wouldn't have released those buses that have now helped Lagos quite a bit. Because we're more interested at first in getting Ambode to jail for presumably increasing the cost of the buses. So I don't know what has happened now to the boats.
Well, and when we talk about the boats, I mentioned it, I think, a few weeks back. At Lagos, they should remember the Blue Rail as well.
Yes.
They should remember. So we use this opportunity to also say, please
I wanted
remember
to tell
that.
a tale of how the boats capsized on our...
You were inside?
No, I wasn't.
If she was.
Our boats capsized, and we always have we have them pretty regularly every year, because one of my producers lost her mom that way from CMS to Ikorodu. They never found her body till today.
Yeah, but I agree. Accidents happen even on our roads.
No, it shouldn't be.
Not as often.
No, but
it shouldn't happen that often.
See, let me tell you why I come from a riverine area, and I understand the importance of water transportation. Do you know that from Lagos to Saple by boat ordinarily won't take you more than 2 hours plus?
Okay.
Lagos to Port Harcourt, you can access Lagos to Port Harcourt by water.
Yes.
You can access Lagos to Calabar via water.
Yes.
So why are we so fixated on the roads that are not motorable, on flights, and then we abandon the other one that nature has given to us?
Have you considered the pirates also?
I agree. That it's all
Yes.
part of it. That's why for me, if you can dream it, there are steps you need to put in place to ensure security is one. You need to also dredge some of... Why are we so... Look at the Lagos ports, for example, congested. But yet you have Calabar Port, you have Port Harcourt Port, you have Onitsha.
I said earlier that it's political will.
It's just political.
It's
basically.
the
That's what
work
she
of those in governance to make sure that this thing...
So since it's political will, Chuka is calling on Africa to wake up next. But before then, let me use this opportunity to say happy birthday to one of our own, Bolahon Olojede. Thursday was his birthday, and happy birthday, Bolahon. And Chuka, now over to you.
Africa, My Africa, the poem by David Diop, who died in 1960 at 33 years. I became aware of this piece when I was a student at Federal Government College, Warri in Nigeria in the 1970s. Africa, My Africa, Africa of proud warriors in ancestral savannas, Africa of whom my grandmother sings, on the banks of the distant river. I have never known you, but your blood flows in my veins. Your beautiful black blood that irrigates the fields, the blood of your sweat, the sweat of your work, the work of your slavery. Africa, tell me, Africa, is this your back that is unbent? This back that never breaks under the weight of humiliation? This back trembling with red scars and saying no to the whip under the midday sun? The grave voice answers me, impetuous child, that tree, young and strong, that tree over there, splendidly alone amidst white and faded flowers, that is your Africa springing up anew, springing up patiently, obstinately, whose fruit, bit by bit, acquires the bitter taste of liberty. Now, Diop belonged to an informal group of Francophone Africans that included Léopold Sédar Senghor, who would become Senegal's president. Their quest was known as negritude. Senghor defined negritude as the sum of the cultural values of the Black world as they're expressed in the life, the institutions, and the works of Black men. Now back to the poem. Diop, through this writing, referred an Africa which, while removed from the shackles of colonialism, grew to accept a new world order. One which absorbed external influences positively, but kept the very foundations of Africanness. He was a realist, as were those who adhered to the principles of negritude. In effect, a forerunner of the more recent movement of Afropolitanism. What I love most about these ideological and intellectual movements is that they formed a good recipe for a future prosperous Africa. They continue to be even more relevant, even prescient. They appear to describe our situation now. Young Nigerians, please revisit the works of those freedom fighters for inspiration. Teach the meanings and messages to your people, to those in rural areas, to the uneducated, those who aspire to political careers without sound ideological foundation will do well to take a step back and learn first. Or we will continue to end up with a sort of president, legislatives, judiciary, public service, and private sectors run by half-baked professionals. We must cease to see Nigeria as a cash cow. We must approach things from an intellectually stimulating viewpoint. Of what use is education if we subvert its good qualities for stolen money? Why do we destroy educational institutions? Has the army been responsible for the failure of education in Nigeria? Can we not rise beyond this and reinstate our institutions to offer courses of global standard? What ideologies push today's Nigeria? Did we sink the moment a 32-year-old soldier was placed at the helm of affairs of this nation? I say yes. 2023 is our goal. As some prepare to demonstrate at the Lekki toll gate on Saturday, I give them my support and join in denouncing the directionless government of Major General Buhari. We need clever and intelligent people in government.
We need clever and intelligent people in government.
But are we truly ready to allow clever and intelligent people?
God bless you, sir. Because I
We
asked
the
you-
people,
We the people, are we ready?
Yes.
We are not.
We the people.
We are not ready.
They are not ready.
They are
Because
not
I
ready.
asked
They are not,
about Bobby Wine. You're saying, Chuka was saying, young people, go and read about freedom fighters. Bobby Wine is 38, Abby. And Museveni is 77 or thereabouts. And I asked, what happened during the elections? They said there are people who are just used to the former president, and they actually voted him. Because if everybody came out and voted Bobby Wine, there's no way you can rig election.
No, but you can't also
100%.
rule out.
The incumbent president will
You
have
can't
the
rule out the
machinery.
powers of an
come on.
incumbent.
But I think I understand what she's saying.
Yes, I do. But the
Even
country, what is the number of the youth in
population.
in
Uganda.
in Uganda? Take away Uganda. Let's look at Nigeria, where I say we are not ready. We are not ready because last time we talked about Sorosuke. And now Sorosuke has ended up in social media the way it started. Because, one, even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we'll rather complain than go to register. And then, as we speak now, people are already debating Jonathan, Buhari, Atiku, and El-Rufai. We are not debating the young ones.
Outside those ones.
Yes. And then the young people also, the ones that will, fly the flag of some political parties, are not even ready to, yield the floor for their colleagues. Look at Kingsley Moghalu, Obieze Kwesili. I'm not calling them young. I'm just saying these are Fela Durotoye.
Fresh.
All of them, my friend, what's his name again? All of them in the 2019 election could not even come together to nominate one person amongst themselves.
Out of 10.
So that's why when I look at all of this, I say, look,
We're not ready.
we are not ready. And then I agree with you, Chuka, that because we do not read, if we read enough, I was telling somebody, just last week, that Facebook don't take our face away from book.
And I remember this poem particularly. In fact, when it was going to start, I remember Africa, Proud Warriors. I remember because you also performed
this. You
performed these poems back in school then, and so it's instructive that Chuka is asking for our youths to go back to some of those poems and read up about Africa. We're not saying you don't know. I mean, technology has made it so accessible for our youth to do quite a lot of things, but there are some basic things that you really need to know. Who is Leopard Senghor? You need to know.
If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since
stories will
then?
inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like
They
Awolowo.
will inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
And they did not make, and he didn't do anything for us.
I saw a quote today. Someone wrote and said, I think he's Tiwa's ex-husband. He wrote something and he said that if you are a parent and then you are trying to train your child the way your parents trained you, you will totally fail. Because this generation has moved. People have moved. So you must just learn to move with the time.
But then you can't move
without the knowledge.
History.
But what is government also doing for these students back in school?
With the government, they do safe.
God bless you.
No, because it's the truth. What are they doing? What are they doing for the students?
Chuka, with the government, they do safe.
Are they doing anything? But I'm not asking for people to go back and copy people from the past, because actually I condemned everybody on the Naira notes in Nigeria, every one of them. So like Jumoke, don't call Awolowo near me. You'll be making me even more angry. The thing is that it is those that probably never even made it to power that we should listen to. Those who continue to speak and write, because they never tasted power, so we don't know if they would have been corrupted. Their messages are pure. Right, Jumoke will be looking at living with disabilities in Nigeria. Are we doing enough? This is after the break. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
Accident do mark our place. Some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
We all know someone with this ability. Whether they're family, friend, colleague, or even neighbor. What we may not know well is how they survive in Nigeria. We assume it is difficult, but we just may never really know. Now, this is a topic we shy from. Let me be very honest. I personally assume if I ignore it, it will cease to exist in my world. But they are in my world. If they're family, we lock them up, clothe them, feed them, and never really talk about them, like they don't have emotions. If they're friends or colleagues, we help as much as we can, then forget about them as we go on our jolly ways. Now, people born with disabilities actually grow up only knowing their life as it is. But in Nigeria, where accidents are 2 a dozen, many more people become decapacitated later in life. Imagine losing your sight in an accident. God forbid. Yes, we all pray it away, but accidents keep happening daily. I hear that many disabilities can be prevented from deteriorating if only we act on early signs, especially for people born with them. But for accident victims, what is our emergency response like? Many don't get first aid and eventually lose body parts. Such a preventable dilemma. Let's praise Lagos State in this regard. We have a few responders in emergency situations. The government did try. So I have decided to advocate that we, the people, do more in support. Let's come together to fund more institutions to cater for people with these abilities. Let's acknowledge their emotions, educate them, hold their hands, employ them. I'm not talking of handouts, so I'm asking that we create a quota for them to aspire to fill in the society and not turn them to beggars. That is inclusiveness in all areas. If you build your business to allow accessibility for people with disabilities, that's more customers for you. It just makes more business sense anyway. But these abilities are usually overlooked by us. We definitely can do better. When you are 100 years with great-grandchildren, it's the institutions that we built that will cater for you to be more comfortable, handicapped or not. Do you commit to help?
I commit to help. I will help in the best way. It's not a laughing matter, seriously.
Tell us how.
I will help in the best way I can. Even people, you know, in Nigeria, even the able are disabled.
Yeah. Yes.
So
these disabilities, is it mentally or pocketly or which of them? Exactly what you're saying. Which of these disability?
Because there are different kinds of disabilities.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Yeah. Let's even start from the everyday one that you know. You know, the physical disability.
Yeah.
Recently, we had cause to talk about the access to courtrooms. How can our disabled people access courtrooms? That is in the hallowed chambers of the judiciary, which is the last hope of the common man. You know, you find out that when we even build our houses, we do not have them in mind at all.
Yes.
At all.
Yeah.
You know, so But yet you find out that the world these days, even where they are preventing accidents, they are creating opportunities for them. In some organizations, we believe that when you just put signs for car parks for disabled people, that's
okay.
all.
You've done a lot.
You know, even the banks,
of course.
Nothing. Our public institution is worse. Go to federal secretariat, you'll be asking yourself, so if you have a disabled worker, how will you climb up? How will you access the building? Nothing. So we are not, and that's for the physical disabled people. Then I talked about those who are disabled but able. The society does not enable you at all. And so you find out that you that have little, you're having to even help those who are able. They don't have jobs, they have to pay rent, they need to send their children to school. It's, so every day you see, we do GoFundMe, we raise funds for one project, one thing or the other. We need to consistently remind government of their responsibilities.
Well, I meant let me allow you. Let me allow you.
You know, I had a program recently, the guy that talked about the airline that refused to take him from Abuja to Lagos just because he's disabled. He's the man living with disability, let me rephrase. And they said that because he's using wheelchair, they will not let him in to the aircraft. Yes, an airline. And then he went berserk, he was really mad, he broke their systems and did not. Yes. He was really, really mad. And it trended on social media. And then I spoke with him. And this person is not a small boy. Permit me to use that word. He's not a small boy. He is not. He is rich. When we're talking money, he has money. And internationally, he's recognized. CNN and all of that. So he's not a small boy. So he was lamenting, he was complaining that why will the airline, so if they can do that to me, what will happen to other people and all that?
Who do not even have anything or anybody.
Do you understand? So, and then when you go to offices, just like you said, they don't even consider it that it's important for you to make the place conducive for people living with disability.
More accessible.
Yes, accessible. It's difficult.
Let's go to Chuka.
I'm still waiting to reply to a comment that was made on Instagram on a post that about disability, people with disability and their access to buildings and all that. Somebody asked a question on Open House Lagos page on Instagram. And yes, we're failing. We have actually failed already, but we're trying to ensure now that we sort of claw our way back. Past generations didn't care. So I wouldn't necessarily, put down the architects for not caring as such, because they're part of a generation that were brought up not to actually care. But now it's part of an ongoing discussion, and it will improve with time. It's going to improve very slowly, because Nigeria is actually, we've gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled. We've gone very, very far.
There's a law in Lagos.
So let me quickly chip in that recently I mentored two people who wrote about how we excluded those with disabilities during COVID. So while everybody was on lockdown, this set of people were not really factored in. Some of them could not, including sickle cell, people living with sickle cell, they could not, access healthcare, they could not feed, and, the largesse, the palliatives, they had nothing.
They want even the able couldn't get palliative.
That's the thing. So the government itself has a lot to do in leading the pack to the commitment you're asking for, Jumoke. If the government gives them a pride of place, already I like what we do, because when you see a politician or a state's events being done, you see the language people. So we've done well in that. Let's just acknowledge that. Improve. But we need to do more.
So we're starting the conversation. We all have to just put it on the top of our minds.
But quickly, I want to ask
all those language. Have to round up this conversation.
All those language sign people. Sometimes I wonder if what they are actually doing is what.
Is the only
anyway, that's a discussion for another day.
Esteemed viewer, your contributions are integral to this program. Please keep sharing your thoughts on everything we discuss here. These are some of your comments from last week. Responding to the advocacy on the awareness of the president, Fajemi Ayobami says, a country blessed but cursed If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, change their ways and call on me, I will heal their land. The Bible says, have very, O Lord, the silence is loud. On the advocacy on electricity, JRTM says, the DISCOs use government to stop the rate at which people pay for prepaid meters because it is at their detriment. Since December, how many people have they given meter? But the IKEDC and EKEDC are given ridiculous, crazy estimated bills every month. Allow those who want to pay, and allow people that can wait for free to do so. Please follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. After the break, Yo will be outlining how corrupt we all are as a people. But if I may ask, Yo, aren't you corrupt as well?
After the break. In May 2002, President Obasanjo recovered $1.2 billion from the loot of late military dictator General Sani Abacha. In November 2003, $149 million looted was also recovered from Jersey Island. In September 2005, $458 million was recovered, plus $2 billion in assets. In 2007, the Nigerian finance minister at that time, Nemadi Usman, confirmed the recovery of $2.5 million. In 2014, Okonjo-Iweala confirmed the return of $500 million. In June 2014 also, another $480 million. In 2016, Switzerland confirmed returning $723 million so far to the Nigerian government. All proceeds from the General Sani Abacha loot, which, as believed by many Nigerians, have been relooted. A couple of other presidents succeeded General Sani Abacha before now, most of whom are still alive. But it does appear that no corruption-related allegation has been associated with them. For now, maybe for now, if I may add, as they are still alive, shall they are still living. Corruption has, over the years, become so synonymous with public office, and today, corruption remains among the major challenges of both developed and developing countries across the world. Corruption is a phenomenon that has a damaging impact on every aspect of the social and economic performance of a country. It leads to inefficient allocation of public funds, significantly lowers the quality of public sector services, and deprives people of access to basic public services. When citizens deal with public officials in Nigeria, bribery is significantly more likely to occur. And that is the reason that at the mention of corruption, all eyes looks at the direction of public office holders. Transparency International in their Corruption Perception Index recently ranked Nigeria as number 146 out of 180 corrupt countries across the world. We try. At least we try. In Nigeria, corruption is viewed from the prism of private seizure of other state resources by few affluent individuals controlling various seats of power. I want to ask, what if corruption is defined as anything that inflicts pain on your colleague, your neighbor, your society, your organization, or your country? Will that ring a slightly different bell of clarity? Okay. What other word best described you who play your way into position you and I know that you are not qualified for? Or you that demand extra money for a job you are paid salary for? What about individuals and businesses who pay their way out of the authority after being caught with substandard products meant to be sold to innocent, unsuspecting masses? It does appear, after all, that corruption is corruption only when it does not favor you. Because to the man who bags huge stack of hard currency, it is either blessing from God or simply good business. Anyway, it is my hope sometimes that the stone thrown in the market hit the mother of the thrower, just to pass one simple message across to the other side. In recent years, youth-led protest movements have erupted around the world, demanding honest governance and seeking to change the age-old narrative. And it is my hope that Africa's most populous country is not just watching from the sideline and remaining an icon of corruption. It is important for youth to open the doors that lead to the storehouse of all palliatives of good governance for a greater good of all Nigerians. And in conclusion, not just the government. Majority of the masses are corrupt. Most Nigerians don't really hate corruption. They only hate the fact that they do not benefit from it.
And true.
Very true, sir.
Spotline.
This one even hits home.
The day you benefit from corruption, you go for Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Yes.
It is when you don't benefit from it, you begin to complain. That's why.
Throw the stones.
Yes. And that's why I've never really seen anybody who is given, opportunities, and they know that this opportunity, there are inherent, thalidomines that will test you, and you will compromise. They would go for Thanksgiving first. Somebody rigs the election, and then he's, fraudulently sworn in. He goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
So what you're is saying really is that Nigerians themselves are corrupt.
Yes,
the day we don't want it will stop.
True. Don't the leaders come from us? They are not Ghanaians or Togolese.
Yes.
They are Nigerians.
A boss of mine was called to MC an event, and then he told them, okay, my fee is 6 million, including my flight and hotel. And then they said, no, bros, no money now. No, pay you 3 million. He ignored them. And later, someone else now called him and said, bros, now our office, now we dey in charge. Bros, I beg, just take the thing like that. I beg, just take him. He said, okay, you guys will take care of my flight and all the stuff. Because I wanted to use 1 million to take care of my flight, my accommodation and all. They said, no, because he insisted they should pay him 5 million. They refused. Now, after the event, they gave him his check. They actually gave him a check of 6 million.
And asked him to return 3
million. And told him to return 3 million. He refunded 1 million because he told them that, I don't tell you now before, my fee originally now 5 million. The 1 million were there on top. I won't use them to take transport and logistics. And then the guys were actually angry.
Yes, no.
Yes.
Why would they be angry?
Of course, because they needed their kickback.
You're talking about government.
This one is not even government. This is private.
See, church.
The thing.
A church buying land. A church buying a land and then the pastors negotiating, and then they come, they mark up. They will say, they will negotiate you down, and then they mark up theirs. And then there was one, the transaction was almost sailing through, but because of their greed, they refused to include some other persons.
And then?
Chuka, how is it in London? Is it the same with the way we are feeling it here, even though you are not on a corruption perception index?
No, it's not the same. They have a bit more sanity here, you know. I'll just, I'm not sure it is that all Nigerians are corrupt and that it manifests when they're given the chance. Because I think I've had more than enough chances to be corrupt, and I'm still not as I speak. I've had every opportunity. Some have been actually laid right by me, and I've moved past them. I'll be a much richer man today if I was corrupt.
You are rich.
I won't even say I'll be a much richer man. I was going to say that I will be very, very rich. No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I think that the temptation is there when you join a gang of thieves. That's really what it is. A lot of us are not really corrupt or don't want to be. But you get into the wrong, it's like getting into the wrong crowd. The moment you're accepted where this thing is going on, you don't realize when you're forced to start behaving like them. So, yeah, sometimes it's the society that changes you.
Thank you so much, Chuka.
Influences you.
Thank you, Chuka. All right, we'll just go on a quick break. Then when we return, Treasure takes us on the journalism and its practitioners. Join us again.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
That bill to protect journalists, matters arising. It's worrisome times for the journalism profession in Nigeria nowadays. In 2 weeks, 2 journalists have been kidnapped in Abuja and Port Harcourt. This is deliberate targeting, which is a grave development. I've seen a mild campaign by individual journalists to correct the notion that journalists are rich people. Now, here's my appeal. Journalists are regular people like everyone, the majority of whom are barely getting their monthly salaries. Stop kidnapping journalists. So today I look at the reports by Bennett Joshua of the Daily Independent newspaper on the bill on the protection of journalists being debated in the House of Representatives. Ota Agbo, a lawmaker in the House of Representatives from Benue, said, and I quote, "Most people feel that once you are jobless and you can afford a jotter, pen, and a midget to record voices, you can automatically apply the profession of journalism. And such people go about blackmailing people, especially public servants, as well as assaulting democracy and its sacred institutions." He has therefore sponsored a bill, the Press Council Amendments Bill, which enters second reading upon debate as the National Assembly resumed plenary. The bill has 3 main purposes: to protect journalists against non-payment of salaries, to seek minimum academic qualification for journalists, and to get stiffer penalty for quacks. Now, this comes with mixed feelings for me, as a journalist, that the House of Representatives will debate on how to improve the welfare of media professionals, sanitize the media in Nigeria, and protect journalists against non-payment of salaries is noteworthy. But they will also define who a journalist is and raise the minimum qualification for journalism practice and stipulate stiffer punishment for quirks. Interesting times are here. The sponsor of the bill, as I said earlier, is the Chairman, House Committee on Narcotics, Drugs, Ota Agbo, representing Ado Ogbadigbo, Kpoko Federal Constituency of Benue State. He took a swipe at regulatory bodies in journalism by stating, and I quote, regulatory bodies like the Press Council, NUJ, Guild of Editors, Newspaper Proprietors Association, at best can only bark without biting. This has prompted some critical thinkers to now say journalism is not a profession, but a mere trade. Really? The lawmaker also stated that in Nigeria, journalism is the only profession assigned specific responsibility of holding government to account based on Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution. Yet, it is the most bastardized, a free-for-all profession with no clear qualification guidelines. And that's so true. And this is a second indictment on the regulatory bodies. He says, and I quote again, less noble professions are well regulated and respected. So why should journalism, the profession beyond compare, remain an all-comers affair in this century? Now that is a third indictment on regulatory bodies. I find it curious that the legislature, to use the words of the lawmaker, wants to redefine and refine the media industry so that they can strengthen democracy. The question is, what precisely are the functions of the NUJ, NAWAJ, Guild of Editors, Newspaper Proprietors Association? I don't understand.
I feel very offended. I feel very offended.
No, see.
How many years to read journalism? It's an art. It's a science. The science of journalism is different.
No, see, let me tell you, the lawmaker is on a journey to nowhere. I'm telling you frankly, he's on a journey to nowhere. Do you know why? The world is dynamic. The earlier we embrace the dynamism, the better for all of us. Even media practitioners these days would rather, even journalism, they employ you, just take you through a few tips of it. They don't want, there are areas they want you to play in. We agree there are different taxonomies of journalism and all of those things. But there are areas they just want you to play in and they train you in that area and boom, you are good to go. So quickly, secondly, also, the idea of social media has come to stay. Even the media houses recognize the fact that there's this, what you call the eye reporter, the eyewitness reporter. And so...
Which is citizen journalism.
Yes, citizen journalism. Thank God you used the word citizen journalism.
It's citizen journalism, yeah.
So when lawmakers sit down, even the laws that we have already, how well have you strengthened the institutions to be able to enforce those laws? That's the place we should start from. And not making new laws and then blaming regulatory bodies as if they don't know what they are doing. How well have you provided institutions to enable them strengthen it? Nothing. Then you make another law, you pride yourself as, yes, I introduce a bill in the house.
You just don't want to sit in the house and just be collecting 15 million per month now. You have to do something because journalism has always been an all-comers affair. We have legal affairs in journalism. You have
environment.
You have airports. You have medical. Every area of life.
Yes.
And you want experts in those areas. To be the ones to present. So we have always had, and social media, aside from being making everyone with a smartphone now a journalist. Is the fact that
a reporter, not a journalist.
Well,
a reporter.
A reporter.
I witness.
A reporter, not a journalist.
No, so it means that you don't even need a media house to publish yourself now.
Exactly, exactly. So you are a reporter. You are not a journalist. So we mix it up.
You're a blogger. You're not a reporter.
Exactly. Somebody comes and says, I am an OAP. I'm not a journalist, but I'm an OAP.
What's the meaning of that?
An on-air personality.
No.
No, but you know that's also possible.
Yes.
Okay.
It's acceptable.
Yes, because
it's possible.
It was an
Yes,
American
because you are-
coinage.
you are
it was an
a
American
personality, and then you're on radio.
It was an American coinage to distinguish. Wait,
Let's hear him out.
It was an American coinage to distinguish the on-air personality from the journalist.
Journalist, radio
So,
presenters.
and you are a presenter, you are not a journalist, but you know there's need for you to have a name. How do we describe this person?
Who is not a journalist?
Who is not a
but-
journalist,
Yeah.
but is presenting a
yes.
program. You know, just the same way we say you are reporting, you are an eye reporter, but you are not a journalist. There are people, you don't expect me now because I appear on programs and then I say I want to go and join the Guild of Editors or journalism and all of those things.
Guild of
because they will not accept me because
you don't have the
there are
degree.
qualifications I must pass through.
True.
So that doesn't mean that they don't know what they are doing. They understand the dynamism of the profession.
Yeah.
And so if you cannot, by law, say I want to, by fiat, regulate everybody. There are some lawyers who will say, look, I'm okay by reading law. I don't want to practice. All I just need is the knowledge of it to do my journalism work.
Yes, exactly.
So it is when they now want to practice that the body of MBA and the body of benchers will say, okay, there are positions that you must go through. So
thanks, Lib. You've capped it. You know.
Chuka.
But let's hear from your.
Wait. Let's go to Chuka in London.
Okay.
Chuka.
Are you a Pontius governor?
I think that there will always be a big problem with this whole journalism and everyone trying to be a quack journalist and all that. Social media is here to stay. So I think what it is that journalists really have to reinvent themselves.
Yes.
Because they must have within their training what they could do to move to the next level and leave us behind as the pseudo-journalists.
That we are.
Okay, but then for me, let me quickly say something. Another thing, he said something about...
reinventing.
No, I wanted to say that, but because of time. It's also very important that organizations, when you employ journalists, be for the print and all that, please, their welfare is important, as far as I'm concerned.
That's true.
It's important.
Hit it on the head.
Yes.
Tell
Let
them.
There is, I know a few of them, and then anytime they see me, báwo ni, one come from brother, one come from senior brother. And then I just keep asking myself, one come from senior brother, one come from senior brother.
It's actually criminal for you to employ anyone and not give them
Yes. So I think just like Barrister Shoma said, the other laws that we have, they should do something about it. Implement those ones. Let us know that you are paying them their salaries, you are paying them their pension, you are paying them everything due, and some of these attitudes will definitely stop. And also, don't also forget political in some of these things that we do.
Yes.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean
just
brown
like
envelope is stop?
No, brown envelope. I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, but quickly. Okay, there is a case, and then you need to report it, and then you get instruction from above and says, no, don't report it. That's our client, or that's our guy at the top. Don't mention it, and all that. And then they swear you brown envelope. Case closed. How do you want me to report? How do you want me to work?
And then the man who is on the social media now comes on social media
and reports it.
And you say, no.
No, you are not a journalist.
The law says you are not a journalist. The man didn't call himself a journalist. He just said he was reporting.
Interesting. Well, we thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, you can go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Sugar.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Otumba Gbenga Daniels defect to the APC. What is the rationale behind politicians cross-capitalizing to another political party? And why do they play politics with this defection? And is the River State APC crisis finally over as Governor Amechi's faction celebrates victory at the Supreme Court's ruling? This is Plus Politics, and I am Mary Ann. Cross-capiting is a new phenomenon in party politics because, as they say, politics does not entertain permanent enemies but permanent interest. Now, in Nigerian politics, defection seems to be the new norm. The latest high-profile defection is former governor of Ogun State, Otumba Gbenga Daniels, dumping the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for the All Progressive Congress, APC. Mr. Daniels said the decision to join the APC was well considered and thought out. Well, joining us today to have this conversation is Public Affairs Analyst Ambrose Igboke and Head of Operations, the Extra Step Initiative, Eugene Abels. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Well, let's start. I'll start with you, Eugene. Is there really true democracy in Nigeria when we talk about the issue of democracy? With the rampant, crisscrossing from APC to PDP and back to APC, we've seen that happen in the past 5 to 6 years. Really, can we really say that there is true democracy with all of this? And what do these politicians stand for?
Well, there are two issues here. One, do we truly have a democracy? And if we're playing by the rules. Number two, what do the politicians represent? Now, by virtue of the rule book is the Constitution. And by virtue of the Constitution, what we're playing is the kind of democracy we have chosen, which is enshrined in our laws. What they represent, it's about interest, whether it be group interest or individual interest. But for the generality of the populace like us, we don't seem to get it, that the law is very clear on this, that the only way you can play in that domain called politics, that it must be through a political party. They're about their business now, registrations and reaffirmations of membership and so on. We're looking at them, we think it's a joke. People are moving from one point to the other. And two, we seem to attach a lot of sentiments to politics. Politics is about power. Politics is about the allocation of resources. We don't want to believe and agree that politics is a full-time vocation for people in Nigeria and even in other climes, like what we've seen in America. For instance, look at the behavior of members of the Great Old Party concerning the activity in a clear case of where a president had serially violated the morals which they stand for. But because of their political interest, they're doing that which they think will grant them political survival. In Nigeria, we're practicing democracy according to how we've chosen it, meaning that the political parties are the vehicles for expressions of your objectives or desires or aspirations. As per how we see them, that is entirely left to us. But for them, it's about propagating their interest. First of all, like when you're flying an aircraft, they say wear your mask before you wear your baby. It's about self-interest first in the Nigerian perspective before any. We used to think it was just a Nigerian thing, but we've seen what has happened in America with Republicans. So this is a democracy, whether you like it or not.
Ambrose, let's talk about the politicians themselves. What's the rationale behind this movement that they keep making? I mean, it's not once, it's not twice. They keep going back and forth. And one would wonder, haven't they found what they're looking for? Is it just, like Eugene just said, is it just about the power, about where the monies are? So if party A is in power, that's where the money is. So everybody just rushes to that party, and when they lose power, they move back to the other party. Can you really put a finger on what the rationale is?
Well, first of all, politics in Nigeria is about the individual. The political parties are formed based on the aggregated interests of the people who form them. Most of the time, the political parties start as political movements and associations of like minds who have the same interests, and then it gravitates to a political party and it's registered by INEC. All the political parties in Nigeria only have one goal: to grab power and control power from whatever level they want, maybe the local government, the state, the National Assembly, State House of Assembly, or even the presidency. Now, most of the political actors are state people who are known to each other. They have come a long way from the time of First Republic, Second Republic, Third Republic, and now a new group of people came after June 12. Those who opposed the annulment of June 12 and actually became activists and fought the junta that annulled that June 12 and the preceding one. So after that, what happened in 1999, 98, 99 that led to the 99 transition, we had a lot of political movement, realignment, and the rest. And they are the same people. So it's not based on differentiating ideology. There are no differentiating ideology.
I mean, you just asked my next question, because I was going to ask, what is the foundation of the politics in Nigeria, the politics that we play? I mean, there has to be some representation of accountability, party ideology, standing for something, but we really don't see those things in our different political parties, and maybe that's what's responsible for the crisscrossing. Because I mean, in the US you have the Republicans, you have the Democrats. In the UK you have the Tories, you have the Labour, you have the Lib Dems, you have the UKIP. But in Nigeria you just have names and the same faces with different logos.
What is happening is that you are quoting UK, US, and these are long traditions of established government over the years. We are talking about 300 years, 400 years, 200 years. In Nigeria, we don't have that. I mean, the present political experiment, just started like 21 years ago. So, we are still having our teething problems. So they are well established over there in Europe and the rest, which democracies have run like 300 years and above. So those things are entrenched. Then one of the problems we have in Nigeria is also that you are forcing politicians that they must belong to a political party, and that before you can contest some certain positions, you must have some certain political spread. For example, to contest for the presidency, you must have at least a party office in all the state capitals. I mean, those are the things that make it so difficult. For me to contest a councillorship in my ward or a House of Assembly slot, I cannot run as an independent candidate. So no matter the ideology you have, you must merge your ideology with what the particular political party says. Because the Constitution has not given you the leverage to exercise your ideology.
Okay.
So therefore, we are in the same cycle. So whatever my personal ideology is, I have to look for a political platform to assuage it. So when I go to a particular platform and I don't like what they're doing, it's the same ideology I still have. I will go to another one. That is how I keep going. And sometimes when there's a quarrel or discontent in a particular party, like what we saw in the last PDP during the 2014 issue, where the NPDP came up, they went to form a power block to the APC. And now some of them have returned to the PDP. So this is our own stage of politics.
All right, let me go back to Eugene. Eugene, there have been theories and statements by scholars and political analysts, saying that there's nothing really wrong with these defections. And they're saying that there is a need for some form of prerequisite for democratic consolidations with serious emphasis on strong and credible opposition choices. Can that be really achieved again? Because what you all have described is that, well, we just have a pattern of doing things. It's not that there is any strong ideology that we can hold on to that would make us not want to move from party A to party B. You're saying that, it's somewhat of, it's liquid, what the situation that we have in Nigeria. So if we were to, well, we're not really frowning at defections because, scholars have said there's nothing wrong with it. But can we build those consolidations, you know, in a democracy that we have, what we call a democracy? Is that possible in today's climate? Is it something we can walk towards? Ambrose said that America has a 300-year-old, democracy, and we're still trying to find our foot. Do you think that we can do that anytime soon so that those who are coming after can build on it?
First of all, in the present constitution, no. To quote Ambrose, parties are for aggrandizement or for achieving personal interest. Now, without being disrespectful, why I say it is difficult for you to achieve the things you're asking if you can build them into strong. It's not strong political institutions. It's not how long you've done things. I would like to make this categorical statement I'm not demeaning what was done, nor am I being disrespectful. But in the present political context of Nigeria, that Not Too Young campaign is a joke. Why I say this is simply this. Without the absence of internal party democracy, nothing can be achieved in our democracy. It will remain the way it is. I'll put it simply like this. They've just announced parties are now doing the traditional reconciliation, reaffirmation of membership. Tomorrow you see the fights. Go and ask them for the register. The registers they have it does not tally. The register that Faction A in Rivers State APC has is different from what Faction B has. It's different from what INEC has. When we have digital links that I can link you with your BVN, NIN, and so on, that your membership should even be in the public space. So if you're moving from Party A to Party B, we'll know if you vote electronically, I should be able to trace you as easily as possible. But the absence of clear internal party democracy, it's an aberration and it is destroying Nigeria. And if Nigeria does not do anything it will worsen. Let me explain it. Me and you decide to join a party to express our ideas, either ideological or for pursuit of personal interest, whatever it is, but there's an interest. Then when it is time to elect even officers of the party, the man who has been paying the bills, because I'm not a financial member, like happens in other places, which they refuse, the man who is in office in government, who is funding the party, will now give us list for who to vote for, that we must do delegate election. If that thing is not removed if it is not banned, we're going to have terrible problems.
But I'm sorry to cut in. There's a situation in Kwara State right now where there are three big wigs in the party. You have Lai Mohammed, you have a Saraki who's a Minister of State for Transport, and you have the governor. And there's a power tussle right now where all their loyalists have divided the party into factions. And you saw that video that was trending with people fighting over the registration.
Yes, I will come to that. Those fights will be there because because everybody is fighting to seize control of the party. But if they had to go door to door and knock on house to house, as it used to be, then you will not have this fight because the energy you put them towards convincing members of the party to vote for it, there will be no factions. But the dangerous part is this. When it comes to, you have gone to register, you get your voter's card, you're not too young to run, isn't it? Yeah, fine. So party A, B, C, D. Now, the owners of the party have given them list of who to vote for. So if they bring a lizard, these parties, that is what you must vote for because that is what the law says. That's the dangerous part. That's the dangerous part. That's the foundation of our problem. That's why you can see everybody to do all you do to fight. But if you knew that you had to go through doors, go knock people's doors, go to schools, go to meet people and try to convince them, you definitely have a manifesto, you have a program, you want to appeal to the sentiments of the people. But now you don't need, all you need is higher power, seize the voters register, seize the funds, starve them of funds, use violence to support it, use government agencies to pursue it. Once you get the party ticket, every other body will fall in line. Then they will now form that that thing they call reconciliation committee. They wear big agbada and kaftans when they gather. But the foundation of Nigeria's democracy, for it to change, we must enshrine it in our law to ban delegate election of all forms.
Okay.
So even when they put the cameras in public and tell you that, it was a transparent one, they've been giving lists on who to vote for, and allocations have been what. Yeah.
All right, Ambrose, let me bring you back in here. Do we need a new political order in Nigeria for things to work? I mean, Eugene is saying that there has to be some form of strong internal party politics. Where do you stand on this? A new political order, maybe based on, pluralism of values of the people who are in these political parties? Because I did ask a few minutes ago, what do we need to do to consolidate this democracy?
We cannot be talking about political parties in Nigeria without addressing the issue of party funding. A man cannot invest as much as 100 million, 1 billion to billions of naira in a political party. I will tell you that he doesn't have a say in who becomes candidate for the party. It will be a mere academic facility, an exercise in facility to do that kind of grandiose assumption. So we have to look into party funding. Campaigns, political processes all over the world are very expensive, even in the US. So, but what they have done over the years is to avoid a system where party members, where volunteers and charities are the people that fund the election. If we can transpose that down here, we will look at it like in the First Republic, during the days of, even in the Second Republic, the days of NPN and UPN and the rest. I remember one old mama having party cards. Every month they went for party. They paid monthly stipend as members of a political party. Now, if you can evolve that system where the law says an individual cannot backgrow a political party like that, that is only where you start having internal democracy. You cannot be talking about internal democracy where a man brings out huge sums of money to grow the activities of the political party, ensure that the party is running, pay workers and all those things, and you are telling me about internal democracy. That is a joke. So if we can critically take a look at that, it will solve 50% of our problems.
But who's we? I mean, the political parties in themselves. I remember in 2019, SERAP had taken these political parties, the major ones especially, to court because they refused to make public their party finances. And of course, the Electoral Act does stipulate, a cap for spending for political parties. But then, of course, we know that these rules are not followed. So really, when you say we, who's we? If the political parties are in themselves not ready to go or follow the footsteps or follow the rules and regulations of the Electoral Acts, who's going to, is it us, the outsiders, the people who are not necessarily the members of those parties that would come and enforce all of those changes?
Well, there's what we call citizens engagement and all kinds of citizens. What are we saying? We are here talking about it and read. How many of us will actually, engender a process? All the CSO, civil society organizations, the non-governmental organizations that are advocacy groups, we should make a paper presentation to the National Assembly, to INEC, and see how do we put provisions in the Electoral Act that will ensure that these things are complied with. The court judgment we are talking about, the court case, who has appealed it? So we have instrumentalities of the law, legal processes, advocacy, lobbying, and all other instruments to ensure that whatever we make our electoral process better, we can do that. Now, if we sit down and wait for the politicians to do it, we will not achieve any result.
All right.
Because the politician is there, focused, his main aim is to win an election. That is why he came out. So if the processes and the platforms that are put in place for him to actualize his dream of winning an election is faulty, he will ride with that platform.
Again,
so citizens' engagement and we're able to change the platform. Because we have a credible platform and a platform that works well, the politician will come and fit into and run with it.
Interesting. Eugene, you made mention of, internal party politics and how they themselves are unable to, paint a picture of what they would want for to see during the elections. Like you said, one person would sit down and write the names of people who he thinks should be on the list. Let's talk about that. If we are not able to get these things right at the party level, why are we having so many high expectations when it comes to the electoral process in itself? Yes, INEC has its job cut out for it, but if our political parties are not put together, why are we as Nigerians hoping for a free, fair, and credible election anytime soon?
You see, the Nigerian situation is very sad and sickening. Whenever we have a problem, we tend to shift it. Either we spiritualize it or we want to create an agency for it. Now, Ambrose has spoken about, he reiterated the issue about funding. Who pays the piper? Dictates the tune. Now, are you aware that there are limits to how much you can use for each election?
Of course.
And we were here like 5 years ago, where the limit was less than, for presidential, the limit was about, not up about $1 billion, but we were here, one of the political parties declared that they had raised about $4 billion for that election. When was the last time that INEC published the financials of the political parties? Why is the membership of the political parties not on the websites of INEC? How come at political rallies, you will see 50,000 people? Go and check the election results of all the governors. Most of them win the elections on total votes amount to maybe 1 million. Where are those 1,000? Meaning that all the old women have the colors of all the political parties, so they move from one point to the other. But if you know your details are out there and that everybody knows you, if everybody can check you and know which party you belong to, you will not do some of those things. All those we'll actually know the real membership strength of each party. If we link you to your name, your VIM and so on. Then two, this issue of funding, if INEC does what it's supposed to do, they're supposed to ask you, how did you raise money to fund your elections? It's a big issue in America. It's a massive issue. It was one of the things that afflicted the Clintons was money that supposedly came somewhere from China. It's a big issue. So if INEC does its job, INEC political parties and governors who fund political parties will be a bit more careful.
But he also brings to question the level of independence that the INEC has over political parties, especially the ones that are in power. Because again, the question also always is raised about who appoints the INEC boss, how powerful he is, where does his power stop, and of course, where does the judiciary come here to make sure that the law is enforced?
Your power stops in the Constitution. It's for you to do your job. Yes, we know there are political influences, but you can do your job. Let me give you a typical example. When today, all of us, we easily quote data people, the National Bureau of Statistics.
Yes, the MBS.
Do you know what it means for you to be the DG of Bureau of Statistics? I've been telling the present administration that unemployment figures are hitting the ceiling, that inflation rate is hitting 15%, 17%. And you can't they've refused to color it because they have decided to be credible. So if the National Population Commission decides to be responsible, let them continue. If you can't do the job, if you can't face the heat, get out of the kitchen. There is no moral justification. Let me give you a typical example. We were all living witnesses here when INEC said they were going to automate their system of voting. Meanwhile, they knew they had not taken care of the legislative part of it to ensure that they were enshrined in our laws. And INEC went ahead to spend over 380 billion for computerization and other related matters, only for them later to, all of this was thrown out. Today, we have not asked for those officers to be sanctioned. Where did you get the authorization to expend scarce public funds on things that were unconstitutional to your duties? Yeah, we're a joker nation. So, Njegede will not come and do this for us. We need to sit, and the annoying part of it is for people to think that we had not experienced better before now. We've seen, this is the 4th Republic. We've seen like 7 military administrations. What are they talking about?
Ambrose, finally, before we wrap things up, there have been calls for youngsters to float their own political parties, you know, because these people that we already know, we've seen them since, you know, the beginning of democracy from 1999, and there are people who say that they've been recycled over and over again, and they're the same people who are going back and forth in, you know, these political parties. But how does floating a new political party, let's not forget that during the 2015 general elections, we saw an increase in the number of political parties, and there was a call also to reduce this number of political parties and make sure that these parties are relevant, at least have a certain form of relevance before they can actually be accredited as political parties. But then young people floating a political party, what change does that even bring? And again, what's the guarantee that there will not be an infiltration of these same people, the bigwigs, the guys who have been here for a long time? And who's to say that, you know, we will change anything?
Well, when you talk about young people coming into political party or party processes in Nigeria or politics in Nigeria, I want to make something clear. Political power is not gifted. Political power is not a gift to be distributed to people. You have to go for it. You have to fight for it. And you have to earn it. So if the young stars there are seated there and they are singing the mantra, oh, these people, the same people, the old people, they won't give space for the young, we are jokers. There is nothing wrong with the same people running the country. Israel, that's one of the best countries doing well today, have had almost the same set of people running the country since the 60s and 70s. Let me call it from the 70s. From the time of Shimon Peres, Benjamin Netanyahu, Ehud Barak, a lot of them.
Netanyahu is still there.
They are not young people. They were not young, but they ran the country well. So the young people, if they want to be relevant in the political game plan, should get involved. How many of them attend their party board meeting? How many of them are even registered members of political parties? So our young people are not ready yet to grab political power. And the older ones that are enjoying the political power now, I'm not going to give it to them just as a gift. It's not a gift.
Okay.
So until the young people are ready to organize themselves, seek power, be disciplined, because most of our young people are not even disciplined to follow the process. It needs a lot of consensus building. It needs a lot of mobilization. Okay. It needs a lot of persuasion. Okay. Our young people don't even have that tact to engage in this thing.
Well, we're out of time.
And that is why it has eluded them for a long time.
Well, we're out of time. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for this very interesting conversation that should be had more often. Thank you very much. Eugene Abels is the head of operations for Extra Step Initiative, and Ambrose Igboke is a public affairs analyst. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this conversation.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, the Rotimi Amechi faction of the All Progressive Congress APC celebrates the Supreme Court's decision to strike out an appeal filed by Igbo Aguma in July of 2020. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The All Progressive Congress in Rivers State, loyal to the Transportation Minister, Minister Rotimi Amaechi, celebrated the Supreme Court's decision to strike out an appeal filed by the Igbo Aguma faction, who was declared as the chairman of the Caretaker Committee of the APC in Rivers State. Now, to discuss this, we have APC spokesperson for Rivers State, Ogbonna Nwuke, and acting chairman of APC Rivers State, Golden Ben Choma. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Nwuke. Tell me exactly what this means, this Supreme Court decision. What does it mean for the factions that are actually in the APC in Rivers State?
We believe that the decision has finally laid to rest the arguments that have gone back and forth over what the situation in the APC in Rivers State is. My friend in the studio parades himself as acting chairman of the party. But truth is, looking at the decision that the Supreme Court has taken in throwing away this case, the right thing for him to do is to stop the parade, because he's not chairman. The foundation upon which he built his house has collapsed. So for us in the APC, we would think that better days are ahead, that reason will be restored in our party, and that everyone who is a genuine member of the APC must come back, we'll sit around the table and have a very sane conversation.
Well, the people in with Igbo Aguma, in fact, he made an argument saying that the appeal had already been withdrawn for being statute barred as a pre-election matter. So that this thing that you guys are calling an appeal is not, it doesn't exist, because he withdrew it even before this happened. So I mean, I'm trying to understand what this means.
Of course, you know that this is a face-saving measure. The truth is, frankly, if you know you don't have a good case, and you are technical about it, you advise your lawyers to withdraw from the court. You didn't go to court so you can withdraw a case. The truth is, they had a bad case. They knew it. They knew they were wasting the time of the court rather. And because of that, it became necessary at that point to ask the lawyer to withdraw the matter. So they didn't do us a favor. They didn't do the court a favor. It is just that they knew that they were wasting the time of the court.
Okay, Mr. Golden Choma, where does your faction stand on this matter right now? Because they're declaring victory and they're saying that, you know, this case has been struck out, and so your faction ceased to exist per se, and the committee that Igor Aguma was representing seems to have collapsed. What is your side of the party saying?
Yes, Mary, ignorance is a very bad thing. And when it comes from somebody I hold so high, I begin to get scared that most people parade to be knowledgeable and educated, but unfortunately, they are not. Mary, the matter that was in court is an interlocutory appeal which we made while the matter was still at the Court of Appeal level. When we made that appeal, it was interlocutory. The Court of Appeal there has not given a judgment. We went to the Supreme Court. We were at the Supreme Court when the Court of Appeal now gave a considered judgment. Now, with that judgment, we now had to appeal to the Supreme Court, which now meant that our interlocutory appeal now became academic and was also caught up with what we call pre-election, which means it was now statute bar. We needed to withdraw that arm of our appeal. It has nothing to do with the main appeal itself. The main appeal is still subsisting and still at the Supreme Court.
So does this mean that you're going ahead?
On the fact that
does this mean that you're going ahead with the primaries? Getting ready for the local government elections in River State? Does this mean that you're still going to go ahead with it even after the national publicity secretary of your party has asked that you disband and follow suit because they had said that you should not participate in that election in the state?
Mary, that is not an issue here. We would contest the election. We are contesting, and the election will be held sometime in April, and APC will be on the ballot.
Who's sending the list? Who's sending your list? Who's sending? I'm sorry, sir. Who's sending your list? Because the list of...
The list is sent by... Thank you. The list of the local government is sent by the state, not by the national.
But as
for local government elections.
But as it stands, the national does not recognize your... The national does not recognize your faction of the party.
Mary, the national recognizes the ESCO. The former National Working Committee of the party did make letters available to us and also made pronouncements recognizing the judgment. The other faction also did the same thing by accepting the judgment. The only thing that have changed is that when they lost in court, they went backwards and brought back Isaac Obobula and resurrected him. That does not change the issues in hand. If you ask them one question, why were they celebrating if we do not exist? A court only made a ruling of an application which our lawyer made to withdraw, and they went about jubilating. That is to show you that we are the authentic ESCO, known to law, and we are protecting the party APC from the social club level, which they have decided to. But because of the fact that they have an individual...
Maybe I think that this man is taking too much time. I should also be able to say one or two things at this point.
Okay, can we let Mr.
Let
Nwuke
me
come
ask
in
you
here? I
then.
think he wants to disagree with you on something quickly because we don't have time. Mr. Nwuke, come in. What would you like to say in response to this?
You see, there's an attempt to be clever by half. The argument that the APC is not a social club is not tenable here. Truth is, we have a set of non-conformists who think that what is necessary is the sound of their voice. Men of reason within the party have taken common positions. They have said, Isaac Obobula, who was named prior to the time that Hugo Agoman went to court, remains the chairman of the Caretaker Committee. Now, they have made entries, which we are aware of, before the National Secretariat, and their arguments couldn't fly. Now, what is surprising here is that they persist. Now, if you are a member of a family, for example, you live by the core values of your family. You cannot set new rules for your family. Okay. Now, the rules are clear. The right to appoint a caretaker committee chairman is that of the National Secretariat. So, I do not understand. You have asked him who presents the list. Now, how can an interloper present the list before RISEC?
All right.
It shows you that they are part of a game plan.
Gentlemen.
They are working with the PDP, and the plan is simply to destabilize the SPC.
Quickly, in closing, because my guys are saying we need to go. One last thing. We know that at the core of all of this is a disagreement that started in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, between the Minister of Transportation and the Senator Magnus Abe, who wanted to run for governorship. And then we had parallel primaries which held in the states. And that has graduated into what we're facing today. And the APC is still having this faction issue. Is there a handshake across the table that's going to happen sometime soon? Is there a call from any side to sit down and address this issue going forward if the APC must continue to be a strong party in River State? In one sentence each. I'll start with you, Mr. Nwuke, quickly.
The question to ask is, why do we head to court when it is time to go to the field? Right? Each time you plan to have a Congress, these gentlemen would rather go to court.
Is the Congress the answer is the Congress an answer to the problem right now? Is that what you should be considering, or having a handshake across the table? Well, Mr. Sharma, quickly answer this because we need to go.
Yeah,
now, the issue is that we have been having a conversation.
To be fair to you, the party is trying to resolve all the problems. I also hear that Zamfara has been resolved. I also pray that we will resolve ours in River State so that this party can be better. There's no one man, including my friends on the other side, that can claim to be more APC than us.
All right, gentlemen, we have to leave it there. Golden Chama is the acting chairman of the APC in River State, and of course, Ogbonna Nwuke is the spokesperson for the APC in River State. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being part of the program. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, I'll give you my take. Well, here's my take. Is there really true multi-party democracy in Nigeria? Big question, eh? These crises across, crisscrossing and to and from party A to party B, does this not show how extremely flawed our democratic system in Nigeria is? Where is the place of party loyalty, ideologies, and standing for something in order for you not to fall for anything? Do we really have political parties in this country, or just a club of selfish men and women that move to the next best thing for money or power purposes only? People who assume saintly positions once they are in the party, in power, and then vilify the others who aren't in their camp, pointing accusing fingers only to change their song and tune once those same people join their club. So really, what are we doing? That politician you swear by and defend with all your might, have you stopped to ask them what they stand for? Why they're part of these parties and what those parties believe in and what their lifelong mandate is? How are you unable to see through these politicians and your paymasters? Are you their number one priority? Well, next time you want to defend or fight for a politician, ask yourself these questions, because 2023 is getting close and they'll come for your votes. So get smart. I am Mariana Cole, thanking you for watching.
First of all, symptoms of COVID-19 in children are very clear. You talk about fever. Most of the times it could be low-grade fever, oftentimes continuous high-grade fever that is not relapsing with your regular paracetamols and your tepid sponging. One of the other symptoms, aside the respiratory symptoms that you have to look out for, is the stooling and vomiting. It's been seen to have very strong effect on stooling and vomiting in recent times among children. And when you do a culture for that, you don't see anything. There are no bacterial infections associated with it. So then, of course, the baseline is your respiratory findings, which you can have the regular cough, nasal discharge a few times, but dry cough more often in children. You want to watch out for temperature changes. You want to watch out for, loss of appetite and some catarrh for a long time, what we know as nasal discharge. Then you have to teach and model hygiene, all right? A good hygiene practice, using the hand sanitizer, washing your hand regularly, in fact, should be the stated one. And in cases of no water, you can teach them for hand sanitizers, especially those more than 60% alcohol. And then they don't necessarily have to use the face mask often, but you must teach the intake of good, clean water. And then more importantly is diet. You cannot just give any food now. You have to pay attention to vegetables, greens especially. You have to have a high protein diet and high calorie diet. For example, fat and oil is important for a child to improve their metabolic state, for protein to improve their growth rate, and more importantly, fruits to improve minerals and vitamins. And so you're not doing substitute of fruits, you're doing the real fruits, the vegetables, and things like pear, cashew nut, watermelon, cucumber, very important for them right now. Pawpaw has been seen to be very effective, especially for vitamin E, and it contains the tocopherols, vitamin E and Co, which is very important for their immunity. So you're focusing on building